coming on in from Loops with the well, making the spray.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen around the world. I'm glad you're back, and I'm glad to be back here as we've had one day off and we're getting into everything once again here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas. My name's Kyle Loris. I am your host throughout all of this. I got some nice matching shoes and shirt for the little pink background thing going on. You know, I thought I'd make the extra effort just for you. And we've got more games coming at you today. It's going to be an exciting time. We've already had 2 days of great action before all of this, and now we're back again. I'm going to bring on my analysis, gentlemen, and then we can start breaking things down for what we've seen so far. Ooh, you've changed shirts since rehearsal as well. Look at these guys, getting snazzy, getting dapper. I like it very much. I've got Seven Worlds Gaming, and I've got Hot Jukes here to join me as well. Mr. Jukes, yourself, this is your first time on Analysis Desk for me. Are you excited? You excited?
First time on Analysis, but it's definitely not the first time I've analyzed different PUBG Mobile games, so excited to be here on the desk now.
How about yourself, Seven? We've had 2 great days before. Now we're back after our 1-day hiatus. I know it's a long time, but we're back and good to go.
Excited, man. Excited to see the teams that didn't play in day 2 play now in day 3 and see how they react to what happened in day 2.
Yeah, definitely so. Of course, as all of these teams are going to look to vie for those top points, we have a few at the very top that are still going to be playing today, so let's see how far they can push things. Let's take a look at the format, of course, because we have our 20 teams, which will be divided to that 16 teams for today, as one group will not be playing, and that will be Group C. So here's how everything shapes up and is good to go. All important, 5 matches per day, of course, as we will be having plenty of variety throughout the day. Mr. Jukes, as time has gone on through these 2 days so far, and obviously we've had one group sitting out per day. You being an ex-pro player yourself, or a pro player now, you might want to call yourself a pro player. I'm okay with that as well. How have you seen the development of the teams that have, had to sit out? Have you spoken to any of them potentially about kind of their interpretation of being able to watch the games, etc. so far?
So far from what I've seen, I've definitely been able to see these players have to analyze different roles. I know that for a fact, talking to some of these squads, they are keeping an eye on which team is sitting out specifically because they've already played 80 games of scrims in the past, so they know where they drop. And if a big major team is sitting out, that's a free loot spot open. So that's something definitely each single one of these teams are looking really into.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick look at now how the points do break down, especially because that's how everybody's going to be earning those prizes. That's how everybody's going to be pushing on up the table. 20 points for first place, and then we go all the way down to 11th through 16th. And, Seven, even though we've seen some teams actually go out through those 11th through 16th and only get themselves 1 point for placement, we've seen some of those teams as well rack up a few kills, maybe like 7 or 8 kills during those spots. So even if you do fall down in those lower spots, 1 point per kill is still going to be able to kind of save your game there for an average point placement.
Oh, definitely, and I think the team that comes to mind right away is Loops Esports, even though they didn't play in day 2, and they didn't get a chicken dinner on day 1, they were able to maintain at least top 7. So it goes to show, if you get the kills, you get a little bit of at least good placement, you'll be up there with everybody.
Yeah, definitely so. And when we look at the overall rankings, we'll see that reflected as well, as everybody here is vying for the big money when it comes to the prize pool. But don't forget, not only does the prize pool matter, but also there is bonus money for playing for each week. And all importantly, the top 6 will be going to World League later on down the line, which, Jukes, when it comes to World League, that's really where everybody wants to get to, because that is the big stage.
Oh yeah, that's where all the big boys are going to be playing at. And I know for a fact that is the main goal from every single one of these players, every single one of these teams. They want to get on that top 6 and play at the biggest stage possible. And yeah, $200,000 on the line right now, but I have a feeling World League is going to definitely change that number. So yeah, these squads, they got to get it done today and the rest of the days if they want to be able to get there.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here from our past 2 days of gameplay, of course, as we previously just saw Wildcards push across the river onto a military island, and now we're checking out Miramar here. Seven, what have you got for me?
Yeah, and it was interesting to see how some of the teams reacted. First time we get a chance to see PK, they did really great on Erangel and Miramar. They were able to take on some fights early on and make sure they got those skills and finish with B4. Actually, it seems like nothing's going their way, so hopefully today on day 3, things start to change, man. But one team that definitely stuck out and that took advantage of a lot of situations was Tribe.
Yeah.
Especially my boy here, Tribe Sam, just making sure he gets different angles and destroys squad. So I'm looking forward to seeing what teams like that, what teams like Tribe, and also another team that we just got a chance to see was XQF. How are they going to go ahead and react? Can they go ahead and continue their performances and the consistency that we're seeing from them?
Yeah, definitely. Jukes, what stood out to you when it comes to our first 2 days?
You know, one thing for sure, like we mentioned earlier, was Pittsburgh Knights. Adding Carnage to the roster, it's so difficult to play at this grand stage for the first time. Adding in a new player, that's going to affect your synergy greatly. But at the same time, I think they did great, and they look to be like a new team that I've seen from the scrims in the past. Now, when it comes to B4 Esports, me personally, I'm going to give them a slight pass, considering that this was their first day. We saw Tempo have a rough start at the beginning, but during the rest of the days, they have crushed it. So B4, they should have the nerves out their way right now. No excuses going forward.
Yeah, I think so. I think, and I've got high aspirations for them as well. When we look back at kind of some of the results in the past, and I think a lot of people kind of would echo those sentiments. Moving on to Vikendi, of course, here, as we saw Tempo Storm getting themselves a few kills here and there. But Seven, as Jukes is mentioning here, Tempo really upped the tempo from day 1 to day 2, and really were able to blast out.
Yeah, they were starting to pick it up. They were now starting to get a little bit more consistent, getting kills and just seeing a lot more action from them, which is something I love to see. Another team that has actually been sticking out to me is Alpha 7, man. That team has been a lot more consistent. I was actually talking to their IGL meat tech that lives in Chile, and he was telling me how now they're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, given that one of his players actually got a phone upgrade, so he's able to play a little bit better and on a better device. So that's awesome to hear from them. They are a super humble squad, and that's one squad that I'm going to be looking forward to see what they do. And once again, on Vikendi, Tribe was just taking advantage of everything. They ended up with high ground, and they were able to go ahead and destroy that. One team that I haven't actually seen perform to the ability that I think they're able to is going to be Team Solid. We saw them choke certain situations. We saw them, the execution wasn't quite there. So hopefully with the extra time that they have had, they'll be able to execute a lot better here on day 3.
Oh, that's interesting, because Team Solid right now has been pretty consistent placement-wise. So you think they can do even better than what we've seen from them so far, right?
Definitely. I think they can do a lot better in regards to certain executions. I believe it might have been the first Erangel where they went up against Tempo. I think we just saw a replay of that. Played that a little bit different. I knew they only had 2 players, but they only had one player alive from Tempo, and they could have probably finished that fight, but the execution wasn't quite there. So if they are able to step it up a little bit more, I wouldn't be surprised if we at least see them top 2, top 3.
Oh, nice. All right, let's take a closer look at these rosters that we have playing out today. As we'll take a look at all 5 of them, but we'll skip slightly over C because they're going to be not playing today, of course. We have Group A, 2 of the big names in here from our first 2 days, of course, with XQ and Tribe sitting in this group. Jukes, what do you make of Group A?
Oh man, Group A is absolutely stacked to the teeth. We've seen XQ Gaming put up some crazy plays throughout this entire past 2 days. Now, you can't doubt Tribe. I mean, basically, if they play the way they played yesterday, I mean, their motto is going to come into effect, fear the Tribe, because insane kills, big chicken dinners. I am so happy to see Tribe performing at this level here on the big stage.
Yeah, definitely so. Very impressive by them so far. Let's see if they can make that continue. Let's move on to Group B as well. Now, as we take a little bit of a look-see, we have Cloud9, Grunter, Alpha 7, and Team Solid. Now, what's interesting, if we rewind it just a little bit back here, 7, you were saying that Alpha 7 is now confident because of an upgrade, but I feel like they were playing pretty confident to begin with, so if they're even more confident, I'm kind of scared for this lobby, 7.
Yeah, and it's just actually what they were saying is they're feeling more confident than what they were feeling in scrims. That's what we're starting to see performances from them. Now, one that I actually want to go ahead and point out, Garanto Esports with my boy Sixless being the IGL. I was talking to him a little bit and trying to figure out why they were so separate. It turns out 2 of their players actually only speak Vietnamese, and Q, one of the other players, speaks a little bit of English, so it's really hard for him to go ahead and tell them where to go. They live in North America, but it's really hard with the language barrier.
Yeah.
So I was asking him, well, are you gonna start learning Vietnamese, or what are you guys doing? They say, don't worry, we're trying to fix things out, and we will start showing performances here.
That's yeah, it's interesting to kind of hear the potential language barrier that does exist there, but to say that they're performing at this level with 20 of the best team in the Americas, that's quite impressive nevertheless. So let's see if they do overcome that hurdle. I think the sky is probably the limit for them. We'll move on to Group C as well here and just kind of brief over this because of course they are not playing today. Now what's interesting is that Tempo Storm, Wildcard, Cool2 and Ace1 are in this group, and Jukes, I think people are going to be quietly happy that especially Tempo Storm and Wildcard are not here right now. Cool2 likewise also performing very well throughout the days.
I think you nailed it right on the head right here. This is a stacked group, so I think this is a great opportunity for all of the rest of the teams that now that these guys are taking a break, frag out, make it happen right now, because these are some serious teams. You got 3 of them that are on the top 5 consistently. Ace1 over the scrims, they did really solid. So far in the PMPL, seemed to be a little bit hit or miss. But yeah, right now the door is open for all the rest of these squads.
All right, let's take a quick look at Group D as well. We've got 2 more groups to cover, but we'll breeze through this quite quickly because we want to get you to the games. We've got Omen Elite, Loops, Lazarus, and Mazexis coming back after not playing in the previous day here, 7, and Omen Elite and Loops especially. I mean, Lazarus, now that I think about it, another stacked group, and I'm excited to see them playing out today.
Definitely. Especially, I'm looking to see how Omen Elite starts off the day. The first day they won, as I mentioned earlier, they won the actual game. And Loops Esports has just been fragging and rushing anybody. Are they going to go ahead and continue with that kind of performance? Because if they do, they're going to be a scary team once they start getting chicken dinners. All
right, and let's move quickly on to Group E as well here. They missed out on day number 1, but when they came into day number 2, they were trying to put up the big performances. Tramcareta, especially, we saw them towards the end having a very decent match on Erangel, and Pittsburgh Knights really is one, Jukes, that did show up.
Oh yeah, PK definitely showed up in a big way because over the scribs, they seem to have a lot of trouble playing together, playing as a squad. But like I mentioned earlier, here in the PMPL big stage with the addition of Carnage, this team is, I expect great big things from them, and as well as the rest of the squads here on there. It was their first day, like I said, we'll give them a slight pass, but here, now that they're playing back-to-back days, they got to make it happen.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at the schedule for today, because technically it's the same schedule as every day, but we want to recap just to make sure that you know exactly how the matches are going to be broken down, as we have 5 coming at you. We've got double Erangels, bookending it. I'm going to say it every single time, and if I don't say it, then you can call me out on Twitter, bookending it with Erangels. Then we have Miramar, Sandhawk, and Vikendi in the middle. Day off for Group C, of course, as they will not be playing today. They get to sit back and take a look at how things are going to unfold. Let's dive into Erangel here for game number 1, of course, here. As when we look at Erangel, gentlemen, it's the true staple. It's the tried and tested battleground that everybody is very familiar with. Jukes, obviously you were commentating some Erangel. What did you take away from our first 2 days of Erangel coming into today?
You know, it looks tried and true, like the same drop spots we've seen over the past scrims. And you mentioned it earlier, and it's exactly the way it is. Erangel, every single one of these players, every single one of these teams, they know this map like the back of their hands. Now, it all depends. Yesterday we saw some crazy hard shifts all over the place today. So no matter how well you know these maps, if that happens, you're going to have a difficult time. So looking forward to see how the zones treat these players going into day number 3.
Yeah, definitely. And those hard shifts in particular that you're mentioning, Jukes, here, a lot of teams were very confident with sticking in the West 7. However, Tramcareta was one that stuck to the east, stuck with their guns. I thought it was going to be difficult for them along that roadside. However, they did make it work until Tribe pulled up.
Yeah, and I think it went to show that we're finally starting to warm up a little bit. Something that I actually do want to point out is Tempo Storm is not playing today, so Pochinki is going to be wide open. Which team is going to go ahead and try to challenge Pochinki because it's such a center area in the map that is going to be huge if they're able to go ahead and control that. And keep in mind, we are going to be playing Erangel twice, so they have an opportunity to redo certain things now that Tempo Storm is not here today.
I want a double drop. I want to see an early fight in Pochinki. That would be nice. And then later on, the team that loses isn't going to go there. That might be how it goes. All right, gentlemen, of course, we can actually get people on Twitter as well involved, as you can use the hashtag team name as well as PMPL to vote on who you believe is going to win here for the PMPL, or just do well. Make sure to tweet at us, at Kylaris, at 7WG, and at Hot Jukes. Tell us who you think is going to be doing well as well. We want to hear from you. And guys, of course, you can also gain some things from in the game. If you're watching in the game, you can get yourself some goodies for PUBG Mobile. So take a look at this. As 7, these are pretty nice. These are pretty nice.
These are pretty nice. I mean, and shout out to my boy Smack a Lot PUBG that was watching on Twitch last time. He actually won 600 UC from that little bet we had going on.
Oh, damn.
But I can't. Listen, I've been also doing this because even though I'm participating in this PMPL as an analyst, I still want to get my hands on some of this stuff.
Yeah, you're watching in game. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, well, gentlemen, let's take a look at the overall rankings here before we actually go into the game, of course, because it's going to refresh everybody as to who is doing well so far in relation to all the points. Now, do bear in mind, we're only 2 days in, so the points don't matter too much just yet. However, it is giving people a bit of a buffer, a bit of a kind of extra room to actually maneuver around. Guys, Tribe, XQ, and Tempo Storm so far, all three teams have got over 50 kills relative to the rest of the lobby. For me right now, these three are the absolute slayers in the first 2 days. What do you think, Jukes?
Oh, I mean, it just goes to show the numbers don't lie. These are some squads that have so much experience behind their backs, and to be able to perform here at this high stage, it just goes to show why they are some of the best teams here in NA. And like I had mentioned earlier in the past, you do not want to trust this scoreboard. When you have different teams sitting out constantly, you just want to have the best performance you possibly can every single day. And Tribe, XQ, Tempo, they've done that so far.
It's going to be interesting to see as well how Loops manages to make today work for them. 7, when you look at it, obviously the only team in that top 10 so far that has only played 5 games. Everybody else has played 10.
You took the words right out of my mouth, and I was going to say that they have, I know the other teams have more than 50 kills, but Loops only playing 5 games. They're now sitting at 39 kills, and right now we're seeing here the second half of that leaderboard. Yeah, I'm just, listen, man, I'm excited for this for this first game.
Yeah, it's going to be good, especially to see how things establish. If it hadn't been for the fight that we saw between Nominally and Loops in that compound on our first game of Erangel, the very first game of PMPL, Loops could have potentially gone on to win that game as well. So it's kind of crazy to see how they've been able to play things out across just 5 games. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I think I'm probably going to dismiss you in a few, and then we do have our commentators on the way very shortly to bring you Erangel. So bye-bye, see you in a bit. All right, so let's bring on John Allen as well as Blank to bring you some of the starting excitement here from day number 3. John, Xander, I'm going to talk to you first, Xander, for now. How's it going, Xander?
Okay. Yeah, it's a good day. I mean, I had a nice little day off here, but I'm ready for some more PUBG Mobile action. Fairly excited to watch really Kingy of the Hill in Tribe Gaming. This guy, whenever he was on a hilltop, just slapping heads with that M4. So excited for more of that today.
Nice. All right, John, I'll get you in the next game. All right, enjoy, boys. I'm going to disappear, and you guys can bring us the lovely Erangel.
Thank you very much, Kylaris. We are going to be getting into map number 1 of day 3, the first of the 2 bookends that he loves to bang on about. And we are going to be looking where the plane path is going to go. Are the circles going to have some chill today? It all remains to be seen.
Yeah, we really have to find out how that actually happens in a short little while here. But again, we're going to talk about Tribe really quick. Getting the double chicken dinner is no easy feat. And on day 1, they hit just above 30 points. Day 2, 100 plus points hitting there. So really, really incredible. Again, though, like Clara says, consistency very much key in this game. Because, I mean, thinking back to last year in Fall Split, the finals for South Asia, Seoul didn't win a single game of chicken dinner wise, but they still came second. So if you can keep that consistency up, by all means, you can definitely make a high placement. You can even come first.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all about consistency here. And if you're looking at where you want to end up, you want to be in those World League spots, right? So you want to be pushing for around a 10-point average. If you can beat that number, generally you're going to be looking pretty secure towards the top of the tables. But for now, we'll have to see what they're able to achieve this time around. A little bit of a south-southerly plane, maybe Zaki, a bit difficult. Georgia Pole should be fine, but most of all, it's just going to be easy pickings. Who's going to scuffle for Pachinki?
Yeah, that's the thing here. In scrims, right, you saw so many teams. When Tempo Storm wasn't in the scrims, pretty much you had 2 or 3 teams all battling out for that point. But now we're in the PMPL. I do wonder how risky these teams will play. Will they try and get practice here, scuffling it out whilst we're waiting for Tempo Storm to get back in? Or are you just going to see one team go there and everyone else take a safe route, try and get some rotations in there? Now, Juice is saying on the desk that most teams know this map like the back of their own hand. But from what I've seen so far, some teams are feeling like their rotations, they know them like the back of a stranger's hand. Now, that might be because other teams know their rotations so well they're able to catch them out and flank them, but we'll have to find out. As you can see, the first circle hits the map all the way on the eastern side, so Georgia Pole Hospital shooting range area, that's kind of off limits as you're going to try and make your way in quickly, but luckily there is Potato Hill on the eastern side of the map here. Very easy to rotate through, get some scouting information early on, John.
The impact of Tempo Storm still being felt into this game, it seems. No one going to Pachinki. They are leaving it completely open, and that's going to, well, I suppose bolster the confidence of Tempo moving into tomorrow, so they'll be pretty happy with that.
There's the offering to the Tempo gods. Please, we will not touch your Pachinki. Just do not kill us. Do not kill us, please.
Everyone's sticking to their guns. They're going to go with their original plans. Team Queso down in Primorsk, stretching up a little bit around to Ferry Pier. You can see they're going that way. No one,
can't believe it's a ghost town.
Heading out in Zaki, which is where Team Queso, I believe, landed in a previous Erangel game.
Yeah, they did. They went all the way over the northeastern side of the island and flipped down. They do that quite often. Here they're playing on the southern west side of the island, all the way on the outreaches there down in Ferry Pier. Going to get Tribe on our screen, and there's Kingy himself. This guy was doing a lot of work with the snipers yesterday. Really, Tribe can have a similar performance today, but obviously they were a bit fluctuating, right, John? Because first day, it wasn't the greatest performance, and then second day, it was the greatest performance. So let's see what happens here, see if they maybe hit somewhere towards the middle. That would make me happy personally, because that would indicate some form of consistency, rather than this weird, like, pin on the meter going all the way up to the left or all the way up to the right.
Yeah, they don't want you, and that's really what we're looking for, right, is consistency, and that's something I'm going to harp on about. I mean, we're into day 2, and we've got an inclination, as Kalaris was saying to the guys on the desk, you know, we've got an inclination, an indication of how strong these teams are, but quite frankly, the number of points that they've managed to get at this stage can completely be turned on its head. We've still got 14 more game days left, including this one, so there's absolutely all to play for. Even teams that are all the way at the bottom, they can turn it around. They have so many opportunities to do so. So maintaining that consistency is what I'm looking for.
This is a perfect matchup here for me. You've got Beowulf on Cloud9, huge organization, and then you've got Alpha 7, a very humble team making their way up through the ranks, right? This makes me very happy because Alpha 7 have had a good time. Cloud9, on the other hand, not so great. So here, what this really indicates to me is that anyone can come into PUBG Mobile, anyone can make it to the top here, John. And really, I'm looking forward to see if the Alpha 7 can do increasingly well. But we'll see what happens here versus Metek, and Beowulf might just be able to get a quick and easy snipe on him.
Yeah, he's waiting until he's getting in the car, fully stationary. No way he's getting away from that, but it looks like he's managed to crawl behind. However, no one really that close by. This should be a pretty easily flushed out kill here for A7, and they'll be able to take down the IGL for Cloud9.
Yeah, unfortunate for Cloud9 at the moment. It really hasn't let up for them whatsoever, has it, John? I'm pretty sure we watched them get caught out time and time and again on Erangel as maybe a 2-unit or a 1-man unit. I don't know if it's bad luck, because you certainly can have bad luck in this game. We'll see what happens going forward. We've got Mazexis on our screen now. We've talked about these guys before, and they've not had the greatest of runs being towards the bottom of the leaderboard there. Even when they had more games than many other teams, they were still towards the bottom. The real bad boys in this lobby are definitely Loops Esports. I'm excited to see what these guys can do, because they had such a good game on day 1.
Absolutely, they are definitely out to prove themselves yet again, but just like we saw Tribe turn it around from day 1 to day 2, like we saw Tempo do a similar sort of thing. Maybe not as impactful, but perhaps we'll be able to see the other side of that coin, and will Loops be able to continue?
I think from the indication that we've got from them so far, 38 kills in one day, John, that's impressive. And that leads me to believe that it's not a fluke. It's not a fluke from them, because those kind of numbers, they don't come from fluke. That's from skill. So I'm going to put my heart on my chest, on my
Believe.
yeah, on my fleece pretty much at this point here, and say, you know what, Loops are going to have a really good day today.
We'll have to wait and see if your prophecies will come true. Will your sleeve-bound heart be true?
It's because I went to touch my chest and I was like, whoa, that's Felice. That's Borg there. Okay, I'll have to change this up a little bit.
Fair enough. A couple of the teams now starting to move in towards this first circle. Seems like everyone's centering around the space between School and Yasnaya, a little bit towards Mansion maybe, and we're getting that cluster of players start to come through and just sort of scout out that ground for later on into the round.
So this is the terrifying team I was talking about before, hiding in a bunker. I'm okay with this. For me, this is more like, you know, we want to make it towards the top end of the lobby here, make it to maybe top 5. We've got the kill points on board. We don't really need to do anything too fantastic today, and they can definitely work on that consistency game. So, you know, hats off to them. If that's how they want to play it, they're really playing for the long game here. And with only 5 games underneath their belt, they want to make sure today counts, as they had their day off yesterday. Not yesterday, on Sunday, sorry. It felt like it's been so soon, and we're literally just getting straight back on the mic here, John.
I mean, that's the amount of rapid-fire content we got coming your way. It just feels like it's all the time. And they are going to be certainly putting their best foot forward into this one. Loops playing currently just to the west of Prison, on the south side of the main cluster of the peloton, if you will, of teams playing up in for this zone. Team Queso on a long rotate. They have just about gone past Georgia Bowl now. They're being tickled by the blue zone. But so are Lazarus. They've left Doc all the way out into North George, and they'll have to make their way in, but they have that Vanguard already stepping in.
Yeah, we were informed that Lazarus might be playing with 3 players today, but looks like they have found a 4th here, so very, very much happy for them, because Russell's been doing a fantastic job, and it would be sad to see him playing with all the other 2 other players on behind his back, so good to see they have 4 players here, but they might get caught out by Team Queso, who is razzing on beside Doc at the moment.
They are interweaving a zipper-like fashion, but neither team really wants to stick around and take this fight. The issue for Team Queso is they don't know it's just one player, and so taking that fight is a big risk. It looks like they might have pulled up just one player, so perhaps looking to pop off a couple of shots, but they're just letting Lazarus get ahead of them. They want to maintain a group, play that edge zone, and they don't want to be caught up in these back-to-front fights.
Now, I would argue that Team Solid, who's currently the team on your screen, actually gets themselves into fairly decent positioning, in a really good spot to flank teams, really good spot to actually take great places in the circle. But what tends to happen is they just don't have that gun skill available to actually win out those fights, even when they have the power of surprise on their side. Here we got Tribe on our screen.
Big flame
looking
coming up
towards
from
Lazarus.
Big flame.
I wouldn't say it's big flame. I mean, it's just what we've been seeing. Anyway, the circle is about to pop. Let's see if it goes any further to the east than it does. There's a lot of water in there, and that's going to clump a lot of the teams in here. So they'll be fighting on the beaches where things get a little bit barren, and a lot of people can spot you as you walk in. So these compounds that are littered towards the western side of the circle are going to be very, very important starting now. As you can see, people start to funnel the way into the circle, try and take up residence early.
Yeah, that's exactly what Tribe are going to do. Lazarus as well seem to have continued that rotation from a distance. A7, they haven't quite started to make that move from Yasnaya. They're going to hold down the urban environment. And this is something I've highlighted a lot before, is going into a city when you don't start there is such a risky choice to make, because leaving those cities, those urban areas, is you're generally going to be crossing a lot of open ground. And if teams are ahead of you on those rotates, just like we're seeing here, it's going to be very difficult to break that ground.
I think maybe down towards Milta Powerway and Xiaomi Gaming are currently going right now. Another team that I think, you know what, they managed to get themselves quite to the top of the leaderboards here, but sometimes find difficulty when it comes to the gunfights itself. I think they take really good spots around the map. But right now we're looking at Team Solid versus Omen.
A little bit of a knock coming through already. They have popped a smoke and have a little bit more cover. There's a player up on the roof for Omen, and they're banking those nades all across.
Damn.
Harassing these health bars all the way down. See if they're able to get something else. They managed to get the cross, but a second knock comes through. Angry has the high ground, but Mazexis, they're playing a little bit of bodyguard right now, being suppressed, and I don't think those solo players are going to be able to get back up. I think at least one of them's been flushed. Cloud9 are taking some hits as well, but for now, Omen, they're in a very central compound and they are holding on to it real strong. Hang on a minute, was that Cloud9?
Jeez.
Just getting rolled over by Tribe. They are not going to stop today.
Yeah, just Pyra remaining once again. There have been so many times in the final circles, if we cast our minds back to the global finals, where it's just Pyra alive, just snaking his way in. And once again, the responsibility is all down to him to try and get towards the top, but there's still 16 teams alive. You can see him going all the way to the extended zone outside of Lipovka, just trying to live right now.
All you need to do is survive for as long as possible in those situations. Obviously, you want your team alive, but if you're not able to have that, well, you just got to try and rack up those placement points. It's pretty much the name of the game at this stage. You can see an expanded map view there, and teams already having taken up position pretty heavily to the east. This is what we like to see, early movement and often.
But let's just think back a second to that fight between Team Solid and Omen Elite. Team Solid had the clear advantage there. They rocked upon Omen. They understood that they were playing a 2-2 split. That should have been their fight. And this is what I'm talking about, is that the intelligence is there, the decision-making is there, but they just can't execute. We do have a lot more games in the season for them to play, so I am hopeful for this team as we're only in day 3 right now, but we'll check back in with those guys later on.
The coastline seems to be prime territory for quite a few of these teams. You've got a lot of players pushing out all the way to the east, but the next circle is pretty imminent at this stage, so we'll have to see where that does end up going. Is it going to be kind? If it moves out further to the water, the circles are confirmed to have 0 chill, at which point I'll be mandating a chill time.
Chill
between,
notice?
between games.
Even putting up posters around Erinkle. Can I get a water chill notice, please? Have you seen this man?
A mandatory chill notice. But the circles, it's not too bad.
No, it's not too bad at all. The only difficulty for a lot of people is Grunto, B4, and Trem Careta for the Cow, who have to go through this choke point on the roads. So it's going to be pretty much, let's sort of use it again, mandatory to having those vehicles to get through there. You can see XQuest gaming off the distance, trying to rattle down Grunto. HCL does hit a few shots. Well, we know how scary XQuest gaming can be, so that could have gone very, very differently. He just hit one more there.
Lucky for them, they do only go past Pyra, the last remaining stander for Cloud9. And he doesn't really want to take any of those fights, so they'll be able to entrench themselves just on the northern tip of Lipovka. But Charmate, they're going to have to try and push up along this coastline. They've managed to get pretty safely into the zone, and actually that's a nice hard cover defilade that they've got themselves in. But Team Queso have the sideswipe.
Yeah, let's talk about Team Queso for a second. They were all the way down in Ferry Pier. They've managed to make it further into the circle than any other team here. I know I touted these guys on Twitter that they have such intelligent rotations and funky rotations too. The fact they've made it here from Ferry Pier just astonishes me. So I really do like the way this team moves. It's very groovy.
Instead of joysticks, they've got slap bases. They're just funking their way up to everywhere and anywhere that they decide they want to go, and it's working out quite well for them so far. They just need to maintain that consistency.
See where that goes.
A little bit short.
A little bit short. That's a pretty decent throw considering he couldn't even see what was going on. And there is Loops already starting. Trem Careta for the Cow under fire from those lads.
Yeah, they're on the south side just to the north of Prison, and they are going to have to push through both XQ and Trem Careta for a Cow, who have managed to disengage from the fight that they were taking there. So it's just primarily going to be against XQ. And of course, they are not currently in the circle, so they do have to move. They do have to expose that rotation. But the team like Loops, they should be all right. You have Mazexis to worry about too.
That's the one fight that I'm really looking forward to if we do see it today, though, John, is Loops versus XQuest. In my opinion, two of the best teams in terms of firefights right now in the PMPL Americas. If I see those two teams go off, damn, that's going to be one hell of a fight there, John.
Going to be pretty spectacular. Pyrus just surrounded on all sides. 3 teams in his very close vicinity. Tremcareta Furacao before Grunto, all absolutely ready to take that kill should he expose it too early on. The next circle just about to come in as well. If teams have to leave Lipovka, this could be pretty tricky, and they will. Seems they're going to have to do so up north. And again, we're about a 30% water ratio here in this next circle.
Yeah, Pyro's going to have to go full metal pan solid here if he wants to make his way into the northern circle. As you can see on your screens, Team Queso, though, arguably have one of the best positions, and they have a great way to just fall back onto the coastline and fight. But here's Alpha 7 versus Lazarus on your screen. Already 2 teams with 1 knock apiece.
Lazarus have lost a player already as well, though. Lolo means that they are only 2 standing. Nades being chucked on in, and in fact, I think they're looking pretty ropey right now. Not getting pushed on just yet, but it's nades flying in that are really going to bother them. You see Alpha 7, they're all up, they're all standing. They got Irish pinned on that second floor of the triple stack, but not quite pushing just yet. Hiding around a corner, trying to third person this one, trying to have that advantage, but they're too smart for that. They are going to have to push him up though. In the end, they're going to around the corner, tries to beat out for the spray, but gets shut down immediately. And Alpha 7 get one. Russell gets knocked out. Oh, okay, fair enough. Lazarus down in 16th.
That was instantaneous. Now, Alpha 7, they truly do remind me of a team from South Asia, TSM Entity, in the terms of their movement and their utility usage is so good in a fight. They're almost oppressive, but so much damage coming all the way across the board here as so many teams fall as we hit into that 4th circle heading towards the 5th.
B4 clashing with Grunto on the exit from Lipovka. Pyrus managed to slip through the cracks, is going for a swim, but in the meantime, these full force squads will be going head to head. They have to be worried about the player from Tremcareta Furacao as well off in the sidelines, but not too sure if they want to go for that. Nades being pushed on through and Grunto just trying to get that res. We heard about the language barrier. They talked about it over on desk, so we'll see if that coordination can be there in this fight, in this crucial point in the game.
We've got a lot of time to work on it here. And honestly, so far, I don't think Grunto have been doing that badly whatsoever. They managed to make it into the circles, they take some players down, and they often make it into those later circles too, towards circles 7, 8, and 9. So that's really great to see. Alpha 7, Pittsburgh Knights, and all Tribe as well, all hitting up this hillside.
Very close quarters, indeed. Seems like it's going to be triple fights across the board. There's so many multi-team engagements going on right now to get these pivotal rotational spots coming through. You see the utility being lobbed on out. At the top of the board though, it's Alpha 7 who have already managed to get 5 kills. Bad at the top, but they have taken a knock and they are under a lot of pressure right now in this 3-team fight. Tribe and Pittsburgh Knights both breathing down their neck.
It truly is bonfire night here. There are fireworks going off. There's smoke absolutely everywhere. And everyone wants a piece of the action. Pittsburgh Knights taking nades from left, right, and center.
Everybody taking a lot of damage into this. This is going to severely deplete the resources that they have available into the next circles, the meds, the armor, everything. The knocks coming through are going to be so crucial. So we'll see who's able to come out of this one alive. It's going to be pretty tricky to do so as the next circle's just about to drop as well. Alpha 7, Rolex holds it down, gets the spray. Now being pushed on by the remaining 2 players of Pittsburgh Knights. Will blow up the UAZ and will get knocked in kind. However, there is still a player coming through before he gets flushed out. Just managed to sneak around and eke out his life just a little longer. But that's Mazexis eliminated on the south side. As the rest of the teams continue to go into battle. That's a brutal circle coming in as well. Grunto get eliminated.
Team Queso is still with the heavy hand here in the game. Tribe just desperately fighting off 2 teams at the same time, but they have the high ground here. Pittsburgh Knights and Alpha, they have to fight up the hill. Really nice push from Rolex, I'm going to be honest there. Taking down the vehicle as well to give some impromptu cover is very smart. Unfortunately, Pittsburgh Knights were just a little bit too fast on the flick over to those.
And you have to give it up to Tribe. They've been marshalling this fight from the high ground beautifully. They've just forced these 2 teams to fight one another and just been plinking away at those health bars from the sidelines. And it's allowed them to maintain all 4 of their players up relatively healthy. And they have a lot of strength moving into this next circle. Although the teams on the coast might give them a little bit of jip. Pittsburgh Knights, they lose 1. It's just Carnage trying to rotate around the outside. Alpha 7 down to 2 as well, but they're going to get spotted out, and that's Team Solid eliminated in the meantime. Goodness me, Tribe do a lot of work as they eliminate both Alpha 7, and I think that's also the Pittsburgh Knights getting eliminated.
Carnage! What are you doing, man? Oh, directly into Team Queso. Team Queso had a really good spot there, but you know what? That was really the only option there for Carnage. He had to find some cover, and he had to find it fast. That was the best place for it. Sadly, there were already a couple of cheesy boys there taking residence on the cliffs. Now, Loops, they're stuck on the bottom side, taking heavy fire. Omen Elite still in this game, so we've got some heavy hitters here. We've got Team Queso, Loops, Tribe Gaming. I'm excited to see how this one ends, John. Oh my lord!
I don't think that they're going to be too happy with that.
Becca!
And Charme taking 2 knocks, and there's players breathing down their neck as well for the push. Omen Elite actually take a knock to the zone. It's unfortunate, but Loops will be able to get these reses on. This is on the inlet, right in the center of the circle. A crucial point on the headland for these next rotations coming in, for these final areas, for the final zones. And they've got some decent cover.
Yeah, Becca has to delay for the rest of his team as they try and make it up this hillside. Know they've got a few players behind them. He's a G-Fan out in the water there, just trying to live. You got Pirate too, all the way out. He is deep in the water here, scuba diving. You know, B4 just behind Omen, so Omen in a really tricky spot here as they see Maxon take down Telly.
They're going to get some more damage on as well. A second knock onto Omen. Everybody taking damage right now from B4. The next circle going to push in as well, and we'll see where that lands. This is going to be crucial. Where are the teams going to land? Oh, it's a heavy Southern shift playing. That's right on top of B4. They're going to be so happy with that, but everybody else, they are out for blood now.
Yeah, Team Queso, although an excellent rotation in the beginning towards that hillside, towards those craggy cliffs, they will now have to move. So I'm interested to see how they go about this. As you can see, Cream, Real, Betis here right next to them. It's a nice nade over the top to delay them a little further, give Team Queso a bit of time. But now Tribe moving down from the south, the northwest here, down towards Loop. So there's going to be a big firefight breaking out down there, John.
It's all going to come to this confluence here.
Oh, Tribe Gaming give away their position.
Omen going to be struggling to hold down the little bit of cover that they've managed to find themselves. Creme Real Betis, the outside force, will need to try and push through, but it's out of the frying pan into the fondue. Team Queso pop up from the defilades. They are going to be able to take first knock. Tribe as well, taking a knock, but Creme Real Betis come back into it. They are prepared. They will take 1, take 2 as well. Marco was all the way down the hill, and it looks like they're going to be unfortunate with that one. Slipping away, getting some flushes. Yeah,
Axial just denying the flush there, going into the water. If you are not, you hit the water, you will drown immediately. Omen doing damage towards Trem Caretta for a car. I believe that is them now out, down to 9 teams. Tribe were fighting 2 teams at the same time and still have done fairly well here. You see how low Omen is on the top left of your screen. Angry with a sliver of HP. Nico with a sliver of HP. Creme Real Betis still going in Charmy Gaming. This is what I'm talking about. They can make it very much towards the end with their rotations, but now they've got to put the money where the mouth is. They do take down Cream Real.
Cloud9 finally gets spotted out. Pyra made it all the way to 8.
That's good, though.
They'll be getting some points for that. Creme Real Betis as well on the northern side will be eliminated, and Charmy holding down that northern flank. They still have the high ground, but right now this circle is a shooting gallery for B4. They're just sat across the way from everybody else, and there's so much open ground between them. At this point, all the vehicles are gone. It's going to be so hard to cross.
Got all these marshmallows all over the map here as the smokes pop up all over the place. There's Sound with the DP, and Charmy Gaming goes down, and Paris Boy too.
Trying to see where they can find these openings. It's going to be so tricky. Paris Boy does get knocked. The rest of Inshame will be going pretty low, but you can't move around this hillside as you want to. You've got Omen Elite. They are down on their luck a little bit, but they still got 2 players, and they both have guns, so they're going to try and pop them off. B4 as well, just firing away at this hillside. You just try and have to make something happen, but Marco gets eliminated. That's Team Queso down in 7th place. A team goes down in 6th. I think that's Tribe getting eliminated as well as they try and make those moves. Next circle comes in, and finally B4 are going to have to move.
B4 been kind of pincered here by Omen behind the tree line, but they have the best run of it towards this next circle, which is half water, half land, so it's really not good whatsoever. But Loops, we got to talk about them. They've just come back from their day off, and they are riled. They are ready to go here with 3 members remaining. Garcia, however, is the thorn in the back here. He can really ruin Loop's day.
Got XQ as well down the hill, but 5 teams remain. 2 teams are on 1 player. They're going to be trying to sneak it around and see what they can find. The next circle going to be coming in pretty swiftly and doing quite a lot of damage. So now's the time you want to get those stims on. It doesn't look like Garcia has anything to spare. Look at that. He's low on armor, low on everything. He's just going to try and get some shots off. Loops are going to know that he's there, but with the zone coming in, he has to try and drop down. Will get picked up. Easy pickings there. And Shami eliminated. 4 teams remain.
Yeah, Dadin puts him to bed there, and now Loops are just snaking their way in. Mixera finally unleashes the utility, and this is probably the big thing for B4 right now. They probably have a lot of utility still remaining. They had that brilliant cover from earlier with the UAZ and the other vehicles. They didn't have to move too much, so B4, I would say, have the best chance here. Omen completely out of meds. You can see that they've not healed since the beginning of the game, but Gfan still going. He could potentially get into the top 3 here.
Oh, he's done it. Omen Elite get eliminated for a side swipe from B4. We've managed to get 12 kills so far, Blank. I don't know if they figured out that Loops are so close, though. They've managed to get down the hillside and pretty effectively. It's going to be pretty tricky to displace the position that B4 have. There's a road that they're trying to work around. Certainly. Oh, there we go. There's the final 2. There's
You're super
XQ.
happy with that if you're G-Fan, though.
Yeah, do lose that one out, but that's plenty of points on board. The first knock coming through for Loops. Now he's going to pop up, reposition just a little bit, try and avoid those nades. They try and push on forwards. Loops take 1 knock, and Maxon very, very low, tries to go for another spray, but the sideswipe's there. B4 trying to step up. There's 1 player left standing, but he's going to shut it down. B4 will eliminate Loops and take the first chicken dinner here in day 3.
With 15 kills total too, that is a massive game for B4, previously Red Kniz. These guys have done extremely well. Sure, they were favored by the circle a lot, so you've got to give credit where credit is due. Loops, like I said though, not a fluke whatsoever from day 1. They make it all the way to the 2nd position here on Erangel. That is some damn good work from these guys, and that's exactly why I'm saying they are so good, because they're showing us right now that it's no mistake that they're meant to be here at the top of the leaderboard.
Certainly is. I mean, it's been real strong to see, and we're pretty happy for them to be able to try and step up here. They'll have to continue to prove that consistency, though, as time goes on. But I'm sure the guys on the desk have something a little bit more to say about that.
I want to talk to you, John, in fact. I want to talk to you, my friend. Because B4 took the top of around kind of where Grunto was, top of Milta Power, and being able to sweep around there and actually eventually beat out that fight with Grunto was super important for them to eventually get that spot. So I think that was really cool to see, especially since they had a rough first day. Now coming in with a win, they've got to be elated with that result.
Yeah, just popping off and making sure everybody's battleships getting plinked away as time went on. And they had a shooting gallery really towards the end. They had a really strong position that resulted in that southerly rotation.
Yeah, definitely so. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back for the next match in a few moments' time as we bring on our analysis desk here as well, as Hot Jukes and Seven are ready to go to talk about all of the action. We are actually seeing a little bit more emphasis towards the east when it comes to these circles. There's Seven, there's Jukes, nice. They're back, they're back. So a not too dissimilar game from our previous Erangel Jukes here, just a little bit of a northern shift up, a bit further of course, but the same premise kind of still exists, right? You saw a few teams sticking towards the far east against those cliff edges, and they had to play the game differently relative to the teams in the west.
Oh yeah, they were having to hold it down, and if the zone hard shift for them, it would have been a tough time, but they got blessed. The zone landed right on top of them, and it ended up working out really well for those squads. But we got to talk about B4 Esports, the team that I said that will give them a little bit of a pass on the first day. It looks like the nerves are definitely gone because they got a favorable zone here, took it to their advantage, and were able to get a solid chicken dinner with a bunch of kills.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's take a look at the map ranking here as B4 was able to get themselves the big old chicken dinner. And as I mentioned previously, they're going to be so happy with this result. And it was just a matter of time for a team like B4 to be able to get the engine properly started with 35 points up towards the top. Loops Esports just decides, you know what, guys, you didn't see us the previous day, but you saw us very much so on the first day. How about we make our return in style? And indeed they did, with 21 points, and Omen Elite get themselves 14 points for the third place. 7, Loops, Omen Elite, B4, all teams that wanted to make a statement early here in the day, and they definitely have so.
Yeah, they definitely did that, and as Jukes was mentioning before, taking advantage of the situation, stuff that we have seen from Tribe Gaming in day 2. It's good to see when teams are given certain opportunities for them to take advantage, and they just have 15 kills. Now, another team that I'm actually surprised we're seeing in the top 3 of that last game was Loops Esports, because they were getting bombarded from every single angle, and I think it just goes to show their skill level of that team, because, man, to get second place and almost getting the win after everything that they had to go through, that's really impressive. Another team that I also want to go ahead and mention, Cloud9. I want to go ahead and see a little bit more from Cloud9. I think they mostly got placing due to Pyro. Pyro was the only one that was just pretty much swimming out in the open, chilling, waiting for everything to happen, and it worked for them because it was able to give them a little bit of extra points during placing.
Yeah, and I mean, XQ also did the same, and they got themselves even into 3rd place, so that's very, very impressive by them.
I feel like they could have done a little bit better, Kyle.
Think so?
XQ, and I think CFan is going to probably be kicking himself for this. I feel like he could have maybe went ahead and surprised B4 and Loops Esports, and instead he ended up drowning himself, so I'm not sure. I'm for sure going to be talking to him after today, trying to figure out what happened there, but from the conversations that I have with him in the past, he kicks himself whenever stuff like that happens. So I wonder if that was on purpose to not give any of the other teams a kill, or what was going on there. But he could have gotten a couple extra kills if it would have surprised Loops and B4.
Could have been a scary spoiler. We've seen, how XQ's able to do with those frags. So let's take a look closer at, of course, the team stats here for our winners, as B4 really able to show up to start off the day with 1,900 damage done. And Jukes, I think what was very, very important for them, not only the wraparound north of Mills Power to get past Grunto and then keep going, but also the fact that they had vehicles available towards those final circles, because there's no cover in those final circles there on that beachhead.
Oh yeah, they decided to go ahead and take the south, but those vehicles created a wonderful car wall for exactly what we saw from before.
Oh.
Yep, and I think I definitely agree with that. Now, one of the things that I do want to go ahead and mention on that last game is that nobody dropped Pachinki, man. What's up with that? Maybe they didn't do any of the research that just Tampa wasn't going to be playing today. And I think on the last Erangel that we're going to be seeing, I wouldn't be surprised if we see teams like Team Queso actually go for Pachinki, because they've been getting just absolutely unlucky with rotations and where the zone has been starting. Yeah,
there was one moment at the beginning where I was like, oh, Lazarus, they're actually, cutting someone off to go down there. But in the end, it was just take an easy vehicle, go back up to North George and be playing it out from there. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Game Fuel highlights of the game, of course, as there's going to be plenty of them. And to start things off, A7 being able to get this pickup 7, very, very patient and important for that.
Yeah, and I think the reason why I wanted to go ahead and show this is because of that. Midtech being very patient. A player, the IGL of that team showing some maturity, and that's something that you love to see through the years. And Tribe, actually, I believe it was Tribe and PK at one point going up against each other. Yeah. And Tribe really not being able to take full advantage of the situation. They had the height advantage against Alpha and PK, and it seems like they were a little bit uncertain on what they wanted to do. Did they want to go ahead and just gatekeep outside the zone, or did they want to go ahead and rush in? And it seems like that uncertainty, that undecisiveness hurt them a little bit of what they could have done from that point that they were.
Definitely. Jukes, what do you take away from these highlights?
Yeah, I think we just saw there Tribe had a really good favorable position to gatekeep, but that zone did hard shift there, and they were kind of just stuck to decide, okay, do we want to go ahead and take zone, or we want to go ahead and go with this gatekeep? I think zone, it always takes priority above all, but man, when you see so many kills on the board, you just kind of want to be able to add those to your repertoire. So yeah, if Tribe were able to get a little bit better of a favorable position in that zone, I think they would have done a lot better, but unfortunately, yeah, that little hesitation cost greatly.
Yeah, definitely so. And 7, that's an interesting point that Jukes brings up, because especially when hard shifts occur, right? This is the best time for anybody on the edge to try and maybe get a few more kills if they feel like they can't get any position in the circle. If they know that a lot of the locations are going to be taken, be it compounds, be it, little dips or something like that. Maybe then start focusing on the kill points to try and get yourself up if you know that you might be doomed.
Yeah, and that was that's why I was mentioning C-Fan earlier, because he was pretty much playing the zone throughout, just like how my boy C9 Farah was. But for some reason, he ended up drowning. And B4, even though they got the win, there was something I just really didn't enjoy from that execution at the end, is that they let Loops Esports push up that high when they could have maybe just single tap him and just hold him off and make him think of another rotation that Loops Esports needed to do. It seems like they just allowed Loops Esports to do what they wanted to do. Luckily for B4, they ended up winning the game. But man, that was it was really stressful seeing the way that was that planned out.
Yeah, definitely. All right, moving on now here into some next things. Can't quite remember what was coming up next, but we're about to find out. Total damage for all of these teams. You know what? Sometimes you just forget. Sometimes you just forget. We have up towards the top here 2,700 damage. Jeez Louise, coming out for Tribe. Interesting though, because now we can take a look at the comparison relative to kills, and 7 Tribes didn't get that much relative, whilst B4 extremely efficient with their damage output. Again, thanks in part to the fact that they had a great position and they were able to just pepper anybody that came down from that hillside.
Yeah, and I think Tribe might have been able to get a lot of damage whenever they were going up against Alpha and PK. But as you mentioned, there was just so many teams that it's really hard to go ahead and get finishes. I think in one occasion we saw Omen Elite against Team Solid. Omen Elite knocked 2 players, but they weren't able to get those kills because the other players, they kind of moved into a position that they stopped them from getting an angle on them. Meanwhile, Misexis, having a perfect angle at the 2 players, they just had to finish them. And that was extra 2 points for them. So it happens. It happens, and it sucks when it happens, but it's part of the game.
It warms my heart to see as well now that we can directly compare the damage with the kills, because that really gives us a great indication on how well people are able to get their knocks and then get the finished kills. Potentially, sometimes we could even see, straight up steals off the back of that as well. Let's take a look at our analyst highlights here to get things going. I clapped there, I don't know why, it just kind of happened. Let's take a look at some of the moments here from this Game 7, and there were plenty to pick from, and I think that overall, some of these guys being able to get the kills that they actually picked up. As we look at the flyover in slow-mo here, and talk to us again about the importance of just being patient in this situation.
Yeah, and right here, a player that I know for a while, Mitek, being patient, he made sure he didn't shoot until he had a perfect shot. And not only that, he knew that the other player couldn't hide. So he wanted to make sure he got the knock, and he also finished the kill. And it wasn't just any knock. It was my boy Belwo, which is the IGL for C9. So that might have thrown off a lot of stuff. And right here, this goes to show a lot. As long as you see somebody, it doesn't mean you have to shoot them right away. Just wait for the perfect timing, and Mitek being able to show that, and just maturity. I love seeing that from players. And another one that we're talking about here, Jukes, is Angry. Going on top of that roof, trying to get different angles. I love to see that, and ultimately, Jukes, they're going to be able to get the knocks here, but they're not going to be able to get the kills.
Exactly right. You see Angry there, able to go ahead and put a whole bunch of pressure here onto Team Solid. They get the 2 knocks, but Mezexix in the back are able to go ahead and get that spray down and getting 2 big kills. And you look at Carnage. He was just looking to try and be with Pyra as well as Sheepman to try and do the water strap, but that rock just stopped him just short, and that was an additional point for Team K. So tough break right there for PK.
Yeah.
Denied.
It's funny actually, because I guess it comes down to slight map knowledge, and it's really difficult to remember every single rock areas and stuff like that. But like, I think if he'd have left, maybe the car then goes over that lip because the cut's a little closer to the original lip that he sees. But anyway, regardless, let's take a look at the overalls here for points distributions, because we have up towards the top. Tribe continues their march there at the very tippity top with 64 kills now under the belt, and we have XQ, of course, here still in 2nd place, but Alpha has moved up that 1 spot at the moment, Mr. 7, so good for them, good for them.
Yeah, definitely good for them, especially with the map that's coming up, because we're going to be going up against, we're going to be going to Miramar, and Alpha has been winning every single Miramar, so could they maybe do that back-to-back on Miramar? Who knows? Anything's possible.
The kings of Miramar. I would adore if they got another Miramar under their belt. That would just be the cream of the crop for sure. Omen Elite at the moment in 11th place, as there are 70 points, moving up a little bit indeed after that well-played performance. And B4 in 19th place right now, but the amount of points that they got off that, the 35, to add to their original 7 or 8 that they had, Hot Jukes, is very, very important for them to be able to just, you know, as I mentioned it, like as I phrased it before, start the engine up, you know, get rolling here for the PMPL.
Yeah, you know, we saw like before the first stages have a rough day of matches there. You know, I think you can also look at Tempo. Tempo kind of had the same thing going on here.
Yep.
This is only their second day playing. And on the first game, they get a chicken dinner with some huge kills. I know that's going to be a great uplifter for this team. But one team that I'm definitely looking at the scoreboards is Cloud9. You know, that's one team that's still yet to show up. Right. They're that low on the leaderboards with already 11 games played. So Cloud9 need to start making something happen right now.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule then, as we have, excuse me, we have 4 more games coming for you today. We've already had one Erangel. We'll have the next one towards the very end of the day, as we have Miramar, Sanhok, Vikendi, and Erangel coming up afterwards. So, Miramar, right now, so far, Alpha 7, Kings of Miramar, 2 out of 2 wins. We focus down here, and we take a little closer a look. 7, aside from Alpha 7 doing so well so far, what else has shone out to you here on Miramar?
I want to see how Loops is going to perform here.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is because they had everything up against them on Erangel, and they were able to go ahead and show up and show that they got the skill. No matter what you throw at them, they're going to be able to back it up with just a personal skill every player has. So I want to see how they're going to perform here. And listen, man, Alpha 7, I'm just looking for him to get the win, because if I know them, that team is from Chile. They're going to be screaming in their mics, chi chi chi, le le le, because that's what they do. And I see them do it before, baby.
Nice, nice. I like that. One of the team that actually did pretty well in regards to Miramar, actually, in that last game especially, was actually XQ. They were in second place going up against Alpha 7 in that kind of 2v2 situation, 7, where Alpha committed hard to one side, and I think that really paid dividends. XQ was quite separated. I guess they just want to kind of tighten the bolts, and maybe they can get themselves way up the top as well, right?
Yeah, and it comes down to execution. Are they going to go ahead and fix certain things? Like I mentioned, C-Fan probably did not, he didn't finish that first game in Erangel the way he would have preferred, which obviously it would have been maybe just surprised the other teams, because I don't think the teams had any idea that we're there. So I'm looking forward to seeing them just adjust things here and there and just being able to perform better, which is something that he told me that they are currently doing. But I want to go ahead and see it. I want to see it with actions.
All right, well, again, over on the Twitterverse, you guys can vote with the hashtag, team name, and then PMPL at the very end. So tweet at us and tweet at PUBG Mobile Esports as well as to who you think is going to be winning here for the PMPL, maybe even this map in Miramar to get things going. All right, I'm sending our analysis gentleman away. Bye-bye, 7. Give us a little wave. There you go. Bye. Perfect. And I'm bringing back on Mr. John Allen and Black. No, again. What? They're juking me. They're juking me. That's nice. All right, John. How are you doing? You looking forward to Miramar? You want another Alpha 7 win? Come on, bring it.
Sure, why not? Let's see what we can do. I mean, from B7 to Alpha, so B4 to Alpha 7, you know, we're going to be making those chess moves. Not too sure which piece can move from B4.
Yeah, not sure about that one.
I have to double check.
This is the nerdiest analogy I've ever heard.
Why didn't you run that by me, dude? Come on, run that by me and Kalaris next time, please.
We've got to have some kind of counter. All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm done here for now. I'm going to let you bring me Miramar, and we'll enjoy game number 2 of the day.
Thank you very much, Kylaris. Of course, we are going to be getting into game number 2, as he so rightly said. I'm pretty excited. Are we going to see a little bit of chess? Are we going to see some of that, you know, strategical movement? Because so far we've seen some good rotations, we've seen some missteps. So hopefully everyone's going to be able to go up and move those pieces into exactly the right place.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, I'm not going to say that I beat you in chess 8 times the other day, but
you didn't.
You know how it is.
We didn't even play 8 games. I don't know.
How many games did we play?
I think it was 2-2. I think it was 2-2.
I don't think it was 2-2.
Or 3-1.
Go on.
Either way, it's I'm stuck on these chess puns now. I can't get off.
But no, get them out of your head, please. Please remove them. Get them all out now. Just one or the other. And we are going to see the playing path here from Puerto Paraíso all the way to La Driera. So this is pretty painful in terms of a playing path. It does mean that if you want to get up towards Hacienda del Patron, El Azahar, El Pozzo, it's a little bit more difficult for you. But you can take the time, find some vehicles on the road. I'm gonna say that X-Quest Gaming, I think they could do well this game. I don't particularly think that was a bad play from Zifan in the last game on Erangel. You know, obviously he drowned because he was knocked by the blue, which means that you just immediately drown out in the water. And I think that he bided his time long enough to hit that third place. And I think there was a potential if he came in a little bit earlier onto the beaches, he goes out in fourth. And that's a big drop in points. I think it's around about 4 points to 5 points. So you really don't want that to happen. The playing path, however, still not bad for the circle. That's going to come on your screen very shortly over towards Porto Paraiso. It means that people can really take their time. Teams can figure out where they want to play because they've not been dropped too far away from this one.
No, but it does mean teams are going to be a lot closer. And obviously, it's the same story as on Erangel, right? Tempo Storm, they are not dropping right in the center of the map. So Picardo seems to be pretty much open. Several teams heading out that way, but Impala as well being hotly contested indeed. Tremcareta Furacao going to be taking on Grunto in the sidelines. It looks like they are going to take 2 knocks early onto Grunto's team, and the other 2 players left are on the other side of the road. They don't really want to fight this. They're not even that looted up, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, you come up against Senna previously from Brazilian Killers. This guy was already potent last year, and he's showing it up again. Tremcareta Furacao definitely want to do a little bit better in this match, though, if they can continue to get those points upwards, make sure they're still in the running as we head into the later days of the tournament. Again, we're still early, but already 3 days in, John. Only 13 days remaining. Only 13 days. Look, that's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time.
But still, a lot of time, you know, plenty of time to stretch those legs and prove yourself. And Tremcareta Furacao seem to be wanting to do it here on day number 3. They're trying to roll over Grunto, and seems like there's not too much that's going to be able to stop them. Hang on a minute.
I'm dead.
Oh dear. That's not what you want to see. Ren is going to be run over. Ren, sorry. Yeah. They are just going to fall it down. One player still standing for Grunto, but you know that's going to get spotted out. That is unfortunate. Risky business coming in early game.
Yeah, Ran just kind of parked himself in the garage there. Slowly but surely did go down. Swagwin chasing OQ, but OQ's got his trainers on. He's running as fast as possible. Sixless went down.
Yeah, last player standing for...
oh yeah, of course.
He was downed earlier on. So
yeah, no. I saw Senab and Sixless. I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, is that player on Tremcareta Furacao just allowed to die? But I thought it was Senab. But no, my brain's boggled, so it's all good. We're going to look at where the other players are on the map, however, after we've seen that nice little firefight towards the start of Miramar. We've got C9 up towards El Pozo, Omen Elite just underneath them in Monte Nuevo. Minas del Val is where we're seeing Tribe Gaming. They can make a nice insert on the eastern side in Gatekeep. Omen, PK, and C9 as they try and make their way through the main road past Monte Nuevo, just underneath Picardo into the circle on the front here. Team Case, however, I'm expecting them to make another interesting rotation once again from Hacienda del Patron. They will be heavily looted up from that position.
Loops, they've left Picardo early. They want to head in just to the south of Labadita. B4, they're picking up a couple of kills. Mazex is going to find out all about that one. But the position being moved centrally here from Loops. So this is what we saw from the last game. It's what we're going to see again from them this game. Move early, move often. I'm imagining they're going to be able to take that ground wherever they go. They're pretty close up and tight to Alpha 7 right now. So maybe having a bit of a chess move, as we were saying before, over towards the other team that they didn't face off at the end of last circle.
Yeah, indeed. Now, Loops, they're pretty much dead center, like you were saying, John, there. They've got a lot of teams around them, but they just want to find themselves a nice little home and try and wait this one out. If they can get another top finish, obviously came second in the last game, they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves, and that will pretty much cement a successful day, right? If you can hit towards that 40, 50 points area. Dadin, I believe, is very much damaged there, so they want to go over and help that boy out in a second. But here's Mitek, last game getting the first kill of the game onto Beowulf. Taking it a little bit more chill this time around.
Just chilling out, just vibing, as we like to say. But they are going to be getting away with it. Miramar is the map where you need to be finding those vehicles and having that rotational strength, because there's so much open ground to cross it. It's almost impossible until about the last 2-3 circles to do it on foot. So having that mobility is going to play to your advantage very, very greatly. And of course, moving early, moving often is one of the tenets I like to keep touting. That's going to be made all the more easy with those vehicles too.
One of your 10 commandments of John Allen.
Absolutely.
We'll have to make more as we go, and I'll throw up Photoshop and give you an actual stone tablet to one.
Don't rotate 4 in a vehicle. Rotate early and often.
Yeah, you got 2. Don't push it today. You got 2. Okay, we can have more. Like I said before, there's a lot of days remaining. We can work on this too. Run them past us beforehand. Remember, but this is not too bad right now. I think that what we're looking at is a huge clump of players towards Los Leones, just on the southern side. And I really like that point you made there, John, about the vehicles. It is hugely important to keep a hold of those, and that's the thing I wanted to talk about. Is that you need to keep them safe, because obviously everyone on this map of Miramar, as they've already moved into the circle, a lot of the real estate in terms of vehicles will already be taken. I'm going to lead taking a lot of damage from X-Quest Gaming though.
They are going to take a knock as well, but Angry responds in kind. They pull up and they go for the firefight. They can pick up their teammates, but the long-range spray from Starlight going to connect a little bit onto Omen Elite, and their vehicle's taking some damage. They pop out the smokes, they'll be able to get the flush. Shifan is knocked down, but they should be able to come back up. A little bit of a sideswipe might be possible here, though, for HCL. He is on those sidelines. Going to be spotted out, though, and tries to make it across. You can't do that, not in the sights of Omen Elite.
Yeah, I was going to say that XQ Gaming actually had the better position there until HCL did go down, because they had a really nice flank coming through. But now AZ, as well as his teammate, are going to be heavily split. So it's all down to Starlight right now, and that's a nice nade from AZ to take down Juicy. Things start to look a little bit better, and Zfan, with that kill, can actually move way into the building and potentially get rezzed up.
Back and forth for now, and neither team really super keen to continue this fight, but Starlight will go down, and that might actually be go time. AZ, only player left standing for XQ. Actually, it's Mazexis to go out first, so maybe they'll be happy not to go out first, but at the moment, the Sharks are circling Omen Elite, finding out exactly where AZ is. He's trapped upstairs. They know he's there. The timer is ticking away.
Yeah, he has to do something drastic here. Depends how much utility's left. Looks like he's only on bandages, and he has to go against 3 players. Just using that third-person view. He has the Uzi, so he can rattle down a lot of shots off quickly, but you know that Omen Elite preparing for a double-man push here, so even if one of them goes down, they will be able to refrag. Right now, Omen are playing it safe. They don't want to lose another player here. Only having 3 has already hurt them enough.
Oh, the Micro Uzi doing a little bit of damage. He's trying to fall it on back. They aren't going to be able to get it done just yet. AZ still holding down the way against Omen Elite. They swing in, and they will be able to take it down. It looked a little bit ropey there, but Omen Elite stay alive. They'll be able to pick up those vehicles and eliminate XQ in the process.
I'm really happy with that play from Omen. As soon as they hear that reload sound come through, they push it, and they're like, okay, he's completely defenseless. There's no other player in there to support him whilst he does go for that reload. So very good timing from them. And I love the patience coming through from them. They know that they want to keep 3 players alive here, especially on a massive map like at Miramar. They want to make sure they can get as many players to the ending as possible.
The circle got the chill notice, but it's not full chill right now. And neither is Stremko to Furacao, because they are going to take the fight with Tribe. Pinned up on the top, and he needed to find a knock there. It just did not come through for him, and Tribe still 4 players strong. They just want to wipe this squad out straight away. And look at that, they're going to do just that. Goodness me. No one standing in their way. 3 kills on board for Tribe.
The accuracy from Secret there was fairly alarming, to be honest with you. I don't think Vitas stood a chance. I mean, he definitely stood a chance. He was laid down.
Oh, did you see King shut the door to stop the loot?
Oh, I mean, dear. That's classic Kiwi right there. I mean, he wants to get that sniper on board as fast as possible. I need the 8x, bro. That's mine.
Well, he's going to thoroughly deserve it for the rest of his team as well. They'll be a little bit stronger moving forwards. They have got a spot on the eastern side of this next zone that did move pretty much straight towards Los Leones. A little bit closer in as everybody's starting to move forwards. And big news, Cloud9 have not lost a player yet.
Oh, that is huge news. Have that in font 102 on the front pages here. That's what I want to say.
I'll go for 110. I'll give you
110. Okay, 110. All right. Understandable. I'll allow it as the editor of this newspaper.
As the typesetter.
Yeah, there's no actual content. It's just a headline. You know, I keep it simple for my readers at home. They don't have to do much reading.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good. I'm having a good day today. Omen coming just to the side of Cloud9 here, so this might actually be a potential for Cloud9 to get some kills. A potential.
Certainly is. A little bit of replay here as this is the fight between, well, several different teams. You can see there's the hold coming through for AZ, trying to come out. And it's a lot of these teams now that we were looking at early on into the tournament starting to come alive now, starting to settle in. Of course, you know, I said before we are looking at those 10-point averages, Blank, right? That's where you want to be hitting to be in those places to qualify for the World League. And be able to progress further. At the moment, teams like Loops, I think they're currently sat around like a 15-point average, so they're looking real good right now. Hopefully they can continue that. But it's teams like Cloud9 sat around something around like a 5 or 6 point average per map, so they really do need to step it up. There's plenty of opportunity to do so, though.
I know I talk about the cheesy lads a lot here, but I do need to address this really quick. Just very quickly, the fact that they've been able to get past about 8 teams here to the southern side of the circle is just madness. And I think it's all down to this one lad here, Marco, providing such scouting ability to his team, throwing the intel back. I think Team Queso are really giving us a masterclass on how to rotate at the moment.
They're doing well. They're getting their info, although the motorbike pretty dangerous on the divoty ground that is presented by Miramar. We'll have to make sure he doesn't flip it, doesn't leave himself stranded. I mean, we saw a couple of players come a cropper to that last time around. Next circle pops, and it's still on Los Leones, but a lot of ground to that south side. A lot of teams going to have to move.
I mean, Marco's profile picture in game is literally him holding 2 M4s in his hand. So the guy's got dangerous in his name. So I wouldn't worry about the motorbike too much. Pittsburgh Knights, though, as well as Alpha 7 here towards the southern side of Los Leones. They're going to be holding strong. We got Loops on our screen too now for the time being. Miramar slowed down a little bit since the first 2 days, which I'm sure Kalaris will be happy to hear about. He was astonished with how aggressive these teams were. And now things are a little bit more calm, a little bit more calculated. And you kind of expect that on the first 2 days of any league. Everyone's just feeling one another out, seeing how aggressive you can be. And it's nice to already see the adaptation coming through from these chameleons of teams.
Absolutely, they're blending in perfectly and finding those spots that they want to be playing from. On the exit from Los Leones, it seems like there's a little bit of a scuffle going on as well. Alpha 7 are playing currently on the south side of Los Leones, taking a couple of fights. Loops, you can see them pushing in on your screens. That's on the southeastern side of this next zone, and they're getting a little bit close towards B4. See what they're able to do to hold it down. Tribe as well on the southeastern side, just a little bit further north than before. So the fights could pop off any moment.
There's Axiel taking down B4 Pedrog. Oh, Becker runs himself over, sadly, and Pedrog is flush. So a little bit of action on our stream, but let's take a quick rain check on that, and let's have a look where the teams are. Absolutely no one on the western side of the map at the moment, which is why our observers are so beautifully showing us on the eastern side. You can pretty much get a very good gathering of where everyone is just from that little snippet right there. There's pretty much half the circle is unoccupied. It is quite wild.
Yeah, it's a lot of dead ground right now. Everyone moved a little bit further to the north and to the coast. So making that re-rotation back, rubber banding it back into the middle of that next zone, going to be a little bit slow to come through, but there are a few teams who might want to make that move. I mean, Omen Elite, they're pretty much untouched at the top here. You can see on your screen, they're currently vying for position with Team Solid, but they can very easily just extract themselves, move through the main road through Los Leones and take a lot of strength in that ground to the west.
Yeah, Team Solid actually came up against Omen last game as well, and we saw how Angry played around the rooftops. There's no rooftops at the moment for Angry to jump up on, but we'll see if those nades are just as strong as last time. There's Mafioso throwing out the smokes, trying to make an exit from this tricky situation they're currently in. Telly is trying to fire back, but has forgot to reload the weapon. He's like, damn, I have to put a new magazine in this one. Mafioso does go down, though.
Gonna have to try and survive in the warehouse, so should be all right for now. Next circle coming in, and it moves further towards the settlement. This is really good for Alpha 7 here, Blank.
Yeah.
Whoever wins out the fight between Omen Elite and Team Solid on the northern side of Los Leones, they're going to be pretty happy with this too. The rest of the teams maybe not so much. Oh, hang on a minute. Cloud9, they're losing players. They've lost Bayo.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe's already there, and they've had a huge morale boost from day 2. They had a great game last game too, so they're feeling themselves right now. And it feels like Cloud9 is the ones getting the brunt of that one. You know, the big thing you're talking about there, Alpha 7 inside Los Leones, sure they're already in the settlement, but because Los Leones has so many places with high ground, not only can you already be there, you can already set up there. And Kingy also taking down Mystic too, so he is knocked. Lazarus taking some damage, so it's all kicking off now, and this is the exact thing because all the players are already in this circle. The western side had no one over there anyway, so this is going to hugely accelerate the game as we see Tribe here go for the crash onto Team Queso.
They want to try and take this compound from them, a crucial launching point for the assault into the next circle. You can see Seagut trying to push out wide, spots out Marco around the corner, and he will go down. Alucard going to be able to take that one. One player now left standing for Team Queso, priming the nade, looking for the cook, trying to send it around, pushes into the building. They are going to take down Marco, but still left standing. Will not be long, however, as it is Team Queso to go down. Tribe just not stopping. 8 kills found for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, you can have all the rotational prowess that you want, but when you go up against Tribe, who are that aggressive, that good in a gunfight, yeah, things aren't going to go your way there. Criminal Betis taking down Uneven. What is going on with Cloud9 here, John?
Not too sure. They're just getting picked off time and time again. It's looking potentially a little sloppy on the rotates, maybe not moving together. We'll have to maybe do a deep dive into that one. Look back over these VODs, and I'm sure they will be. Nice.
That's the nades. Yeah, those are the nades we were talking about before from Omen. They seem really, really strong with those, actually, able to use them patiently as well as to support a push, and come the smokes to allow them to get a little bit further in. But now Alpha 7, they're chiming in the fight as well from Los Leones' side, and they're still firmly set dead center inside Los Leones right now in the circle, right on top of them.
Omen Elites, we saw them push up into the building before. Oh, that's not what you want to do. Stepping into the fire might prove disastrous for Team Solid. They're 2 players trapped upstairs. Omen Elite looking to go for the push. Angry does get that spot out, and they will know that they're close, but down come the nades. Maybe looking to try and answer and potentially try and play around it, but they fall out the sides for now. They're waiting. They're trying to drop that utility in and force the hand, force the play to come through the next zone. They are just on the edge of it, so they can stay up there for a little bit longer, but Nico doesn't want to let them do so. Going to push on forwards, will get knocked for his trouble as the spray dump comes down through. Flush looking to come in, and Angry will fall down. Telly looking to pick up the pieces. Somehow they managed to lose a player in that, and Omen Elite, they're not going to be happy there.
Yeah, 2 players down. I mean, Omen Elite right now being the bombardiers of the lobby, but still desperately trying to make these gunfights work at the moment in first person, trying to push up those stairs. And now immediately Team Solid come down. There is one player who's res, and he has to do it now. And Nico just about makes it work.
Goodness me,
damn, in the nick of time.
Too close for comfort there for Omen Elite. And they will stay up, but they've only got 2 players left. They'll be able to loot up those meds, but they've got a long push ahead of them to get into this next circle. Look at it, it's fallen all the way southwest and right into the waiting arms of all of those teams on the south. You've got 4 squads vying for that southern side, and the Pittsburgh Knights might just be in with a chance of taking a real strong spot here, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, Nico barely had a chance to breathe the breath of life there before he breathed a breath of death onto Team Solid. But like you said, now they've got to push through Los Leones into Alpha 7. Alpha 7 get gifted a loot crate, but Pittsburgh Knights currently will have a really good position around the silo area and Tribe towards the bottom on their hillsides. Once again, we saw them on day 2 take position on top of the hilltops, and they thrived up there. And you can see them doing it again today. So excited to see what they can pull out here.
Loops looking to maybe push on towards Tribe's location. King A will be the player to take face. Try and prevent this. Sam there to join him now, and they might try and reinforce this side. Loops want to push up. They're playing this cover nicely, but they have to get themselves out of this dangerous valley. A difficult place to remove themselves from, especially when you consider you've got Irish as well for Lazarus, the last player standing for them. They are down to 3 players total at the start of this game, by the way. They didn't manage to put the full 4 on, so they've lost 2 and they are down to 1. But there's King 8 just holding it down from the high ground. This is such a difficult push for Loops to make, and it's not looking to get any easier.
This is exactly what I was saying about before on the desk there. It is Kingy of the Hill. How do you get past this guy? They're raining down death from above in terms of grenades. Federal has just about made his way into cover, if you could even call that shack cover there.
Barely, but he's going to try and make the break out wide. Alucard will spot it out. He's by the tractor, but it's not going to bother King A. He's going to be able to take it down. Carijo will be able to get into the next smokes as well. But Tribe, they're into the next zone. Gets spotted out from the other side. Have to reposition a little bit. Remember, Irish is still in with it. There's Loops getting eliminated. Down in 9th. Really nice holds coming up from Tribe. They are on 12 kills already, Blank.
That is crazy. 2,200 damage already in the game. There is a player, however, from Lazarus. It is Irish. Holding strong, must be quaking his boots right now after hearing the carnage that was going on outside. I'd stayed laid down if I was you, mate, but you're going to have to move. The circle's gone away from you.
Next circle comes on through in just a moment as it does hit that white border. It will center in and actually straight towards the Pittsburgh Knights. This is really good for them. They are the only team fully in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh Knights pretty much just been having a picnic while all the other teams fight out. They're like, do you guys want some tea with that? I brought some coffee in a flask. But now they will have a little bit of action coming their way. Finally, Alucard hits the floor. Nico goes down, so just one player left from Omen. I think actually they're eliminated.
Well, Tribe have been having a picnic of their own as well, and they brought them out to do game fuel. They are absolutely popping off so far. Pittsburgh Knights, though, holding it down. Those jam sandwiches doing them plenty of service right now. They are going to continue to just hold it. The northern push coming in from Alpha 7 going to be curtailed here by Crim Real Betis. It's going to be a pretty tricky move to make. A lot of uneven ground here.
True, John. Currently, they have the high ground. They will have to leave this, but we really want to try and milk this position for as much as possible to get as much of an advantage here. You can see them already doing that nice shot from Nitsu there to get the blow up and will actually flush Abdul if he can hit those shots. Yes, he can. And now they can actually make a move out knowing that's clear in front of them. Pittsburgh Knights trying to shoot everyone's coming through. They're firmly situated here. And this is a very good launching pad here, potentially for that chicken dinner, which you can tell, you can feel Pittsburgh Knights knowing that it's cooking in the oven.
Digo actually stealing that one away. Crim Real Betis lose another kill, but that's 13 kills found. Cloud9, they still have a player in it. It's Ada this time around. Power went down earlier, but I think C got spotted it.
Yeah, C9 just opting to climb the ladders in terms of ranking at the moment, rather than doing too much of anything else. Pittsburgh Knights got a nice little 2-2 split, but I almost prefer them to be a little closer together at this point as we head into the final circles of the game.
They are going to have to push on forwards, but it is such a dominant position. There's Lazarus getting eliminated. For Pittsburgh Knights, this position is so dominant, as I was saying. They just have all of these buildings under lock and key, and they're allowing all of these other teams to fight around them.
Yeah, what you're going to be worried here as Pittsburgh Knights is when Tribe actually do make their way over there, because if they rush to the 4-man unit, take down one of your players, that's it. The security doors have been unlocked, and then Tribe can start to chip away at the defenses from there. But really, the crucial thing is they get rid of B4 before they can do too much damage. Sam drops down. He has to do a lot here and doesn't take down Mixera. Now Tribe's down to 2.
Tribe might have found the hurdle that they're going to fall at. They're on 14 kills already, but the Pittsburgh Knights have a much better position and they don't have to play as dynamic. That's going to be them done. As that's Tribe eliminated, but a really strong game. 21 points found for them total. They'll be very happy there. Crim Real Betis eliminated as well, and now the Pittsburgh Knights position really coming alive. All 4 of them are still standing. 5 kills found, and they are versus 2 and 1. It's a real strong spot for them now, Blank.
Yeah, the Pittsburgh Knights, 4 members remain, the defense is all up, full knights of armor here, and the Damocles' sword is hanging over the head of the other 2 teams. Alpha 7 is really just going to be a bloodbath going forward from Pittsburgh Knights. They have done so well to get here.
There's the shots coming on through. That should be it for B4, and they will fall. Now 1 player stands in their way of victory, and that's not going to last too long, I don't think, because Mitek will get spotted out. They know exactly where he is. He's managed to make sure that one of them is knocked, but tries to go for a death run, and it will not pay off. There's Alpha 7 getting eliminated, and Pittsburgh Knights hold it down. A beautiful run for them. The circle giving them everything they could ask for.
But let's just take a quick moment. Alpha 7, 2 days on the trot, win Miramar, come second on day 3. There's something magical about this team at the moment that they're doing on Miramar. I don't know what it is, but they're making it happen.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, they're just making all the right moves. They're getting their pieces in order and moving them perfectly across the board whenever they need to. So we'll be able to see how good they're going to be moving on forwards. But it's the Pittsburgh Knights, obviously, who are going to be able to take that one home. And they're moving up and to the left just a little bit, but they get themselves a really nice chicken dinner.
Yeah, you would have thought it's a little bit of a fumble from Tribe Game. We're going to bring Kalaris in now, who's going to break it down with the desk, I'm sure, very soon.
Whoa, hey, I'm back. All right, gentlemen, we have Miramar concluded. The Kings have been knocked off here a moment. They're just going to be the Princes. A7, unfortunately, getting themselves only a second place, but actually very commendable that they got a second place there. Xander, Pittsburgh Knights had 40% of the circle for a good while there. Like 7 teams left alive. They have 40% of it in those warehouses, and they held it down.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They were pretty much having a picnic over there. It was a breeze for them. They didn't have to worry about for too much for too long. And I think their biggest opposition was Tribe Gaming. I think if Tribe Gaming could have taken down B4, potentially Pittsburgh Knights had a bit of a worry about it, because obviously they were playing so split. There was a potential for Tribe to do a little bit of that position. But obviously B4 had a fantastic run with only 2 players versus 4.
We actually have that moment later to break down as well. So thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll see you guys later, as we are going to bring on the analysis gentlemen as well to bring you all of the small moments there from that game and talk about it as a whole. 7, Hot Jukes is back. He's not Hot Crackles anymore. He's just Hot Jukes. Okay. And
finally.
Yeah, finally, there he is. So as you say, the Kings A7 been dethroned here, but I'm actually very surprised that they actually got second place. We can talk about that in a few moments' time. Let's talk about Pittsburgh Knights. They got themselves the win. The chicken dinner here, 7, as they were able to hold it down. I was concerned that the split might be a little bit too much, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah, it's something that we were mentioning between Alpha 7. If they would have had the full squad, and maybe they wouldn't have, I think it was Creme Real Betis that was on top of that little mountain overlooking where also PK was and where Alpha 7 could have rushed. I think Alpha 7 might have been able to push all together with the squad and maybe give more of a challenge to PK. But luckily for PK, man, they moved in at the right time. They played patient. They waited just for everybody to go ahead and knock each other off. And Tribe was very surprising there. They were having such a solid game, but miscommunications just hurts, man.
Jukes?
Yeah, you know, you look over there, Pittsburgh Knights, they were set up perfectly for the zone. They were really, really spread out, and I think some squads could have possibly taken advantage of it, but still, I mean, they fragged out of their minds and got it done. Alpha 7 from the top looked to see like they were going to have a great position going into this match, but driving down and getting shot at those vehicles, tough break for Alpha 7, but still, second place. Miramar, man, they just seem to just have it on point.
Yeah, definitely so, and they were only surpassed for the second place by Tribe, who got 14 kills. I think they had 12 kills early on in this game. Never mind everything else. 28 points, though, go to Pittsburgh Knights there, as they took the location, but the location from there, it's kind of hard to get extra kills from, right, Jukes? Because everybody is kind of then above you, and you're just kind of camping out and hoping for the position in the end.
Tough plays, you know, those are some of the weirdest nades to hit as well. You're like, okay, do I just short overhand? Do I throw a long underhand? Try to make it happen the best you can. And Tribe, I mean, still 14 kills. What another great performance coming from them. It just hurts to see them go out the way they did, and I can't wait to dive into it a little bit deeper here in a bit.
Yeah, definitely so. This is actually Loops' worst performance yet of the tournament, and which sounds ridiculous because it was a 9th place with 2 kills. So in total 5 points, not terrible by any means, but that is, when we looked back, 7, they've had a 9th place, but they got 9 kills with that, and everything else has been above that so far. So I suppose you could say they need to tighten the bolts, but it's Loops and they still got themselves a 9th place. They're a ridiculous roster, right? Let's 7.
They are. We know. Listen, I'm still shocked that they got second place in Aaron Girl. I think here they just ran into a much better group in a sense that they were placed better with Tribe Gaming, and Tribe Gaming was just hitting some insane grenades, dude. We were looking at, was like, are those gonna hit? And they did, and that put them at such a disadvantage. And then them trying to just go ahead and rotate out in the open, it seems like they just didn't have enough smokes. It didn't work in their favor. Their worst game, but listen, we have Sandhawk coming up. anything can happen there.
Anything can happen on Sanok. Let's take a focus in, on, of course, on our winners, PK, as they were able to do plenty of damage with the 8 kills that they got out of it. So let's see, 1,800-ish damage with the 8 kills coming in. A little bit of that came in towards the end, but it was really kind of the earlier stages of the game and then the rotation down towards those warehouses, Jukes, that really mattered.
Oh yeah, another big game for Pittsburgh Knights. Love to see this team be able to have these performances here at the big show, especially with the addition of Carnage there. But 8 kills, 7 knocks, great game for them.
Yeah, and even for me, I think so far Pittsburgh Knights have surpassed my expectations. Not just the performances they put up in their first day of gameplay, but also now getting themselves a chicken dinner on the board as well. Fantastic stuff by them so far. 7, when we take a little bit of a broader scope look at all of this, of course, we can take a look at our Mountain Dew game fuel moments. Mountain Fuel can work as well, because there's plenty of moments to look at. And for me, one of the things that really did stand out with the circles and kind of the rotations, a lot of people who were center just kind of slowly navigated over towards the west. What stood out for you, Seven?
For me, it's just Team Queso, man. And nothing seems to be going their way this past 3 days. I'm hoping they find some kind of spark, as you've been mentioning. Just start the engine in some kind of way. We saw B4 do it. Listen, they were able to at least be a little bit more consistent now in placing and get a little bit more kills with getting 5 kills in the last one. But Team Queso, I don't know what's going on over there. And another one that we haven't really seen that great rotations of it or anything going their way would be Cloud9, but Tribe is one of those teams that's just been taking advantage of it. And Omen, even though they've been a little bit quiet here and there, they are still able to back up with some kills. I believe they got 6 kills in that last round.
Yeah.
So great to see by my boy Nico clutching up some plays in the 1v1.
Loops got caught in a red zone there, Jukes.
Oh yeah, exactly. I was just saying that while we were watching it, man. I mean, literally, Loops found themselves in a red zone via Tribe right there, throwing it down. Nothing they can do in that situation, but Loops is a team that we've just seen kind of bully everybody throughout all these matches. And you know what? I think we can give them 1 jail out of free card for this game. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely so. Some of the final moments here as well as B4, they got into an originally decent position with that kind of little dip, but one of the scary things, Seven, about that dip there and next to the road is once your opponents know that you are there, any grenades that come down towards you are going to instantly navigate towards you because they're in a small defilade that all narrows on 1 point. So it can be difficult as much as it is originally a blessing when you get there at the start.
Yeah, luckily for B4, it seems like Tribe had already used all of their grenades when they were going up against Loops. So B4 got super blessed there, and miscommunication between back and forth. I believe we'll be breaking it down here in a little bit, but seeing Sam push up by himself and just a lot of questionable decisions there from players of Tribe. Listen, I think if they would have just stick to their plan, if they would have worked together, if they would have had the right communication, they probably would have won this game with even a lot more kills. They ended up with 14 kills. That's still a lot, but I think they maybe could have broken that 20 mark.
Well, we'll get an opportunity to look at Tribe's overall damage as well in relation to those kills right now as we look at all 16 teams that are playing here in this lobby. So there's Tribe once again putting up the big numbers. They are machines when it comes to the damage done. Jukes, as Seven just said, it could have gone even better for them had they not kind of, stumbled at the very end.
I know this is the hardest part I think about when it comes to analyzing these kind of plays, because if you look, Tribe 14 kills, 2,467 damage, destroying the rest of the lobby, and it's so difficult to give criticism on these things because that's such a huge performance. At the same time, though, we look and we know their ability, we know what they can do, and just tiny little misplays could have meant the world. Could have been an extra 5 kills and a chicken dinner, and especially here at this level, the difference between those points could mean thousands of dollars. So, yeah, I can't wait to dive into it a little bit deeper.
Yeah, let's take a look at the top players here from this game as well. And the reason we kind of focus on this, Duke, so we'll get to see later on, is kind of because for PK, not really much happened for them once they were in the spot that they were in. They just had to sit things out and do the business. But as you can see here, almost 1,000 damage coming in from 2 of the Tribe's members.
Insane.
As we have 800 damage coming in from Raven and Nitsu being able to put up quite a bit as well. What do you make of it, Jukes?
I mean, look at this. I mean, it's always surprising to be able to see an IGL be one of the top fraggers as well. And that just shows the veteranness coming from King A. Being able to make calls and be able to shoot at the best level of all of your teammates, that's huge. I think that we only really see another player that's pretty good at doing it in the past is Beowulf from Cloud9. I know that they're kind of struggling here today, but King A seems to be taking on that role over these past few days, crushing it for his team. And then you look at Sam, Raven, Nitsu, I mean, all having some great damage as well, but that definitely sticks out to me for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Creme Betis being able to push themselves up there as well. Good for them off the back of, having not the easiest of days for day number 2-7, but really wanting to kind of step things up. It's another one of those teams that we expect big things from. But let's take a look at exactly some of the moments here that we've kind of been alluding to throughout all of this, the analyst highlights here to get things going. So this is the fight, Jukes, as it goes down. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, this is the tough one right here. So you see Tribe kind of holding it down on B4, and like you mentioned earlier, gravity, it's OP when it comes into the situation. So they're going and just trying to get these nades set up for B4, but I think this is that turning point. They're crushing it. So many kills for this squad here. But yeah, when it comes to Tribe, just there has to be some kind of miscommunication play here because they were playing as a group, fragging like crazy. That nade happened right there, and Sam, not sure if maybe his foot was a little too heavy on the gas or something, just kind of getting caught out on his lonesome, and then just one by one running in, getting taken apart piece by piece. So tough for Tribe in this situation, and it sucks to see.
Two things I want to ask there regarding this. You can see Seagot just got out of the buggy. It may have been a little bit premature, but so that is one thing. Was it premature to get out of the buggy there? And the second thing I got to ask you is, do you think they truly knew that the second player from B4 had pushed up all the way onto the hill? Because that kind of was a little bit of a spoiler for them to deal with.
Definitely. I think that when it comes to these kind of plays, it's just so intense, and you want to be able to have clear communication from your squad mates. And I think you notice, like, from different kinds of teams, when it comes to these kind of intense situations, some players default a certain way. I think we see Loops, when they're in this kind of situation, they just almost get 10 times more aggressive and just push their way through. If you look at like Team Solid, they seem to play it more passive, even when they're in a favorable position. Tribe, here in this situation, they were just...
Okay, I can't hear anything again. But I'm sure it'll be fixed in a second. These guys will be talking.
That's right. I'm here with you if you can hear me.
I've got you now.
Now, one of the things I want to go ahead and mention, Team Queso, man. Once again, not having the performance that you would like in Cloud9 with 12 matches and only 66 points. You hate to see those kind of performances from those teams. B4, even though they got a chicken dinner, hopefully they can go ahead and continue that kind of momentum that they were having. In Grunto Esports, it seems like Sixless got taken out early in the game, and that hurt him a lot. It hurt him a lot. I know there's a language barrier between the two of them, but it definitely hurt him big time.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the kind of wrap up on the overall standings here so far. We break down what Tribes is doing, but they're still number one right now with insane performances across the board, because if they're not winning, they are still fragging out hard. Let's take a look at the schedule here so far. As we had 2 games down, 3 games to go, as we'll be going on to Sandhawk next, then Vikendi, and then Erangel. Jukes, when you're looking at Sandhawk and how it actually plays out here so far, we've seen pretty tame circles, in my opinion, so far from our Sandhawk games. One down towards the southwest island, then one down towards Quarry area. I want to see a wild circle. What about yourself?
I want to see as well. I want to see just some more shenanigans. We've been able to see all kinds of different hardships yesterday, and be able to see that again today, I think would be definitely entertaining.
Yeah, definitely so. How about yourself, Seven? What are you expecting from Sandhawk?
I want to go ahead and see XQ starting to pick it up here. And one of the other teams that I think they're going to be engaging is we're going to see Loops Esports and Tribe Gaming. Are they going to both go ahead and land very close to each other in boot camp? And if that happens, are they going to commit to the fight early on, or are they just going to try to loot and get out really quick? I want to see how that's going to be playing out early in the game.
I think for Tribes, when we're looking at how this squad is shaping up here, Jukes, as we take a close look at Sandhawk and we can continue discussing this, is that they are, along with Tempestorm, who is not playing today, they're standing above and beyond a lot of the North American rosters. What makes Tribe so good? They've got an all-star lineup for sure, but what is it for you, Jukes?
Well, I mean, I think that's exactly what it is. You have like some of these players here, one of the very few to both play in North American lands as well as in global lands. Just a ton of experience on these rosters, so they can definitely frag out. The only issue that it seems to look like, at least from my perspective, is just being on the same page, just that communication. If they're able to tighten it up and get that synergy down 100%, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. I believe they already are, as we've seen in the past few days. But that just a little bit more polished, I think, is all they need to be able to be that just all-star consistent team.
They'd be unstoppable. They would be like world champion level if they go all the way up there. That would be scary indeed. Let's use the hashtags with the team name as well as PMPL at the very end. Join us on the Twitterverse and tweet at us as to who you think is going to be doing well and who is going to be winning. Are you a Tribes Gaming fan? Maybe there's quite a few of you out there, especially after seeing the performances they have put out so far. Or maybe our Pittsburgh Knights, who have just got themselves the win afterwards as well. Guys, you can also get yourself drops if you're watching in-game. Don't forget that. So make sure you're watching the PMPL as well. Some extra little goodies to go. I'm not a big fan of the hat, Jukes. How about yourself?
Oh, that hat is looking styling right there. So you know that if you're laying down in Sandhawk, that'll definitely give you all the camouflage you need and protection going into it. So definitely want to pick that up if you can get your hands on it.
You're going to need all the camouflage you can get when it comes to Sandhawk. Although that being said, there's plenty of little plants to be able to hide around 7, and that'll give you a little bit of extra coverage when it comes to, you know, snaking around, finding yourself some little kills. What do you think?
Yeah, you know, and you also got some crate coupons there, so if anything, you can maybe go ahead and pull some awesome stuff off the crates.
Yeah, definitely. I need to do some
Level
of that
3
myself.
top hat.
Level 3 top hat?
Oh yeah, that's what it is right there. Gotta have it.
Gotta have it. All right, gentlemen, I am going to send you away into the Shadow Realm once again. Why have I had so many Yu-Gi-Oh references in these broadcasts? I don't know. All right, I'll see you in a few, and then I'll bring on the commentators here to get everything going, of course, because we're going to be switching things up slightly, I do believe, as we will have Mr. John Allen once again. I think he might be joined by a different face. It's Mustache Dave with an interesting choice of facial hair because he still has a mustache. Dave, what's happening right now?
Listen, it's a fake one. It's a fake one. I really shaved my real one, but they got the CGI. Just like you're in the studio, they CGI'd this mustache because they said it's too short notice. I just can't change my name before the cast. So trust me, it's shaved. It's shaved, colors.
I wanted the lower third shaved, Dave, personally. That would have been actually spectacular. Anyway, John, how are you looking forward to Sandhawk? What are you up to, mate?
I'm hoping it's going to be a nice, fun game. Hopefully the circle is going to be kind to us again. You know, it's been pretty crazy over these last few days.
Yeah, I want Northwest. I want Northwest up on the hill. It's one of my favorite endings because anybody that eventually gets up there ends up with like 25 kills, and then you're happy. And then you get to see a ridiculous performance, maybe even setting a record for the actual tournament as a whole. I want more records. I want records broken. But for now, gentlemen, I am going to disappear, and then I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of these two. I'll see you in a few.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. We're going to send him to the graveyard, but luckily I've got my monster reborn for the end of the game. We'll bring him right back. But for now, it's going to be me and Dave. We're going to be getting underway with Sandhawk, and then we're going to be seeing what these teams are going to bring to the table. And Dave, I'm going to put it straight in your wheelhouse, okay? Tempestorm not playing today. They drop in central locations, Painan on Sandhawk.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's going to be wide open. And you know what? If I am one of the squads like Tribe Gaming, if I am Loops, I might not want to drop boot camp. Knowing the fact that Tempo are sitting out, like you mentioned, Pinam wide open, I might opt to go there.
That's absolutely. I mean, Tribe pretty set normally on that boot camp drop, and they've won it, I think, pretty much every time they've gone there so far. We'll see if they're able to do so again. I mean, if the rest of the games today are anything to go by, I'm sure we'll see them go out for it. But the playing path comes on through and are on a westerly course.
Yeah, teams will be jumping on out. I mean, there's just something with boot camp. Tribe, they love it. Loops, they love it. Back in scrims, they had about 80 games to fight for, and there's still no clear-cut winner at the end of the day. So hopefully with today's matches, you know, Tribe You know, they're doing phenomenal, like Hot Jukes mentioned on the desk. But another squad, Loops, they are looking to make the come up once again on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see they're already starting to go for that fight as well. Painan seems to be pushed towards Omen Elite, wants to try and take that ground. I think Tremgareta Furacao as well, moving a little bit further east, so we'll see where they end up landing. Actually, Team Queso pretty near boot camp as well.
Yeah, Team Queso is something that they like to do. They like to go just a little north of boot camp, and we've seen them time and time again. Say Loops, say Tribe, they're popping off in the kill feed. Team Queso, they'll try to sneak up, get close and personal, and try to actually get a couple of these thirst and a couple points to go with it. Like you mentioned, circle number 1 is up. I mean, a majority of the players are already going to be in it, so that's a good thing.
Be able to have a little bit of safety moving forwards and timing as well. Sega tries to go in for the fight, but will go down for it. They're going 1-for-1 as well. Now it's 2 players down for each of these squads. Loops look at a flush out too, so they confirm both of those, and they still have their team up and standing. This is not the best start at all, and Alucard loses Sega as well. Goes around the corner with the Vector, tries to snake out wide, snake across, gets the QBU out, but it will not hit as the drop shot lands, and Tribe eliminated. 16th place for ostensibly one of the best teams in this tournament right now.
Ooh, that hurt. That hurt me. I mean, the QBU, I mean, the hip fire, it's a powerful weapon, but up against that Vector, like you mentioned, King A and Sam, strong players for the team. They got thirsted quick. They got thirsted so quick right there. And then Loops, 3 members knocked down in that engagement. They should be able to get the revive. But like I mentioned, sometimes Team Queso, they see the kill feed popping off. Sometimes they try to third party that one. And if there was a moment, now is the time.
Looks like they're not going to quite go for that rotational path. You can see them just moving down to the southeast here, Dave, and looks like they want to get a little bit closer towards the middle of this circle, coming on forwards and have a little bit of control over the very difficult area of ground between bootcamp and quarry.
Zone over everything. Zone over everything, especially on Sandhawk. Once when we start to get towards circle, 5, circle 6, I guarantee you, our play zone, the blue zone, is going to take out a lot of people.
Pittsburgh Knights have moved across the river from near Hatin and from those compounds on the eastern side. They have made their way to the mainland, and they might come into contact a little bit close for comfort with Lazarus, although they are already down to 2 players, so not too much resistance to be offered.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Lazarus, I really can't say they're having an off day. They got Russell on the plane right now. They're all trying to regroup at a gaming house so that they have that nice sweet ping. So today, kind of just an unfortunate day for the squad. But moving forward, being in the gaming house should be pretty good for them.
Let's take a look at these replays as well. You see, I was just going to go around the corner. It nearly looks good for Alucard there. He looked like he might have been able to get it, but that was a really strong drop shot coming out from Carijo to be able to get it done. It looks like Lazarus have been spotted out by the Pittsburgh Knights. They're going to try and push on in, and Irish falls. 1 player left standing now. It's just the Doc. Will it be able to land a shot? The Vector is there, and it's a low HP target inside, but they pick up the pieces. That's just numbers advantage. Playing well for Pittsburgh Knights there as Lazarus are eliminated.
So close right there. I mean, Lazarus going into that fight, a 3v4 essentially. I mean, when we talk about the Knights, they are popping off, and I'm kind of surprised because Carnage, a new addition towards the squad when it comes to the PMPL. They didn't have much time to practice with that individual player when we look back at the scrims, and just the fact that they're getting some chicken dinners, they're getting a lot of kills, maybe Carnage is what the squad needed.
We'll have to see if they're able to continue that strength. They're doing well so far. Cloud9 over in Paradise Resort as well, yet to leave that location and not really under pressure to do so right now. To their south, they've got a lot of players grouping up around Quarry as well, and Team Queso on your screens, you can see they're one of them. They have control of a compound just to the northwest of it.
Yeah, I know a lot of people definitely rooting for both Team Queso, like you mentioned, in a centralized position. Same thing with Cloud9. They've been having some real rough rotations. Almost every single time you see them on the move, they stumble across somebody and they lose a member. And then from there, it's just up to really Pyra to try to get some placement points. And it just has not been working out for the boys.
No, not at all. I do want to highlight as well, earlier on into the game, we saw a member of Team Solid actually go down to just drowning themselves. So that's not ideal. They're down in the south side of the map near Camp Charlie. As they try to push over across, they've got 2 players on the mainland. One still trapped over on the other side. So we'll see how they're able to get into the circle as well, as everyone else is rotating in from that southwest aisle too.
Yeah, maybe it was from that big flame from Blank game 1, you know? Maybe that's what's going on from them.
Yeah.
I mean, Team Solid, you know, they're doing okay, in my opinion. Coming into today, I think they were like 7th place on the overall leaderboard, so they're definitely up there with the big dogs like Tribe Gaming, XQ, Alpha 7.
Yeah, they came in 6th total with 90 points at the start of the day over 10 games, so hitting a 9-point average so far on the games before today. And we'll see if they're able to have a similar level of strength. I mean, I was talking before about what sort of averages you want to be hitting, and if you can break that 10-point per map barrier, you're going to be in with a pretty strong chance of moving forward to the World League, which is really what all of these teams are here for.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the 10 points per game, it's even more important here when it comes to the PMPL, because the leaderboards, they just add up. Compared to the scrims, every single day, it would be wiped. So if you did poor one day, it's like, oh, okay, we're going to come into the next day. Everybody's on an even level playing field, 0 points, but that's not the case here.
Pittsburgh Knights have spotted some chum in the water, and they are going to be chowing down. They pick up another kill. 4 kills already for the Pittsburgh Knights. This is seeming to ramp up for them, and you're right, Carnage doing wonders for the squad.
Doing wonders, and you love to see it because, you know, you hear things, and Carnage, a really good player, really phenomenal when it comes to gun skills, just a lot of individual, you know, skills when it comes to communication, and it seems like Carnage has worked on that since Malaysia, and is just bonding really well with the squad, and that's what I want to see. I want to see teams, you know, pick up these new players and right off the bat just hit it off, and that synergy. And you know, yesterday our keyword of the day was vibing. Well, the Knights, they are vibing. They got a chicken, and now they're on Sandhawk just looking for kills.
They are so ready to take those fights and go to the wall and all the way. But they are pretty isolated right now on the north side of the circle. A little bit of a scuffle now breaking out between B4 and XQ Gaming. 2 players for XQ are up close and personal. They might try and look for a little bit of a flank as well. See what they can do. They have players a little bit further back away from the fight as they split up. It looks like they are going to get some nade damage, but this is a really tricky spot here for B4. There are a lot of teams around ready and waiting to take these fights.
Yeah, and it does look like the other 2 members of B4 are going to be attempting to close that gap and kind of group up with their other squad mates here. AZ possibly recognizing that, going to be pushing back with HZL.
Regroup incoming, and B4 disengage. Soda XQ, and that's going to be pretty much the end of that scuffle. Next zone coming in just a few seconds. Pittsburgh Knights moving down from the north. They're going to have pretty much no one standing in their way. Cloud9 have moved down south towards Barn, just out to the west of it. And they are going to control some of that ground there as well as next circle. Zone's real central. I said this is what I wanted to see, Dave. I wanted to see the circles be nice, have a fair game. Let's see if the teams that haven't been having those performances are going to be able to come up here. C9, for instance, are they going to be able to keep that foothold?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be in the circle. They're up there. Nobody's around them for the time being. We might see the Knights rotate on past them here. Maybe even that solo member from Alpha 7. Oh, Alpha 7, they actually have 2 up. So, yeah, I mean, Cloud9, they're definitely setting up to potentially get some early rotation kills. But my fear, moving forward, like, what is their game plan? Because Quarry, there's about 5 teams already in a centralized position.
I have to try and figure out a path for them to move forwards into the game. No one really taking a lot of fights. I mean, we saw the clash in boot camp early on, and that obviously didn't go well for Tribe, but not too many other fights, less so than perhaps you'd expect. Quarry being the main feature of this next circle, proving to isolate a lot of teams around those rotational paths, and everyone out to the east, if the circle moves west, they're going to have to funnel in past all of the existing positions.
Yeah, and just, you know, really quick, going back to that, Garcia parking the scooter in here, keeping those tires good to go. You love to see it. But going back to that boot camp fight, you know, Tribe, I think we saw them in first place, right, over the break. So they definitely have wiggle room to work with as far as getting taken out in 16th position. Remember, a 16th position, only 1 point. My fear is, though, say, for example, tomorrow we see Loops, we see Tribe go at it once again. If Tribe lose boot camp again, I hope that they can change their spot. I mean, those two squads are just so stubborn, and I just hate to see both of them with the risk of only getting 1 point per game.
Yeah, it's not something you want to see. I mean, consistency is the main name of what everyone's trying to achieve here. So going for those 50-50 coin tosses or going for those even 60-40 fights that you may win more often than not always going to be worth it. Yeah, the expected value of that just drops over time as you take more and more risks. So perhaps a little bit more safety on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. That's all it is. And it looks like one of the members, Paris Boy, actually going to be knocked down right there behind this rock. Should be able to get revived over here. Those guard towers that Fox is at, you can prone there. You can get so much good information as far as when a team might push up there. But honestly, at least here in the Americas, I have yet to see like the guard tower actually pay off, because most of the time it's such an easy target. Once when that squad starts pushing uphill, they immediately start tossing grenades, start tossing mollies right into the guard tower, because it's such a predictable spot to have an enemy in. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, especially with two of them in the guard tower. This is getting me real nervous right now.
Well, maybe they're hoping that no one's going to look their way. They're just an old couple just looking for their loot, and they're just going to mind their own business and hope no one else steps up to them. We'll have to see what they're able to pick up. But Loops, this is one of the teams that we're out to watch today, obviously having such a strong performance across all the games they've been in, wiping Tribe early in that boot camp fight, and now they have moved south. Next circle about to pop, but it's going to move right towards them as well, so they're going to be really happy now.
Yeah, and I believe on the overall like damage leaderboard, I want to say Loops, they have three out of the top 5 players on that. So Loops, they are just coming in the games. They are getting the knocks and getting that thirst. I mean, they hit those right next to him though. XQ, that's going to be an interesting fight if we do see XQ and Loops kind of, fight over that one crate right between them.
That's what we were looking for, the fight between XQ Gaming and Loops, two of the stronger fragging teams in this tournament. Maybe Tribe stepping up. Obviously, they've already gone out of the fray, so we'll have to settle for the one that we were looking for before all of this started to pop off. Omen Elite as well claim themselves a crate just out to the west of Quarry.
You love to see it. You love to see it. And they're going to be right smack in the middle. They have a couple shacks to work with. So, Omen, they're probably going to just, turtle up for the time being. A majority of our squads are going to be out there on the east side, though. I know we were talking about Cloud9. They might be getting gate kept right now. Here comes a grenade from Vit2K.
Trying to lob it on over. Get a little bit of pressure towards Alpha 7, but might do less pressure and more info giving away. We'll reveal a little bit about that position. But you're right, Dave, there's so many teams on this east side of Quarry, and everyone's going to look to move to the west, that it's going to be a real tricky fight to make work for them. The Pittsburgh Knights as well, playing edge on the eastern side, can really have an impact on these third parties.
Yeah, the Knights will be coming in last here. They seem to have a couple vehicles to work with. Will they just straight up YOLO send it on into Quarry and, look for some cover behind those rocks? It's going to be a bloodbath right here. I mean, we're only in circle number 3. Yeah, we already see Uneven starting to get some shots here on the kill feed.
Able to land one, knock onto Trem Carreta Furacao. They will be able to res it, but they might just take the compound off the back of the start of the fight. It's a good opening, and it might give them a really nice position if teams try and push around to the northern side of Quarry. So hopefully they'll be able to get something done. All 4 of them still standing, and this is a position that you don't see from them all too often, to be quite honest with you. Beowulf finds one, they get a second as well. Pyra lands the shots, and they are starting to make it work. There's the flushes coming on through, and 2 players now remain for Trem Carreta Furacao.
Thing is, with Team Carreta, they are so good at just, playing that snake. They like to go into compounds and they don't make a move. They don't make a move. So that's my concern right now. Hopefully, if you are Pyra and Uneven, you stay close to each other. So if you do breach into one of these compounds, you don't get insta-thirsted.
Ooh, trades going back and forwards. That's Carnage eliminated as PMPL Betis gatekeeping on the sidelines. And there's a little bit of contribution from a little bit further in from B4 to try and help Pittsburgh Knights, it seems, get in towards this circle. They're down to 3. They're out in the blue. It's early zones, so they can push forwards. And you can see that Escanor left in that shack. Really down on his luck here. Not a great position, but they'll try and move on through nonetheless.
Yeah, they're getting picked apart, though. Jagger will be knocked down. And like you mentioned, the blue, it's not too bad, but then again, it is applying that additional pressure, especially with the next circle shifting on up. Even if the Knights can make it on into this edge, get Jagger up, they're not in the next zone. Just unlucky for them. Unlucky.
Smokes will bloom. They'll look for the res. They can get it done and make their way into the zone, but they have to clear the ground in front of them in the meantime, which is not all too easy. You got Team Solid beyond the remaining player from PMPL Betis, who is currently in the zone. The next circle has popped, as you can see in the center of your map there, just to the west of Quarry. So all those teams out to the east have to make the move. Grunto taking heavy penalties on the western side. It's Loops to come into contact with them, and they'll be having the fear of God put in them. They are going to go down. Yeah, there we go. All of them fall off, and Team Solid trying to hold it out as well on those sidelines. The Pittsburgh Knights, they're not having the best game here.
Yeah, we just saw him pass by in the buggy. Unlucky. Seems like Raven is still going to be alive. NTX from Team Solid also on that bike, missing that front tire. Hey, you got to use what you got in front of you, and that's exactly what these solo players are doing right now. But like you said, Loops, they were successful in their gatekeep all the way out there on the west end of the circle. They took out Grunto instantly, and now they're going to have themselves a nice spot in this new circle.
Start to move forwards as well towards that center, as you say, looking for everyone to try and push in from the east. There's a few buildings that they're going to be lining there, but then when they have to leave that, all of a sudden it becomes no man's land, and well, really then at that point it's anyone's game. Team Queso as well on the northwestern side. A nice rotation coming out from them again to stay out of the fight, but give themselves a lot of strength moving forwards into this next circle.
Yeah, if I'm Team Queso, I'm probably going to pump my brakes and just be thankful that I'm in circle number 4 and not test your luck, because if you run right on into Loops, Team Queso, I believe they're down a member. Okay, no, they actually have 4 up. So if they do run into Loops, it's going to be a straight up 4v4, but that's all the way on the east side. Right now, the main fight up here on the high ground, XQ trying to gatekeep, trying to defend their hill. They're rice patties from Team Solid.
Looks like the Pittsburgh Knights on the southeast are going to get eliminated. That's Raven falling, and they will go down in 12th. XQ as well guarding against Team Solid. One player around the side as the next circle almost coming in as well. Will prompt some movement going forwards. You see Cloud9, they are trying to exit Quarry, but it's such a difficult push to make, especially when you've got teams on either side of you, Dave. It's just really, really tricky.
What a choke point, too. What a choke point. They only have one exit to make it on out of that quarry, and they're all grouped up. They're trying to get on out of there, but Fox is going to be spotting them.
Spotting them, yes, but hitting them, not quite. Should have been a knock there, but allows them to get away with it. Tremker to Furacao as well, very nearby. Tries to go out wide, tries to go around. One of them will go down, and they might want to look for those refrags, but in the meantime, this might allow Cloud9 to actually push on through if they have their wits about them. They might try and make the break for it now, and Even does get knocked, and Team Solid are eliminated. Down on the southeast, they will be forced to stop there. Tremcaretta Furacao as well going to go down, but in the meantime, there it is. Cloud9 have made that break for it, and they've made their way to the buildings.
Team Caretta definitely saving Cloud9 to allow them to get to cover, but almost as quick as that happened, here comes Omen, the Death Squad. 4 up, 5 kills so far. They are pushing right into Cloud9.
Gonna find out about it though. Uneven, very low, does get the heal off, will be able to run with the blue. Has to go into contact though, sprays down 1. Is traded pretty quickly. Juicy will be able to pick that one up, but not really too much more. I don't think they want to wait to get this res. I don't think they're going to be able to do so. So down to 3 for Omen as they trade it 1 for 1 with Cloud9. Pyra snaking in around the corner. Might have been spotted out there. Bayo is going to try and hold it down as well, as Angry is pretty low. They get some shots off as Angry pushes in. Will get knocked. Bayo holds face. Another pushes through and Nico falls. Omen Elite eliminated and Cloud9 stands strong.
That is huge. Beowulf recognizing there's a little tiny corner where they can survive without being damaged by the blue zone. Will be forced to go into that corner, defend their position, and continue to carry that Cloud9 flag strong moving forward.
Adder on the outside, though. It's going to be pretty tricky to stay up. Team Queso trying to push in from the northwest. Two of them going down to the zone. XQ going pretty hard right now as well to dominate the southern side of this circle. B4 the only team who have managed to find their way into the next, and they have the only building there. The warehouse is theirs.
B4 looking really good right now, looking really strong, and they still got Pedro alive. Pedro definitely the hard carry on the squad. My fear is, can they defend it against mollies? Can they defend it against grenades? We got XQ overlooking that compound right now. Beowulf in the blue, trying to heal on up still, trying to survive from Cloud9.
He was able to get it done. Zixus spotted out by Loops, and they are going to be pincered down. They did manage to trade a knock, and that might leave Loops down to 3. The zone will push them in, and at this late stage, it's not going to be the easiest to get that res off. Might just be down there, but they will eliminate them nonetheless. Zixus are going to go down in the middle of that pincer between XQ and Loops, but XQ taking the opportunity to try and push on up. Do get a knock over to Loops, but don't want to continue to push. Another one's found. They want to get into the zone. Cloud9 were eliminated in the meantime. That's Bayo finally going down out in the zone. B4 have the next zone as well, as no one really pushing in. It's very, very difficult to make this push down the hill now, Dave.
Yeah, very difficult, like you mentioned. Loops losing 2 in the process against a fight with Mazexix, and XQ just getting the thirst right there. So now only 1 left alive from Loops. XQ still with 4. B4 still in that warehouse with 4 up as well.
They want to move out wide, potentially take some outside ground. They know the next circle will push them out, so sticking in that warehouse could prove to be very, very dangerous for them. The nade's coming out. They know where Mystic is. Might want to push it, but they do have to be wary. Further up the hill, you've got the Loops players who are remaining, ready and waiting to take any fight they can. Mystic will be able to nice nade over onto B4. Looks for another as well, gets another spray down, flushes one out. Mystic coming alive here for Team Queso. There's 4 teams remaining, He spots out Loops. No way! Mystic's on an absolute tear, tries to push on out. Maybe a little bit too big for your boots there, my friend. Will go down, as it will be now B4 to try and hold it, but they're going very, very low. It's XQ rushing into the zone, and they're taking control of this warehouse. They have the angles, and they are able to rattle it down. B4 are eliminated, and XQ from the sidelines take it down.
I mean, Mystic from Team Queso right there, throwing caution to the wind, definitely impacting the end here. Pretty much helping XQ, right? Because Mystic was able to not only take down that solo from Loops, but also knock down 2 from B4, and XQ just utilizing that to their advantage at the end there. Beautiful push and play from the squad XQ Gaming.
A really nice format for the final circle there. I said I wanted to see a kind of circle. We saw Cloud9 get closer towards the end. We saw some real strong gameplay coming through from multiple different teams. So I'm pretty happy with this result to be getting on with.
That's right. XQ getting themselves the victory. Mustache Dave. They got themselves a 2nd place in our first ever Sandhawk here for the PMPL and kind of spoil out for the ending towards that. They were in a strong position, but now they get themselves the retribution. They get the 1st place, and it was great seeing them sweep up from that southern position and eventually hold off a B4 that had no cover other than a solid wall when it came to that building that they had.
Yeah. I mean, B4 100% kind of depending on that compound, a little too heavy. And then when they did pop out, they all wrapped around that one rock, all 4 of them. Mystic spotted them. I don't even recall any smokes being used in that push on out of that compound. That might have spelled disaster from the B4 squad.
Difficult stuff, but a 2nd place is still very commendable. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to bring in the analysis guys once again to break everything down. XQ, as if they needed more points. How many times am I going to say that throughout these broadcasts? I wonder, because the top guys keep getting richer. Jukes, I've got 7 as well. 2 very richly intelligent gentlemen here for the analysis. Jukes, I'm going to start with you. XQ getting themselves the victory here, going up against B4. What did you take away from some of these final fights?
Another dub for XQ Gaming, and it's kind of funny because in the second week of scrims, they seem to be struggling greatly, but here in the PMPL, just crushing it. Shifan leading the way, getting some great kills for his squad, and B4 as well. They've woken up today. We've already seen them get a good solid chicken dinner, and then now in Sandhawk with a second place and some solid kills. And to mention it as well, you can't forget about Loops Esports, man. Loops Esports having to bully their way through, just showing and executing it so properly. Unfortunately, getting 4th place, but great kills, great performances overall on the Sandhawk bench.
Let's take a look at those map rankings here. For the points coming in throughout all of this is XQ. We'll get a decent lion's share with at least the 20 points for a position, and then plenty to boot when it comes to the kills as well. Not the highest kill game by any means, but 30 points is definitely great. Loops. Can you calm down? Jeez Louise. 11 kills coming in for them, 19 points in total, so they overpass what we see here from B4. 7, Loops just... I said it whilst we were watching the game. Are they ever going to get a double-digit finish? I don't think so. They're just phenomenally strong.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they would have to get very, very unlucky. They've been very consistent with the kills. I think, as we mentioned, at the previous match in Miramar, that was their worst game so far that we've seen from them. And they've been able to just back up with skills that they have. And they were on a tear there, man. It was actually, it's so much fun watching a team that's on a tear, but they've been falling short of the win. I want to see them be able to start getting wins as well, right? Because don't get me wrong, the kills are nice, the placement are nice too, but you also want to back them up with wins.
Mate, it's a matter of time at this point. I'm just ticking down the minutes until we get a Loops win, considering their consistency throughout this tournament so far, and we also saw our last position finishes just there before as well. So let's take a look at the overall team stats for XQ coming in here. As I mentioned before, they got themselves a 2nd place on a Sandhawk already, so to get another 1st place, it really does show that they have decent command of the map and are able to bring it to the table, Duke. So very impressive by them.
I mean, impressive indeed. 10 kills, just to be able to get that many kills in a match and a high level as PMPL is difficult as it is. And they seem to be doing it consistently. Shifan in the first game was able to get placement even when the rest of his team was out. So XQ, they are on point, doing exactly what they need to do here in the PMPL.
Interesting as well, 409 healing. That's actually one of our lower healing numbers when it comes to these games. So it does go to show, Seven, that the fights that they were taking before the finale were very clean, very instant execution, good angles, able to get in the right spots so that they were stopping damage from coming towards them while still getting the kills. That's some good stuff.
Yeah, it goes to show their execution is on point today. And keep in mind, as we mentioned, on the first day, we saw XQG wake up on Sandhawk. And then they went on, and I believe they ended up getting 2nd place, if I'm not mistaken, on Big Candy. So are they going to be able to go ahead and continue with that kind of performance here? I'm looking forward to seeing what they do.
Stuff started out aggressive with Loops and Tribe going up against each other in boot camp, Jukes. What do you make of it?
Oh, this was a crazy fight from start to finish. Not sure what exactly happened. The great drop shot we just saw there coming from Carrillo to be able to finish off Tribe. But yeah, Tribe, they started off that fight with a good, solid knock. It was a 4v3. Not sure what happened communication-wise with that squad. You saw Seagut kind of go off on his own, try to clear the rest of that lobster building. Ends up getting caught, and then just from then on, just unfortunately not able to get it finished right there. So it's tough to be able to see Tribe take it out like that, but Loops, you know, clutching it up, 3v4, huge play for them.
Seven, did you hear the most important part of what Jukes just said? Did you hear it?
Tell me.
Lobster.
Tell me.
He said lobster. Just saying. Just saying.
It's a lobster building. The claw.
Yes, it's
the claw.
There you go. I like the claw.
And it bit Tribe at all. You hate to see it right there. But man, I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is the highest level of PMPL. One tiny mistake, 1/10 of a second delay, and it's all over.
Yeah, definitely so. Seven, what do you take away from it?
And right here, Omen, just they were pushing these squads, and they ended up actually getting very unlucky with Angry. At one point, I think Angry might have been able to see Beowulf and knock him, but as soon as Bell was started moving, Angry started moving as well, and a rock pretty much is what saved Beowulf there. And Loops, once again, man, if they see somebody hurting, they're gonna go for it. And C-Fan being able to go in and put up 5 kills in that last game, making up for not being able to get any of the kills in the first game, it's good to see. And Mystic also, man, there's just so many great plays here going on. Mystic popping off, C-Fan throwing mollies, and those mollies are actually great to see because you're gonna have pretty much gonna force a team to push a certain direction, and then you can be ready for that team whenever they go ahead and push. So Molotovs are just out of this world, and a lot of people actually underappreciate them for some reason.
Yeah, mollies, space control-wise, can be very, very powerful, and especially to be able to clear out people in buildings as well, or on slight off angles, can be very, very strong. Jukes, one thing I wanted to mention here is that when we're looking at Team Queso, and actually Seven just briefly mentioned it as well, Mystic seems to be the guy that keeps staying alive for Team Queso towards the very end. So for me, even though Team Queso hasn't had spectacularly shining moments so far, Mystic does seem to be standing out to me as one of the guys that is being able to push them forwards into some of these placements.
Mystic, being just a really consistent player, the rock for that squad. I think that they need to go through some VOD review, have a talk with him and figure out, hey, why is it working out for you so much? And there can be so many different things to consider when it comes to that exact play. Yeah. But yeah, Mystic, as long as he just keeps fragging out, being able to try and get some positions, somebody has to start it off for this Team Queso squad because they're having a lot of trouble so far. And also, just to kind of mention a little earlier, we were talking about Molotovs. Molotovs are one of the only things that can actually break down a door while you're going in. So that's a huge play right there. Hopefully they're able to get it figured out.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's take a look at total damage throughout all of these squads here for our Sanhok game, of course, as we have plenty of numbers to show you. And we can also compare those against the kills that we do have represented as well. Loops way, way up there. And where is my little Tribes logo? Damn, this has been one of the lowest games throughout all of this. But I mean, they went out very early. It is difficult to be able to rack it up where you're in boot camp to be able to do stuff. So, Seven, what are you taking away from this?
Yeah, and just to mention of their tribe, it seems like for some reason they didn't push the right time. We'll be able to break it down in a little bit, but just unlucky, man. And I wonder if this is going to change them in the future, right? Because we're used to seeing these teams, even back in the scrims, I remember them both landing there on boot camp and just trying to fight it out. So I wonder if that's maybe in the future going to deter them from going there. But overall, XQG, 1800 damage, 10 kills. Love seeing that. Another Loops still. Loops even getting more kills than XQG. So we're starting to see which teams, especially with Loops, which teams you got to go ahead and look up for. And I wonder if some of the other teams, now that they start, as the days go on, it is going to become a mental thing, right? If you see Loops and you see Loops knock one of your players down, are you going to go ahead and try to go for that fight? Or are you going to say, you know what, we might not be ready for this. Let's just go ahead and back up a little bit. Let's see if we can maybe take this another route.
And let's take a look at our top players as well from this game in terms of the numbers that they were able to put up individually, because we want to focus. We want to focus down on the big names that are shining. And right now, well, it's two of the biggest rosters in the game with XG and Loops showing up. Hot Jukes, what do you got?
Man, I think you see Loops. I think the thing that they're doing above all else is that they're just playing as a squad. They're playing together, pushing together as a team, and just fragging out because of it. And I think that that's something that the rest of these squads need to get a hold of. Just being able to play as a group, support each other. That's the basic fundamentals of this meta here in PUBG Mobile, and they are executing it the best, in my opinion. XQ Gaming, so aggressive as well, always putting in work, getting consistent placements. I think it's going to be a battle between these two squads if the trend continues.
I've got another question, actually. I'm going to stick with you for a moment, Jukes. When we look at the highest numbers of damage here, they're a little bit lower than our other battlegrounds. Is that kind of a symptom of Sanhok, the fact that a lot of collateral damage is happening whenever you're taking fights, and obviously third parties can be of extreme importance on Sanhok?
Not at all. I think that the exact damage that they're getting is consistent because all the damage is being received from the blue zone. The blue zone in Sanhok is the MVP every single time right there. So I think all the players are just fighting the blue zone to get as much kills and damage as they possibly can.
I wonder where you were going with this for a moment. I'm like, oh, he's disagreeing with me. Great. I want to hear where this is going. And then it's the damn blue zone.
That's what it is. Oh, every single time in Sanhok, the worst enemy of all these pro teams.
God damn. All right, we're moving on to a schedule, I do believe, here. or analyst highlights even, I should say. Of course, let's take a quick look at Lobster building. 7, go on.
The Claw. You know what? I like the Claw better. And as we're going to see right here, Tribe deciding to push with just 3 players, even though they had 4 players in advantage. And I believe Seagut, for some reason, ended up trying to go ahead and just clear a building. Actually, that was Sam trying to go ahead and clear out a room by himself. And Jukes, we're used to seeing stuff like that, and that never works out, right?
I mean, that's like one of the main rules, I guess, in competitive PUBG Mobile. Never clear a building by your lonesome, because you never know if there's that one player camping. And if you get knocked, you're going to get thirsted instantly right there. And I'm really surprised to see that from Tribe, especially since they had the early knock. They had the numbers advantage. No reason to go ahead and push it as a 3v3. Send it as the 4 and make plays happen. And just like that, one little tiny miscommunication, and you're out in last place. Something like Tribe can't afford. You hate to see it, but at the end of the day, it's something that they definitely have to fix going forward.
Is the overall standings. I did notice as well from Loops, the very last 2v1 push that they made, the movement to be able to distract exactly, to be able to get the spray transition from one player to another was very important as well. But let's take a look up at that top 3. It's XQ, it's Tribe, and it's Alpha 7. Loops has moved up a little bit as well, and they've only played 8 games so far, and they are slowly catching up to the teams that have played a whole lot more than them. So 7, what do you see so far?
Something I like about XQ right there on the previous game is that they took advantage of the situation. They knew that Tribe Gaming got knocked out super early, the first team out, and they were able to try to secure that win and also back it up with kills. And it's little things like that that you need to go ahead and be able to take advantage of whenever the game gives it to you, or whenever things happen, because if not, trust me, maybe 2 weeks from now, you're gonna be wishing that you were able to take advantage of stuff like what happened today.
A lot more days left here, but unfortunately for Mazexis, they're going to be finding themselves down towards the bottom. Somebody has to be down towards the bottom. The only thing I'm slightly concerned about, Jukes, over the games that they've played so far is it's quite significantly behind off the back of this, so they're going to have to iron out some of the creases.
Definitely, yeah, they are definitely struggling so far. They've only played 8 games. At least they haven't played 13 like some of the other ones have. At the same time, though, I mean, if you're looking to, you really want to just get top 6. You want to go to World League. That's the main thing. Of course, getting, in that first place $50,000 wouldn't hurt by any means. But at the same time, that's what you're aiming for. And with this kind of struggle early on, you got a lot of catching up to do. So hopefully Mezix is able to turn it around here in the next few matches.
Yeah, definitely so. And that brings us neatly on to our next game, of course, as we're going to take a look at the schedule here, and we have 2 more games remaining. We're going to go to the Tundra. It's gonna snow because we're going to Vikendi for our next game. As you can see, B4, Pittsburgh Knights, and XQ have already got themselves chicken dinners on the board. They're going to be feasting, but will they get another going on to Vikendi and Erangel? That's what we're about to find out. There's a lot of teams that I feel like are so close to that chicken dinner, maybe finding it on Vikendi. 7, talk to me about Vikendi.
I think Vikendi, one of the teams that I'm actually going to be looking forward to is Tribe Gaming. Listen, they weren't able to do absolutely anything in Sandhawk. I'm pretty sure they're going to try to make sure that changes quickly, bring up the momentum again, make sure they don't lose what they've been building throughout today. And hopefully, from what we saw the last time, was that they ended up with the height advantage, and they took full advantage of that. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to put themselves in a position in that again. I mean,
and really quick, I gotta add something really quick on top of that, because it's a big storyline, I think, in my opinion. In the scrims, Loops and Tribe were going at it over and over again. In one of the final matches of the scrims, Loops end up getting the kill on Tribe, and they sprayed their boxes. Some big BM coming from Loops. And King A in the chat said, oh, they want some static, they gonna get it. And on the next one, they came back and won a fight against Loops to finish it off. So, hey, after them getting kind of, crushed in that last Sandhawk match, I wonder if, Tribe are gonna be a little bit angrier and looking to hunt down Loops in this Vikendi.
Like kicking the bee's nest almost and making them a bit angry. That's interesting because, I mean, even if you do actually look back at the bootcamp fight that we just had, it was very down to the wire. The Loops had one guy left remaining that was able to then consecutively pick up the other 3 that had actually gone down. So no thirst on the other 3 from Tribe, but it could have been very different had just a few extra damage gone their way, right, Jukes?
Definitely. It was so close of a fight. At the same time, though, you have to be fair and look at it. Tribe had the numbers advantage. The only way that Tribe loses that fight is if they made a mistake, and that's exactly what they did. And Loops, in that situation, they're such a great team that they're going to capitalize on it. They can hit some big shots, and showed right there. At the same time, it was a little too close for comfort either way, but I mean, Loops coming out on top of that fight is going to be huge, and you know Tribe is going to be pissed off coming into this next match.
Yeah, absolutely. So 7, obviously Loops though, going off the back of what Jukes is saying here, they are looking like a unit right now. It's not just one guy off on his own to do, you know, his role. It's not just one guy getting all the kills. Everybody on Loops is showing up right now.
Yeah, and that's something that they have, right? They worked as a team and all of that. Every single player can back it up. If it comes down to a 1v1 like it did in the previous match, they know that they can depend on that player. And that's something that you love to have as a team and you love to see. But now, what I want to see from them is I want them to go ahead and set themselves up. I know they're getting a lot of kills. I know they're being a little bit, being very consistent, but I want to see wins from them. How can they go ahead and readjust so at the end of the match, they will be the last one standing?
So let's focus on Vikendi here a moment, gentlemen, before we actually get into things. We're just waiting for a few more players to join the server, and then we will be good to go. Jukes, we've seen in our past couple of Vikendi games very heavy central play, and then center circles, and not much action going on in those first couple of circles. It's only like 4 or 5 where things really start heating up. What makes Vikendi safe when it comes to these kinds of circles early on and then favoring so much center play?
It's because of the cold. You know, it's because of the cold, so they decided just, you know, chill out. Just straight big chill in the first few zones. Now, I mean, I think the part of it is if you look at the terrain of the map, there's just so much cover everywhere.
Yeah.
Even the open areas have just tons of divots, tons of plays. That's why, in my opinion, that's why we always see a heal off for the most parts in Vikendi. And that's what I'm going to predict right now. We will see a heal off in this Vikendi match. And if we don't, Mustache David has to save his mustache, dude. That's what we're going to do right now.
You're trying to help Dave now? What is this? No.
That's what it's got to happen. It's got to happen. A heal off in Vikendi. We're bound for one for sure. So I have a pretty strong, you know, assessment in my heart that it's
Which
gonna
teams
happen.
though? Which teams?
I'm gonna go with Tribe and Loops just for the BM.
Jeez. Oof. Okay. I've just noticed
second
something. This is a weird assessment for me, but everybody living in Britain on the broadcast team right now has a mustache. No, doesn't have a mustache. But everybody not living in Britain does have a mustache. What's going on? That's weird. Apart from when Glitter Explosion, I suppose, joins eventually, she definitely doesn't have a mustache. So that kind of breaks the rule a little bit. God damn it. Anyway.
I'm sure we can CGI something on it, you know, to make it all even across the board.
I wonder if she'll be up for it. We'll talk to her later on, and maybe she'll be up for it.
The Sharpie.
The Sharpie. Perfect. Let's check in, of course, with the Twitterverse. You can hashtag your favorite team who you think is going to win here, as well as add PMPL at the very end too, and you can tweet at us and tell us who you think is going to be winning. Get those votes in. Very important. So we're just a few more moments out of Vikendi here to get things wrapped up. About 2 minutes or so, gentlemen. How about yourself, Seven, when you're looking towards Vikendi? You want a heal off? You want central circles? What do you want?
I like a fight. I want to see some Lord of the Rings stuff. What we were talking about yesterday. At finale on Castle, one team up the top. You know what? Send in Loops in Castle and have every team just rush it in and see what they can do. That'll be just so much fun to see. We've seen it before, kind of on a different map, but it's just exciting because then you're able to see our teams able to take opportunities when the game gives it to them. So far, teams have been able to perform to that extent. But I want to see other teams, maybe even Sexes. That's maybe what they need. They need for the team to be kind to them, and they take advantage of something like B4 has been able to do. B4 now is sparking up. I don't remember quite well what plays they're currently on, but they're doing a lot better than they were the days before. So I want to see some of those teams get a little bit lucky and take full advantage of it.
Fair. I think we could actually even look at some of the stats of Loops that have been playing throughout this tournament so far here, because they are one of the outliers. They're one of the kind of anomalies of the tournament so far that haven't played that many games, but have been able to shoot up the scoreboards so far. This is what we take a look at from the last game. And when you look at 1,700 damage relative to 11 kills, that's a pretty decent ratio to show kind of efficiency coming out from this squad once again, Jukes.
Oh yeah, I mean, Loops they're just straight crushing it. They're playing such amazing PUBG Mobile as a team, especially coming from South America, man. This team has really just dominated in these past few days. And what's something that's really interesting to look at when it comes to Loops is the fact that even when they don't get those favorable zones, they put out a performance every time. I mean, yeah, having that favorable zone is going to be huge. We have to admit it. It is a huge benefactor to see if you're going to win or not. But even in the hardest shifts, when they do it, they're bullying their way in and constantly getting in that kind of top 8 finish. It's insane to be able to say that and see it, but that's exactly what it is. And it makes me wonder, what happens when Loops does get a favorable zone? You know for a fact that every single player is just going to have to hit the ground and wait, because those guys can hit some big shots. So looking forward to see how Loops play. I mean, definitely one of the most exciting teams to watch right now here in the PMPL.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as we say, the minutes are ticking down eventually to that Loop Chicken Dinner, whenever it is going to properly occur. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to head on over to our commentary team here for Vikendi to get things a-rolling. As we just had a slightly extended break here, just getting everybody ready, everybody comfortable to get into our next game, because we want the best conditions for all of our players here in current situations, the online situation that we find ourselves in. John, did you put on a new jacket?
I did, actually. I mean, it's going to be pretty cold. We're heading over to Vikendi. It's the first time I've casted it so far this tournament, so I thought I'd get ready. I thought I'd be prepared, make sure that I was ready to head over to the tundra a little bit.
Meanwhile, Dave is just rocking it out in Miami, very happy with his warm conditions, I can only imagine.
Yeah. I get to go to the beach tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that. Beaches are opening back up for myself, so you're gonna see me next week tan. I'm gonna be so tan, looking so good. You just wait.
Fantastic. Well, I've never had a tan in my life, so I don't know how that looks. Enjoy, gentlemen, and I shall see you after Vikendi.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're going to be heading over into Vikendi, as I was saying, the first time I've casted it this time around, so I'm excited to see what does pan out. We are ready with the lobby. Everyone did manage to get in the end, and we're going to be heading into the plane path relatively soon. Dave, what are you expecting here?
Yeah, I mean, Vikendi. I mean, John, like you said, your first time, usually, there's lots of snow around there. There's a place called Castle. People like to go there. Cosplay, knights in armor, there's horses, there's a bunch of stuff. So trust me, you need any help, just ask me. I'm here for you, John.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm glad I have my guide to take me through this one, as we're going to guide ourselves along the plane path as well, going on a westerly path. Trevno, a little bit difficult to get to early on the path, though, so you can swing out that wide. Places like Hot Springs, though, could be pretty tricky to make your way over to.
Yeah, and as we heard on the desk, Kalaris wants some crazy circles. Kalaris is ready for some crazy circles. And with circle number 1, about, would you say, 60% water? Is that a fair assessment?
It's 100% fun. That's what it is, Dave. And we're going to be headed southwest. Crazy indeed. Dino Park is in it. My favorite ending zone. Dino Park is in the circle on Vikendi, so fingers crossed I'll be able to get my wish first time around as well, so we'll see how that pans out for me. But for now, all the teams got to loot on down and drop where they may. At the moment, Cloud9, the only team really central into this circle. They're going to be happy about that.
Yeah, and that was another one of your wishes, right? Another one of your wishes was for Cloud9 to get some really good placement points here. And with them being blessed like they are here with circle number 1, like you mentioned, pretty much one of the only teams right smack in the middle. I wouldn't be surprised if they are able to loot up and pretty much, just pitch a tent, start making some s'mores out here, because their current position should be within the first 3 to 4 circles.
Lazarus, they're all the way up towards the north, just north of Zabava. They're pretty close to the Pittsburgh Knights as well, so their rotation path's going to take them through those real strong teams. They've got Omen Elite in their way as well. I'm expecting teams to loot pretty quickly here and look for the vehicles early on. I mean, you can see Team K, so they've already headed all the way out to Trevno. Jeez.
Yeah, it's all about the Zimas. It's all about the Zimas. You get into a Zima, that thing just zips around, and you're all over the place. The thing is, though, like Hot Jukes mentioned, like there's so many buildings that teams could be hiding in that we tend to see a lot of players get picked on their rotation. So a squad like Team Queso, like you mentioned, the furthest away the furthest away from circle number 1, they're going to have a challenging path moving forward.
It will be a challenge. And the river not providing too much of a barrier to a lot of these teams down in the south, but no one really down, as I said, to Hot Springs. I mean, it was a little bit far away from the plane path, and especially given this next circle, Dave, it's pretty tricky to invest that time there and allow all the other teams to get ahead of you.
Yeah, like you said, you know, you want to get your loot real quick. You want to get into your vehicles and just pretty much try to beat out these other squads when it comes to finding a nice little compound with only about 40% of Circle 1, you know, over the land. We might see Team Queso, actually. They're a team that likes to use the boat strategy, so depending on how they feel, we might actually see them use a boat here. We've seen it before from them, especially on Sandhawk. But we saw a couple of these players picking up that Bison. That Bison, the 6th time, I believe it was wild card in the scrims, kind of starting that meta. And then after that, just every single game here on Vikendi, you see the Bison because the 9mm ammo, like Jukes always mentions, it's everywhere. So it's an easy weapon to use because you'll never run out of ammo.
And that high-capacity magazine as well does wonders in a close-range fight, especially if you're getting pushed on by multiple players from a team. Speaking of players, and multiple of them, they're all heading down towards Mavatra, just to the south side. Already four teams gathered. Omen Elite bearing down on it as well. This is what we were talking about on the desk, and what they were saying there was everybody likes to get central early, get those central positions, and then just not move for the rest of the game. That's the idea here for a lot of these squads.
That's the idea. You know, it never works out for me personally on Vikendi, because I just can't sit still. I can't sit still. I'm always in the vehicles, you know, driving around, honking my horns. But these players, they got it down packed. Over here, though, Garcia trying to take some shots over there on Team Carreta.
Just a little bit of scouting going on right now. So now they know there's players in that compound. Maybe they don't want to head that far in. They are already in the zone, so having this set of buildings is going to be pretty strong for them. They'll be able to post up and see what more they can find.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. But like you mentioned, Omen already going to be on their rotate as well. These squads, once when they find this location, once when they hunker down, once when they park their vehicles to make sure that their tires are safe, they need to make sure that they're able to have some sight lines so that they can spray down the enemies to make sure that they don't get crashed on.
Difficult to hold off on every angle, but when you're posted up with so many different teams around you as well, everybody's going to be looking for those rotations and spraying them down straight away. Mazexis, they get spotted out on the southeastern side, just to the east of Milner. They are going to get a res off, but XQ Gaming know exactly where they are. They have got the bead on them near those windmills.
Yeah, and when it comes to just looking at overall stats from the teams, the players, Vikendi in particular, we see all the way up there at the top, we got 3 members from Tribe when it comes to putting in the work, when it comes to getting damage, when it comes to getting kills. You got Seagate up there, currently leading the pack here on Vikendi. And then beneath them, a couple members from XQ. So Tribe, XQ Gaming, 2 major squads here that in the past history, they do well. They do well on Vikendi. They get a lot of points, so we're going to keep our eye on them. XQ right now, taking them shots onto Mezix.
Quite a few central kills going through as well. Cloud9 lost a player in the fray, but Mezix says that's a long-range micro Uzi. Okay, fair enough. He's managed to extend the barrel on that one somehow, I think, but he will get the knock nonetheless. Starlight will get picked up, but that's Meds absorbed and forced out for NQ.
Yeah, and the thing is, with these knocks, right, you probably won't get the thirst. That's just a given. But you are taking out utility. And when it comes to, say, Circle 3 or 4, these teams are going to need to make a rotate, and they're going to need to make it fast. Not having a helmet could play disaster for those teams. So every single knock counts.
Absolutely. And moving forwards, they'll be all too aware of that in the close-range combat that you'll find yourself in here at Vikendi in those compounds. It's sometimes quite disastrous. The blue zone has started to move in, and with it, all of the rest of the teams who were outside playing that edge. Team Queso, they've gone for a full lap of the island. I mean, they landed over near Port and Zabava. They went to Trevno, and now they're all the way down to Hot Springs, moving south of the winery. So they're really doing the coastal lap here, Dave.
Yeah, they're going sightseeing. You know, they're going sightseeing. They're enjoying every single moment of it. We see here, Grunto, Sixless, going to be bleeding on out. This is the 2nd game in the row where Sixless was the first member from Grunto to be knocked out. We see a couple smokes over here in their direction, But by the way that the other squad mates of Grunto are posturing, the revive on Sixless is just not able to be coming on out here. And there we go. Sixless will be killed in action. Looks like Cloud9, 2 kills so far.
Managed to pick up something, and they have got a very central position like we talked about before, Dave. So it's a good start for them. Even though they are down a player, they don't have to push in anymore. So they'll be okay for now. A lot of early casualties going on. I mean, with under 10 minutes, and already we've lost about 6 players into this lobby.
Yeah, I would have to say 60% water. 60% water had to have been that deciding factor. So it's a good change-up, because usually when it comes to Vikendi, it's the slowest map. You know, the first 4 circles, the first 20 minutes of the game, it could be just, you know, the John Allen and Mustache Day podcast, but that's not the case here.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate for our audience, obviously, but we are going to have to talk about what's actually going on rather than just opining end on end.
Unfortunate. I mean, F's in the chat right now. F's in the chat. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow you'll be lucky. Make sure you tune back in. But yeah, looks like the majority of the teams are going to be within circle number 1. Loops still on the outskirts. They might stumble across the 3 members of Lazarus, also kind of playing that edge. But for the time being, a nice little aerial view of Team Carreta, Omen Elite. We got Mizex right in front of us. Mitz still, you know, trying to remain alive right now. Tough call, because when it comes to Mizex Esports, they got a 2-2 split going on right now. We saw there just a minute ago, Mitz going to be right smack in the middle. Meanwhile, to the south of that, Darius and Miraz. So they're kind of trying to hedge their bets on exactly where this next circle will go.
Almost everyone in the circle now. It's actually just Loops who haven't pushed in. They are just out to the east, but of course first zone is nothing really too much to worry about. They have Lazarus ahead of them, who are playing with 3 players currently. Next zone is about to pop. Will it head further inland, or is it just going to stay on the edge? This is what we talk about with Vikendi. Okay, there's the pop. It's pretty much got everybody in it already, so no extra rotations really have to come through that early. You might see people on the south push up, but on Vikendi, having those central compounds, this is why you want them, because you're more than likely just going to be in that next zone.
Yeah, and especially if you are Team Carreta, I believe that's the squad that Hot Juke said would have a heal off here, and if not, he's going to shave his mustache, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully, you know, if you are them, this is really good. You're going to be right smack in the middle. You still got Cloud9 out there on the coast. You got Alpha 7 on the coast. Grunto, they're 3 members. So a lot of teams, you know, right smack on top of one another. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath in circles 5 and 6.
We have to see if those rotations get caught as well, because that's really what it's all about. The teams who have to leave those compounds, if they can find a way through the mass of players in front of them, then they can have a little bit of safety. But that is so much easier said than done.
Looks like Tribe there. We saw on the mini-map. Looks like Tribe. They're doing some scouting. They might have received some fire from XQ Gaming, and you saw right away, quickly making that U-turn like, nah, we are not going there. So Tribe's still going to be within their vehicles. And with so many players all on top of one another, and you mentioned it, rotations are so important. You want to make sure, instead of just straight up sending it to that spot that you want to go, you creep and crawl. You take the time. You take the time to get out. You do some scouting. If it's clear, then you move up a little more. You get out once again, do some scouting. You can't afford right now 16 teams all together. I mean, we're 11 minutes into the match almost. You can't afford to just send it, because every single compound right now, you have to assume is going to be occupied.
Absolutely. Dino Park still in on the eastern side of the circle. It would require a couple of hard shifts to get there, but I'm still hoping, still holding out for it. We'll see if that's the way it goes. But for now, all of the teams starting to bunker down. And this is where the John and Dave podcast comes alive, right? This is where all of these teams don't really need to move too far, and we're not going to see too much combat probably for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
I mean, you got your tea and biscuits. I got my coffee and bananas, so I'm good to go. Welcome on in, everybody, to the John and Dave podcast. This is a beautiful day here on Vikendi. John, 100% hoping that we get a Dino Park ending. I don't know if I see that. But then again, it would be pretty exciting.
Do you have a favorite dinosaur, Dave?
Daddy Longlegs.
That's definitely a dinosaur.
No, that's a spider. That's a spider. Daddy long neck. What's the name of it? I haven't watched...
The Brachiosaurus.
The Brachiosaurus, yeah. Put a little party hat on that dude. He's good to go.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to vibe with that. That's a solid choice.
You seem like a T-Rex guy.
Do I?
I'm just going to put that out.
Do you think?
I know so.
I don't think I have T-Rex energy. I'm going to be...
A Megadon.
Okay, there we go. All right. Now I'm up to date with that. That's good.
Okay. Am I right?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Apples to oranges here, John. Apples to oranges. So we are going to see where this next circle goes. There's a shift. Just a little up there to the north. But like we said in the last zone, almost every single team is going to be good to go. They're wrapped up. They're ready to go. XQ, though, that's another story.
They are all the way down on the south, and they've got a lot to fight through. So this is where I was talking about earlier, right? If they get forced out, they have to have that scouted information. And this is something you highlighted as well, Dave, is that if you don't have that scout, you just have to go for a hard crash, and that's going to be real difficult. You can see already, seems like exactly what's going on here. Crimreal Betis will have the number on XQ if they can catch that.
Yeah, and we already see Cloud9, a couple of them already in their vehicles. XQ still in their vehicles, like you mentioned. They're going to be right on the southern tip. AZ is going to be safe, but really not a lot of options. Not a lot of options. AZ is going to be blowing up this Zima for additional cover. You see AZ kind of going back and forth. Might be making a call. Hey, should we go for a swim? Honestly, I know it's cold out, but going for a swim right now, you have to assume that you can at least avoid all the mayhem right here that we're overlooking.
And you've got to remember, Compound's not the only hard cover. The rock formations that they have as well on the coastline here on Vikendi can provide you a really strong platform, especially with the circle so heavily towards the water. Ooh, Queso. Marco gets away by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, if I'm Marco, I might have vaulted in the window here before, hitting the tiles here to heal up, but it does seem like it worked out. And here it comes, Dino Park. We got Loops, we got Omen Elite trying to fight to see who can ride the Dino Coaster first.
They're going to be running around, lobbing in nades, popping the utility in. You've got Lazarus as well on a little bit of an overlook, so they might be able to spot it out. I think that is them chiming in onto Juicy. He has to fall into the ticket booth and get some healing done. Painkillers, 3 first aids, but looks like he is going to just opt to go for the stims instead. Able to take that fight later on.
Yeah, looks like Angry might have cut somebody. Angry not purchasing the fast pass here. So that is going to leave Omen with only 3 up here. Looks like Loops are going to be working together to clear out all of these buildings. Now, this is going to be within the circle, so there's not a real rush here to make sure to get the fight. They can kind of pump the brakes a little bit. They can kind of assess the scene. But like you mentioned, Lazarus on the northern end of this, trying to third party this.
Oh, he's just getting pinged on out multiple times there. They know he's in this little cabin, has to drop the smoke to get out, so see if he's able to push up, and they are going to go and push up actually as well. They're fighting not towards or away from the circle, they're fighting across right now, which means both of these teams are going to have to move sideways towards Lazarus on the next shift when it comes through.
Being right near that gas can, I'm getting so stressed right now. This is not somewhere I would be prone behind taking cover. So we'll see. Next zone is about to pop here. Will Dino Park still be favored? Can Omen, can Loop still kind of play that one out over there? And we get the shift. It goes a little over there to the west. So, hey, Omen, Loops, who's moving first? Who's going to be the victor over there in Dino Park?
Who's going to be able to get that done? XQ, you said they might go for a swim, and look at that. AZ already out in the bay. Will be pushing in the lead. Got his scuba gear on. Hopefully he's able to stay warm for the time being. But the rest of his team not so lucky. They are caught out and in the blue. Team Queso guarding that edge pretty heftily there. But now we tune back in with the fight to push into the zone. Loops and Omen Elite.
Yeah, and Lazarus, they already pushed into the actual zone. So that's not going to be a real worry right now for this fight. So it is going to be a straight up 4v3. It looks like Telly will be spotting out at least one member from Loops. Looks like Loops, they're going to actually opt to get in a vehicle, a Zima, and maybe just avoid this fight altogether.
Just going to send on out and get some ground gained later on. Of course, remember, Vikendi, stay central. Try and get there early. If you're fighting on the edge, it's going to be really hard for you. So maybe moving earlier is exactly the right call. We'll see if it pays off for them.
Day Central, stay safe. I believe that's... What the... Oh no, the BM, you didn't get the revive because you wanted the loot. We know, we saw it, we witnessed it, we know what happened there. Crime scene closed.
Absolutely. Detective Dave, you can't fool him. Nothing gets past that mustache.
Hey, I mean, when you immediately go for the crate to get that loot, it's just a little too suspicious. So yeah, nothing gets past the CGI mustache because remember, I had to shave it yesterday. But looking on over here, we got Loops making the push on in. Remember, they avoided the fight in Dino Park. They're going to be right near Tribe, right on the outskirts of this one right now.
They spotted out the Tribe. Oh dear. That's a lot of damage found, but you've got to hit those shots. That spray was given to you on a silver platter. Luckily, the rest of his team's going to be a little bit more lucky. Tribe lose yet another, and it's just Seagut left standing. Has a nade cooking, trying to lob it on over. Spots them out, might be able to get some damage. Huge nade! Oh, he gets two with the nade, and Seagut stays alive, able to flush both out. Might even be able to res Sam. A huge turnaround for Tribe.
Exactly what they needed right there. For a second, I was starting to think like I am just a bad luck charm for Tribe because every time I'm in here, they aren't performing like they have been in the past couple matches. Looks like the revive was successful, but here comes Loops with the third party.
As well as the circle moving all the way to the north, they're going to have to get a shifty on. They're going to have to move a little bit fast here. And I think Loops know it. They don't want to stick around. And actually, Enshame, they lose yet another. A disastrous turn of events for them. They're now really low down. One player left standing for them. It's just Garcia. He's got that micro Uzi, trying to play close. Spots one, spots two. Chooses his targets, but will not be able to land it. That's going to be the elimination going over to Enshame. They go down his 16th.
Yeah, Loops, they got the, what Hot Juice likes to call it, the Bob Barker out here, and it's going to be suppressed. I made a Twitter poll the other day asking people, hey, MK14 over M249. Hands down, the MK14 winning that poll, and Loops, they will be collecting one of those. And after that win, after that engagement right there, the flush, they're going to have two vehicles. They are ready to send it on into the zone, but before they do so, they're going to be doing a little bit of scouting, maybe even getting a couple more points underneath their belt.
Tribe managed to make it out of the fight in all the confusion and have sent themselves all the way to the western edges of Mavatra. So a really nice rotation coming out from them, and they'll stay alive for a little bit longer. In the center as well, we've got Alpha 7 taking a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a scruffle. And they are going to lose out a little bit towards Grunto. Ran wants to jump out this window here. Abdul gets knocked on the sideline. They clear it out, and they might be sixless, but they're going to be able to get those kills nonetheless. Loops going for another fight. Omen Elites. They're going to get knocked out, and Loops just rattle it in.
Hey, there ain't nothing you can do against that Bob Barker. There ain't nothing you can do. And Loops, they straight up YOLO send it and crash it. They made the breach. A couple grenades were tossed out beforehand, but Omen wiped clean right there from Loops. Loops are on a steamroller right now.
Ramcareta Furacao as well, pretty close to Tribe at this stage, and they're going to have to move out to the west as the next circle pops all the way to the coastline. XQ still with a shout into it. You can see AZ and HZL as well out in the cold, frozen water, but they'll be all right for now. They will stay into the zone, and they might actually have a decent chance of surviving a lot longer here.
Yeah, I think two of the members from XQ Gaming actually froze like an icicle in that water. We saw them. They got taken out by this zone. Grunto winning a huge engagement right there. They are going to have a nice, safe, comfortable, warm spot in this zone. But the majority of the remainder of the lobby is going to be out there fighting their way on in from the west.
Have to try and regain some momentum for teams like Tribe. They're down to 2 players, so those rotations are going to be even harder. No scouting really available. Loops, you know, they've been a bulldozer, but oh, hang on a minute. Looks like Cream Real Betis have spotted one out, just getting a knock for now, and not going to be too... Oh dear. They closed the door on their teammate and they signed his death warrant.
Yeah, I guess, you know, something might have happened earlier, might have pissed them off. They said, nah, you're not coming in here. But they should be able to get that other revive. So having 3 up at this point in the game, I mean, they're still 13 up. And it looks like Cream looking to get a little aggressive on this one. Remember, this fight is not in the next circle.
Look at that. Adder with 702 damage dealt for Cloud9. Real strong performance coming in for them. That's an unfortunate crash into the fence there for Loops. And it's actually going to be Carijo getting knocked. Behind the Dacia he goes, and are going to feel the pain for that one. Somehow they've just completely fallen over here after what looked to be a really strong position. Grunto get eliminated out on the western side.
Yeah, Med's so strong right here. That last remaining member from Loops had about 7 first aid kits, and they should be able to loot those crates and maybe remain undetected right now, as it does seem like Cream now making that push on into the new zone.
Being pushed in towards the west. With Loops going down, Cloud9 now don't have that super strong bulldozer force to worry about out to their east. Pyra has been knocked and they will be able to get the res, but remember Ada, he already had so much damage under his belt as both Tribe and Cream Real Betis mount up. Mazixis get eliminated on the south side as well. So now it's just a single direction and Cream gets spotted out. Down to 1 for them. Tribe have managed to make their way through in the meantime. B4 are on the northern flank and trying to vie with Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, you got the Knights there. They're just chilling. They're chilling right now. We see Tribe attempting to get on into this next circle. They did so, but right in front of them, we got Mollies coming out from Cloud9.
Trying to zone them away. I think they know what's up here. They're right next to each other, playing on the hillside. Beowulf, you've got to get out that fire. Very, very low. We'll be able to heal on up. Using the med kit, so we'll go all the way up to 100 health. Not dropping any stims just yet, but Ada gets knocked on the sidelines. Not quite flushed and actually has the smoke pre-bloomed, so they can get this res off.
Ada knocked maybe 2 or 3 times in this same spot, but they had these nice little rocks to work with. They actually still have a Dacia kind of blocking the sightlines out there from Team K, so just in case they had some sightlines. And Pyra, John, you 100% gifted Pyra that crate right there. Tell us the truth.
Oh, absolutely. Like every time, you just say, hey, Pyra, you're the one who survives all the way into the late circles. You're going to have the most success with that. Let's see what you can do. See what you can bring to the table. We'll see what they get from it, what they're able to have there. That's Loops actually getting eliminated there out in the blue. Down in 8, but they had decent kill scores. They've done it before, and they'll be able to pick that one up. Team Queso, though, they are able to take some frags against the Pittsburgh Knights, and nades are starting to go through. We go to Vihar for the final circles, and actually it's Cloud9. Ada finally getting flushed out in the meantime. XQ lose a player. I think that might be them very, very low. Only 1 player left for them, HCL.
HCL, yep, definitely trying to continue to survive. We'll be right smack in the middle between B4, between the Knights and Team Queso. Looks like the Knights, though, they have a compound. They have this hard cover here right on the northeast, but right behind them, Tribe. Remember, there's still a duo of Tribe. They're trying to breach their way on into this new zone as well. So Raven's gonna be spotted.
They managed to get a knock onto J7, but they trade it onto Sam. They are going to flush that one out as well as Bayo goes down in the midst of that compound fight. Still 1 player for Tribe on the outskirts. It's Seagut. We know how strong he can be in these close-range engagements. We'll see if he's able to do more. The blue zone really heavily ticking him right now. Has got the first aid. Going to go for that heal as well. He's trying to out-heal it. Doesn't have far to go for the zone. He might just be able to make a break for it, but it's going to be really down to the wire. We'll see if he's able to get through. Pittsburgh Knights just picking up their teammates. Everyone on the western side going to be happy as the circle goes southwest.
Oh, here comes Seagut with that Uzi, going for that jump spray, attempting to get a couple points. The play zone actually going to be taken out. Seagut right there, denying the points over there to the Knights. The Knights with the reset right now. And now B4 making the push onto Team Queso. And they're on fire.
Oh dear, Team Solid are there as well to try and hold things down. It's so many teams packed so tightly. This is what you love to see on Vikendi. This is what you come here for. And over in the warehouses of Vihar, everybody trying to take their ground. Solid are eliminated. Queso with a huge nade, able to do so much work, and they just rack up those kills. Beautiful stuff. 5 kills for them, 3 alive.
Yeah, in these warehouses, you can see they got those sky lights right on top of the roofs. Don't be mistaken. Players can easily toss in some mollies and some grenades right on top of you. So a lot of these players, they like the tunnel vision on the doors, but they also need to make sure nothing is falling from the ceiling.
Pretty tricky to keep your eyes out and your wits about you. B4, they have that central warehouse, and they've got a lot of control here with all of their players left standing. Pittsburgh Knights, they have 4 as well, but they're out in the cold. XQ eliminated on the northern side. They will go down in 5th. A really good turn up for them considering where they were earlier in the map. But they are going to be able to rack up those placement points.
And talk about placement points. Pyra out there just healing on up, trying to get as many points as possible for Cloud9. Oh, some more shots ringing on out.
Pittsburgh Knights taking heavy casualties. One player left standing. They have to try and get the res off. But instead of that, B4 have other ideas. They're able to flush one, and that is going to be it. They're able to take them down. The Pittsburgh Knights eliminated, and we're down to 2 teams. It's Queso versus B4.
4 up for B4 right now. 3 up for Team Queso. 6 kills on Team Queso. Ayala going to be peeking with that M4. Take some shots. Knocked down so low, but still alive.
He's going to stay alive for now, as you say, Dave, but at what cost? The meds need to come through, and that's going to really hamper their aggression. B4, though, they're not to be stopped. They want to send in. They're going fully aggressive here. All 4 trying to play the aggressive angles, trying to use that numbers advantage. Ayala looking for that third-person advantage, going out to the side, and B4 falter just a little bit. But in the meantime, Team Queso, they regain that baseline.
Yeah, Ayala tossing those mollies right there to stop the push. It was so clutch right there. Ayala able to heal on up as well. Ayala will be holding that left side. And now the circle continuing to shrink on in. B4 looks to be in the advantage here of the center. Here comes the push.
They have to make it to this circle. They might even try to go for the heal off Queso and B4. Ayala up close with the Mike Ruzi. Spots one going out wide, spots another as well. They have control of the inside for now. Ayala not quite able to get the knock, and they need to try and push to finish out these kills. B4 down to 3. They're gonna go the way of, oh, hang on a minute. Was that Team Queso?
Whoa,
Take
what?
it.
What? How? Oh my
steal it
god.
away.
What? B4 had 3 up at the end. How in the world? The blue zone. The blue zone, John.
My goodness me, they started at the heels. I guess they were able to make it work. The blue zone doing so much damage to B4 that in the end, they were just left high and dry. Aggression not paying off for them.
So I believe B4, they went for the fight. They had the numbers advantage, but they sent all their squad mates to kind of clear out Team Queso. On the flip end of that, Team Queso had Axel in the backlines with all the meds, just healing on up. Oh my goodness, John, what a surprise right there, honestly.
Absolutely, and I mean, to be fair, we've wanted to see Team Queso turn up. This is where they do it here in day number 3, and I'm sure that the guys on the desk are going to have more to say about that. Kalaris, can I summon you in?
You can. I'm here, and I'm scratching my head. Like, I missed the final moments, and I was like, B4's got this. And then apparently they didn't. They even had it. I don't even know. I need to see it back. That's what I need to see. I need to see it back. Dave, you mentioned that it was the blue ticks? I didn't see the end.
Yeah. B4, they had 4 up. And they sent 4 of their members to take the fight on to 2 of the members from Team Queso. Meanwhile, right before that, Team Queso, they all passed their meds off to Axel. And I'm pretty sure you guys will break it down on the desk, but Axel with the heal off here, just winning the chicken dinner.
Jeez Louise. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back for the final game of the day in a few as we summon back our analysis desk here to break down what actually occurred. I'm hoping that, well, I mean, they were sat at their PC, so they probably saw. I was walking over here in the virtual world to be actually get ready. The 7 hot Jukes. Jukes, I was scratching
the heal off.
You seem very happy about all of this. You actually called the heal off.
The heal off. I told you it had to happen here in this McKendy match. And Axel clutching it off. Mustache David keeps his mustache, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
God damn, I can't believe it. I can't believe. So, talk me through that. Was it literally just he was in the blue and healing compared to the other guys that didn't?
It definitely a heal off. Definitely a heal off, and it worked out in their favor. They didn't have the numbers, so they had to find some other kind of way to try to get the win. Luckily, though, you got to give credit to the other Team Queso players because they were able to do damage on those B4 players. There was a player from B4, I didn't get a chance to quite see the name there, but he was starting to rotate because he thought, he realized right away what they were trying to do, and he knew that they weren't prepared for it. And he was just short of being able to see him. Luckily for Team Queso, they threw a smoke where the player was healing, and on top of that, they gave him all the heals. So it came down to a heal off. Good job, Jukes.
All right, we'll take a look at the overall rankings here for a moment, but I want to keep talking about this, even though we're going to look at the points. Because Jukes, I felt like everything was going right for B4. I felt like they had great, peaks to be able to just keep spraying into those smokes, because technically Queso was closer to the blue than B4 was, so spraying around those corners near the warehouses to just keep the pressure on them so they couldn't leave where the blue was coming into. I thought it was a great tactic, but it just didn't work out in the end.
It was a great tactic, but I think Team Queso was just a step ahead. They opted to hedge their bets, pass all their heals off to one player in the final zone, which is definitely a strategy that works really well. We saw it be able to go ahead and clutch a chicken dinner just for safety. Have that person heal out, have the other rest of the players go and try to get some kills. B4, unfortunately, didn't set that up. Team Queso did, and just like that, boom, huge chicken dinner for Team Queso.
Yeah, huge indeed. 9th through 16th here. Lazarus not having the easiest of days today, but they will give them a pass as they did get themselves a chicken dinner on that first day. It does feel to me, though, a little bit, Seven, when I look at Lazarus right now and kind of the steps that they're taking towards getting themselves in a decent spot, is that they feel like a very hit and miss team right now. Either they're going big and getting everything, or it's just kind of fading out and having a little bit of a tough time. What are your thoughts, Seven?
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there. I think they're a team that either perform really, really well, we'll see them in the first place with kills, or we're more than likely going to go ahead and see them to the bottom of the pack with not that many kills and just ended up last. Good to note, though, a little bit behind the scenes, is that they are now trying to set all the players up in just one gaming house.
Right.
That way they'll be able to communicate a little bit better. So I wonder if when that actually happens, how will that improve the team overall? And just another one to go ahead and notate, Team Queso, ever since Sandhawk, is starting to step it up, and it's something that we saw XQ Gaming do on the first day. Can they go ahead and continue this trend? Because Team Queso is one of those teams that are able to go ahead and continue with momentum. So I'm going to be looking very closely to see what they do in Erangel, the last map. And remember, nobody dropped Erangel Pochinki. Actually, nobody dropped Pochinki in the first map. And Team Queso has been getting just absolutely demolished by the zone. Are they going to go ahead and try to go to Pochinki and have more of a center and have more chances of rotation?
That'd be nice.
Instead of having this weird stuff.
Alvaro will be proud, I guess. Let's take a look at the team stats here for Team Queso, as up towards the top here. Actually, I'm interested to see that healing. Come to think of it, and we're almost at the 1,000 mark. Okay, that's probably that's going to be able to speak some volumes here. 1,500 damage-ish to be able to boot with the 6 kills. So not the most fiery of wins, Jukes, but it gets the job done.
Gets the job done indeed right there. Big assist from the blue zone as well. If you could see how much that did to their enemies, I think that would totally double their total damage. But they did exactly what they needed to do. They didn't underestimate it. They had that person with the heals and able to clutch out a chicken dinner, and a much needed chicken dinner for Team Queso.
Interesting to see the evolution of this game as well, Seven, because these circles were extremely similar to our last Vikendi match that we actually had. So it gives teams an opportunity to say, okay, here's exactly what we did in the same scenario before. Let's try and adjust some things and make it work this game.
Yeah, and I know once we saw that, I think up to Circle 5, everything was pretty much the same. I was wondering if Tribe was already starting to rotate to what they did before, or if Loops was going to go ahead and try to challenge that, maybe that higher ground. But overall, I think a lot of teams were able to adjust. Team Queso just coming out on top. And even though they didn't get that many kills, they got the win.
Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments here
disrespect.
as we take a look at the start of all of this game. Team Solid trying to find themselves firm ground up towards his top spots, and Tribe with plenty of little grenades, cheeky grenades in fact, and very well done so here by Sega once again. He is a standout. It's a shame for him that he was the last one alive in the blue trying to get in, but he had too many angles to cover, Jukes, to try and keep himself in.
Yeah. Definitely tough position for him. Anytime you're stuck outside of the zone, just trying to run in, you get gate kept. Just as you can see, Unico making some big shots as well. But Sega making a big play, adding some more point totals to their score. My big thing though is Loops. Loops, they were stuck out of the zone, far away, no way to get in, but they utilized what the Team Queso did as well. They did a heal strat and were able to go from possible 13th place and able to get 8th. They refused to go out and anywhere less than top 10. So man, you got to give it up for Loops.
Jukes. Can you not call things before ahead of games? Because we had the heal off at the end, then we have Loops pulling for the heal, and then can you just not call things? Because I don't want Mr. Jukes-Stradamus over here to be able to get all of these like merits. Okay, that's a bit too much, my friend.
You know what? I'll keep my predictions to myself for now, though. Just give that way everybody.
Okay, here
it'll be a surprise for everybody watching.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
and something to notate from that one that we didn't actually get a chance to see was that towards the left side of that building, left of Team Queso, somebody actually threw a Molotov, and that stopped B4 from pushing in as soon as they were pushing in. So that was a huge stop. I don't remember quite well. I think it was one of the team players from Team Queso, but that was a huge advantage because it made them push to the completely opposite side, and I think they weren't ready for that. And what happened was that the other player from Team Queso was actually set to at least be able to do some damage.
Well, this is actually very interesting as a topic in general, right? Because everybody is in the blue. The circle has gone down to a pinpoint, and then at that moment, Jukes, you have your options. Do you run around and try and find the guys to gun them down, or do you choose the heal? So you've got to walk that fine line between risk and reward in that moment as a pro player.
100%, 100%. I think in the last zone, it's always safe. You know, just get everybody together, hand all your heals off to one person, because no matter what, that blue zone's going to take you down. You know, it just hurts too much in final zone. So give it all to one person, have them heal, and then just send the other 3 out as sentries just to try to be able to get some kills and take them out early. You saw Team Queso work at it, and as a matter of fact, that last person healing was in the smoke. He was in the smoke, just able to survive barely right there. But man, that's the difference in some big points. And with this kind of prize pool on there, every single point counts.
Yeah, there's so many layers. Like even the fact that we were talking about mollies before, maybe not as utilized as much, but could even stop people from approaching the one guy that's healing due to kind of coordinating them off. Anyway, let's take a look at the overall damage. There's so many little layers that we can really talk about here in PUBG Mobile and the strategies employed as we have the damage done. B4 was rocking it here in this game. And, you know, 7, kudos to B4, you know. They had a poor day 1 showing, but they have bursted onto the scene for their day 2 showing to really start racking up the points.
Yeah, and so far today, I think they have shown that they're able to build up on momentum, just kind of like a snowball. It's great. It's great to see teams do that, and I know I said this earlier, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing Team Queso do that, and teams that we really haven't heard much of, but at least with a lot of damage right there, Cloud9. They're starting to wake up little by little. They were able to get 3rd place, I believe it was, on that last match. So that's good to see a little bit more consistent performances toward the top, because as soon as you're able to get the placing, then you can start worrying about getting kills. And once you got all of that going, you are going to be an unstoppable team.
I feel like we're in the upside down here for a moment, Jukes, because when you're looking at these numbers, the teams that have previously not showed up as much have showed up, and then a lot of the teams that are sitting up towards the top didn't really have that big a game. So this has given a lot of teams a good opportunity to be able to kind of rise to the challenge here when some of the bigger names have actually fallen by the wayside in this one.
Yeah, you know, I think that's a product of Vikendi and Sandhawk. I think it's anybody's game. With the right position, right plays, anyone can win it. And you can see a lot of the squads that have been struggling so far use it to their advantage and got some big points on the board. B4, and I wish I could talk to B4 after this match and kind of get a conversation with them to wonder, what was the difference maker? You know, I think that it could be, is it just nerves? Coming into this high level, struggling off the bat, day number 2, those nerves are gone, and now you're just seeming to dominate the battlefield. I'd love to have a conversation with them and kind of figure out exactly what the dynamic is. Is it that, or is it a shift in strategy? I don't know, but whatever's working, it's working for them.
Yeah, definitely so today. Let's take a look at some of the stars in the sky when it comes to the highlighted players here for this game, of course, and see how much damage that they were able to put up. Team Queso, likewise, we see as Ayala was able to get himself 866 damage done, so leading the pack by far. In fact, the 3 top damage dealers doing a lot for their teams relative to even Mexen on B4, kind of trailing behind the rest, but still being able to, you know, push things out here. So what do you make of it, 7?
It's good. One of the persons that I'm actually surprised to see there is Adder, and I'm happy to see that. I think I want maybe his teammates to start being more of the top players as well. People like Uneven, and even though Beowulf is the IGL, I want them to go ahead and start doing damage and getting the kills, because that's going to start playing mentally a huge part on them. Keep in mind, they still are young players, and if they're able to at least get some momentum, they can build up on it as a team. And once they start fragging out, it's going to be amazing to see them perform to what we know they are capable of. But at the moment, it seems like nothing was going their way. 3rd place though, and one of their players on the top players, hopefully they can go ahead and continue it here on Erangel, which they have won before in scrims. So I want to see them take advantage of more stuff.
Let's take a look at the analyzed highlights here as well to kind of round things out for our Vikendi match, as I don't know what's coming up because these little gentlemen have prepared things and I want to see what's going on. Okay, one of you, whoever's highlight this was, take it away.
Okay, you know, as you can see, we can go ahead and take a look right now here at the highlights. You know, we saw a whole bunch of these players just being able to make things happen. You can see there, Ekshami on the hill, being able to put in some work on Tribe right now, doing some great gatekeeping. And then Seagut with the huge grenade right there to be able to shut it down. That's great for a squad. You know, I just think Tribe just need to, like I had mentioned earlier, just polish off just these little separations that they have, because if they had a few more players up, it could have been a huge game for them. But hopefully Seagut can look at that. I mean, look at that. That's perfect. Well executed from him. If the rest of the team can be in that situation, they should be good to go.
This is very interesting.
And then right there, the final push for from Maxon.
Yeah.
Look how close Maxon was able to see Axel. But luckily for Axel, he was inside that smoke, and that played a huge advantage. And if you're able to tell, Axel wasn't healing up anymore. That was the last heal for him.
Right.
So it was, he came down to the end.
And gentlemen, you can see the difference in strategy right there, right? Because you've got the one guy healing, but you see the other team fanning out, trying to find him. They've committed to the gun down, but they cannot fight. It's very interesting to see how that plays out. Let's take a look at the overall standings here so far, as we've got one more game coming at you for day number 3 of the PMPL. And up towards the top, it is still indeed XQ Gaming, as they sit with 181 points. Loops still on that catch over 134 points right now, and Tribe in second with 171. But Team Queso, damn, 111 points, currently sat in 5th place. And looking at after day 1 of the tournament here so far, 7, if you'd have said to me Team Queso by day 3 would be in 5th after their day 1 performance, I wouldn't have believed you.
They're day 1 or day 2, honestly. I think today is the day that they actually started waking up, and that's something I've been saying throughout the whole tournament so far, is that they are one of those teams that take a little bit of time to go ahead and get started. Hopefully they can change that, because if let's say if you end it today, they would make it out to Worlds, and at Worlds, you just can't start off slow like that. You need to be able to go ahead and start performing right off the bat, and I feel like that's something that just separates teams a lot, and something that maybe some of the viewers or anybody watching might not be able to realize. You need to go ahead and start off hot.
Yeah, and of course, up until these discrepancies are kind of remedied, up until we get to get day number 5 of the tournament, Jukes, where everybody's played an even amount of games, we're not going to get a full tally of exactly how our full lobby is shaping up just yet against one another. However, we're seeing the distinguishment of maybe a top 3, a top 4, a top 5 doing very well for themselves right now, just to the sheer difference of points you're seeing between them on 14 games compared to the other teams that have played 14 games so far, right?
I think that is a big point that needs to be explained, because you look at Loops right now and where they're standing, and yeah, Team Queso is able to move up into 7th place, but they've already played 14 matches.
Yep.
Loops is still, I believe, ahead of them, only playing 9. You know, so that is something that this scoreboard you can't really trust. You can't really trust it right now, because we know once Team Queso sits out and all these other squads that have played a lot of matches have sat out, you're going to see a huge shift in the leaderboard. So yeah, Team Queso finally turned it on, but they have a lot of catching up to do, I believe, here in this tournament.
Yeah,
and I think something I want to go ahead and mention real quick in regards to Loops is Vikendi might have been the first map that we actually saw them being human in some kind of way. They made a mistake where they were trying to get it back into the safe zone, and their car, they just accidentally smashed their car into something else.
Yeah.
But even though they did that, they were able to go ahead and turn a bad moment into a good moment by having a heal off and pushing up their placing. Something that we see in consistency out of Loops Esports is that no matter what happens, they are able to perform. I have mentioned previously, you want to see teams take advantage of when something good happens, but you also want to see teams, whenever you're up against the wall, you got everybody coming at you, you need to see teams be able to perform, because across the world, there's teams that can definitely do that.
Oh yeah, definitely so. I think when you look at the overall scoreboard, as Jukes was mentioning, to bring into an analogy to it, it's a relay race, but teams like Loops right now have the inner lane, even though they started a little further back after not playing as many games. Let's check in with the schedule, of course, as we have Erangel coming up as our final game of the day. Great variation in our wins so far from all across the scoreboard, with B4, Pittsburgh Knights, XQ, as well as Queso getting themselves the win. We're going back to Erangel. I would like to see not an Eastern Circle, gentlemen, because we've seen plenty of that in the past couple of games. Jukes, what would you like to see?
Oh, I mean, I think I want to keep it to myself because I want it to be a surprise. I have a feeling of what's going to happen here, but I'm going to go ahead and just stay silent, you know, and then whatever happens afterwards, I'm going to tell you guys that I predicted it in my head either way. But I know for sure Team Queso is definitely not wanting an Eastern Circle because they've gone to Primorsk so many times. But like 7WG mentioned earlier, will they go to Pachinki? Pachinki's wide open for the taking right now since Tempo isn't here. You know, Severny isn't widely available since Wildcard isn't here. Can't wait to see, you know, which squads want to land in these different areas that are going to be particularly free.
With the Pachinki thing, I was surprised that a team that doesn't normally drop on the kind of outskirts of Pachinki or towards Ruins or something like that wasn't one that actually took that location. I feel like if you're crossing the path of that drop spot anyway, going to your normal spot, and you see nobody dropping there, Seven, it feels like a keen location to just kind of exploit for now. Or do you feel like some of these teams are just want to stick to their true, tried, tested strategy when it comes to rotating from their normal spots?
I think it might be just that. People just getting comfortable landing where they just want to go ahead and land. Some teams, actually, if you land on a different place, if you're forced to land on a completely different location, it will throw your whole game off. So maybe that's something that we're seeing. But as you mentioned, I want to see teams like Team Queso, teams that haven't been so lucky with the zone, try to go for Pachinki. Hopefully, maybe we'll see two teams landing in Pachinki and just try to take reign of the center map, because from there, you're able to do anything.
Jukes?
Yeah, and just really quick, just to touch on it, I think that the plane path has a lot to do with that as well, because if you have a southern plane path going in between both military and Pachinki, it's going to be hard to tell like if a team is dropping, because you're going to see so many people dropping in that area. So I think if there's a northern plane path, it's a little bit easier to see if somebody is dropping on Pachinki or not. But yeah, that's going to be a big play to consider here coming up in this last match of the evening.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, of course, you can join in on Twitter as well with the hashtag team name and then PMPL. Choose who you think is going to be able to win this out, or even vote for your favorite here throughout the tournament as a whole. And not only that as well, but if you're watching in game, you can win yourself some goodies as well. So watch in game. You know, you probably have all the streams open, maybe Twitch, maybe YouTube, maybe just get it all open and join us on all platforms, but especially in game as well, to get yourself some juicy rewards. All right, that is that. My janitorial work is done. I've cleaned up, I've swept up, I've done what I need to do. You guys are going. I'll see you at the end of the day, guys, as we go over to the commentary team for our final Erangel of the day. I'm hoping for a little more extra variety, some extra spice. I am actually a terrible human being, and I would like Zaki endings, military endings, not Lipovka endings. But anyway, gentlemen, enjoy. I'm leaving you with Erangel. I'm not even asking you a question. I'm disappearing. Enjoy.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. We're going to take it away from here. Of course, John Allen, Dave as well. We are going to be getting to the skies for the fifth and final match of today. Day number 3 here at the PMPL Americas. We're pretty excited. Back again with Erangel. The plane path is in already, so we'll be getting into that as they sail on over the northeastern side. Dave, how you feeling?
Hey, I am feeling good. Kalaris on the desk, you heard, wants an East Circle. So let's give Kalaris that East Circle, everybody. Let's spam the E's in the chat like you mentioned on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube. Let's get it going. The final match of the evening, John.
Absolutely. Really excited to be getting here. I've made it all the way through. This is the 5th game I'm doing today, so we'll see how it goes. And well, as I said before, a northeasterly plane. Now, just to touch on something that the desk were talking about before, it's a little bit difficult sometimes to measure a lot of teams up when it comes just purely to their score totals, because of course you've got teams on different numbers of matches. But if you look at the average score per match, right now there is a clear leader, Loops Esports, on 14.9 points per match. The second place team in terms of the averages, that's going to be XQ, who are currently sat all the way at the top of the leaderboard in overall. They're at 12.9. That's a 2-point per map difference, and that is really significant.
Yeah, and you know what? Just to kind of touch on that, just to add to it, XQ, they got the 12.9, like you mentioned. But as I mentioned on desk, XQ have 14 matches played. Loops with the 14.9 with only 9. So this is going to be Loops' 10th match on the overall leaderboard. Now, looking at this circle, looking at the drops, it looks like Severny, wildcard, they're not here today. So it looks like 2 squads, Team Caretta and Grunto, attempted to drop there. They both had to peel on off. But circle number 1, I feel bad. I feel bad because in game number 1, Team Caretta, they went to military base. It didn't favor military base. But now this game, the final map of the evening, hey, Millie is a possibility.
Are we going to go Millie? Maybe. Maybe indeed. It would be a lot of fun. We'll see how it pans out in the end. Alpha 7. Everyone up, and actually near Yasnaya, there's a few teams. Again, no Pachinki landers. Team Tempo Storm not in this one, so that'll be open ground.
Yeah, that's so surprising. No one's getting stinky in Pachinki. That just goes to show you the amount of, respect, that Tempo has within the Americas region. If you drop Pachinki, you're going to hear about it. So all these teams just like, nah, we're not even going to touch it. They don't want to get comfortable. They don't want to get used to it because when Tempo comes back into Erangel, you got to bet, like, they're going to go there every single time. So, I'm surprised, honestly. I'm surprised. If I'm Cream, they went to school, they went to apartments, I might have went Pachinki just because you already know Tribe, they go Rozhawk every single time. So why risk it? Why risk it here in the final game of the evening? That's something I'm going to need to, maybe ask the players after this and kind of find out myself.
There's not even any chocolate biscuits on the line, so I don't know why you'd risk it. Absolutely. There's only chicken on the line, which is a very, while still very valuable, it's no chocolate biscuit, let me tell you.
I guess it depends, if you're vegetarian or not. I don't know. Is chocolate biscuits vegetarian?
They're not vegan.
Chocolate's
not vegan.
Well, that's an F in the chat then for you boys and girls out there who are vegan. You're just losing all around. Maybe we'll get some tofu for you.
Can you make? You can definitely make vegan cookies. Like, that's definitely a thing. So some vegan recipes are really quite good, but let's not get into that.
Yeah, because we know that's a lie. But let's not get into that.
Yeah, one thing you definitely can't have vegan, though, it's a chicken dinner, which is what all of these teams are going to go for. Maybe, you can have replacement chicken, but it's just not the same.
With ketchup, everything tastes the same, honestly. So maybe if you got that spare ketchup. But talking about this game just a little bit more here, and then we'll get back to the ketchup debate here. B4, even though the plane didn't really favor Nova so much, they made sure to drop in their vehicles, get there, and now, they're going all the way to Nova. They're going to get some loot. I would have sent it to military base itself. Novo, right on the edge of the circle. Maybe because they're used to it. We saw there just a moment ago, they were all hopping around those crates or whatnot. I might have sent it to the actual military base just because you never know. The circle, it's kind of favoring military base. You never know where it'll go, honestly. Kalaris is in charge of the circle, so knowing him, he'll probably go to the water down there to Primorsk. But right now, we're watching Tribe, all in vehicles right now, on their rotates near Sunken City.
To be undecided as to where they're going. They go back and forth. Alucard just riding around, playing shotgun with King A. They are going to try and find a location. They're heading a little bit further down south around Pachinki, so they might come into contact with XQ Gaming, have a little bit of a scuffle there. Got Pittsburgh Knights as well to worry about in that location. A lot of teams out to the northeast, and something you don't normally see that's really an artifact to the plane path here, Dave, as well as no one being in Primorsk.
Yeah, nobody. Not even Team Queso. That's their spot, too. That's their spot. So, circle number 1. Right? It's the plane path, but like I said about B4, they dropped. They got into vehicles, and they still went to their spot, right? So I guess it's a matter of how determined you are. And now we see Team Queso. They're kind of rotating near Mansion. They're going to possibly run into Alpha 7, maybe Team Caretta, maybe even Cream down there in school. So they're going to have a challenge here on their rotate.
See who can get in their way, or not, as the case may be, if they can just bulldoze straight on through. Cloud9 against South George, and they're going to be a lot happier with this circle. They don't have to make those long rotations because we know that on Erangel, they've been caught out so many times that they just don't want to try and do that again. It's not going to go well if they do.
Yeah, and you know, we keep mentioning, like, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Cloud9 currently in 13th place on the overall leaderboards, I believe so, we saw on the break. Playing 14 games. So far, kind of like what you said, 4 teams to really feel good about themselves every single day. They want around 10 points per game on average, is what you mentioned. Currently, though, Cloud9, they're sitting at 6.6. So it's definitely something that they want to up over here. I mean, it's a tricky squad to kind of pinpoint exactly what's going on. I feel like, and this is my personal opinion, okay? Hear me out here for a second.
Okay, I'm listening. All right.
When Beowulf is popping off, the squad is popping off.
Okay.
All right, Beowulf, one of their top fraggers when it comes to PMPL and also the IGL. Now, when Beowulf is not popping off, the team, you know, they're kind of cold. They're kind of cold. So it's really all about momentum. And unfortunate for them, they really haven't had much luck here today. They had some decent games when it comes to placement points, but that was because they, you know, just went for that snaking strategy. They went to, you know, heal on up and just try to survive. So they really haven't had a chance to really get into these solid engagements because they always lose 1 or 2 members real early on their rotates. So it's something that they need to kind of work on here.
Absolutely. Below Cloud9, there are 2 teams who have a higher average score than them, but are sat down there because they played less. That's Kultu and Tremkara de Furcao, both sat on 7.4 and 7.8 respectively on average. So they'll be able to look to try and bump that one up and climb on over. And Cloud9 have to worry about them, but there's still plenty of time. I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? The marathon, not the sprint, and they will be able to just have a resurgence potentially into the later days. We're only very, very early into this league.
Yeah, it's all about that bump and grind. You know, it's all about that. So looking right now at the circle, it looks like Omen might be bridge camping B4 over here. I mean, Omen, they know for a fact where B4 likes to go. B4, on the other hand, they have a couple options. They can go swim, they can go hop in a boat. I mean, the urgency to cross the mainland really not there yet, in my opinion, when it comes to B4. But then again, you know, they probably are thinking, okay, guys, we need a game plan. How are we going to make it on over there to the mainland? Everybody kind of just waiting to see where circle number 2 goes.
We are going to see that very, very shortly. You can see it's just about to close on in and really decide where those choke points are going to come through. It zones pretty fairly, to be honest, over on that western bridge, and will allow some ground over on that military island and will zone towards the northern mainland, probably likely towards the end of this game.
And look at Team Queso. They're still going to Primorsk, all right? Even though they didn't get the drop there originally because of the plane, they're like, okay, we're going to take a wide rotate around Mount Everest. We're going to take the scenic route up there on the coast. We're going to be jamming out to some Katy Perry and just having a good old time. They're going to come on in through Quarry, through Primorsk. Nobody is out there to the west. So, you know, when they go back, watch the VODs, they are going to be extremely excited with their decision here.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, Team Queso, they're a team that has just been making relatively smart heads-up rotations time and time again. They're playing very much an edge game, right? Like, that's their entire strategy into this tournament so far, into this league. So, looking at what they're doing, it just fits perfectly with what their ideas are. They know that everybody else likes to clump up a little bit central, so they're exploiting that, and they're making it work for them, to be fair. I mean, we saw them win it out last game. They've been having a great deal of success with that strategy, and actually, you know, they're 5th on the table currently. I mean, they have played every day, so they will most likely drop down as we see more teams take those breaks, but for now, they're going to be pretty happy.
I mean, they got the recipe. You nailed it on the head. They know that a lot of teams that like to go right smack in the middle. Not only that, they're going to be rotating on the hardship side of this circle, so the chances of someone being there even less. But over here, we got Loops Becker already bleeding on out.
Going to be able to land a little bit of a spray towards Tribe as Diga has started to bleed out, but they trade it back onto Tribe. So onto Loops, sorry, so they'll have to both bide their time. Currently just out to the hills to the west of Pachinki Fields. They'll try and continue the fight, it seems. Luke actually landing yet another shot, yet another knock. Nicely done, but D-Gut now dead.
Rip that one. We see some DPs over there. King A, the M16. A lot of people have been telling me lately, get the M16, put it 4 times, put it 6 times on that, and it's practically a sniper out here. So King A with the 4 times on the M16 might be that single tap over there. Oh, King A though was going to be connected on out there in the distance, and now we see in the mini-map, Loops making that push.
And we'll be able to get the res, but that's armor denied. Okay, hang on a minute. No, he's not. I think they smell something in the water and they just go for a fast push. They hear those vehicles or something, but either way, they are sending straight for the hills. KA sends them off. A noble sacrifice, but it might just save their life as King 8 finally gets flushed on out.
Oh man, you ever leave honey out on the counter and then you turn the lights at nighttime in the kitchen and all these like bugs just start scattering? I mean, I've seen it in the movies, not in my house, but I've seen it in the movies, and that's exactly what that looked like right there. I mean, Tribe, they only got 2 left, only 2 left in their final map of the evening. What they want to do right now is just try to secure themselves a compound within this circle and go for those placement points.
A little bit of an engagement here. Tremcareta, Furacao, and Lazarus both duking it out at the moment. Irish, though, he's taking a leaf out of Tribe's book and he's just sending it away, leaving his teammates on the hillside. They don't want to take the rest of this fight, and they're going to be able to get away with it. That's all the way out on the northeastern side, just south of Chinky. You can see that on the minimap top right.
Oh my goodness, John, the circle.
Irish made it to the coast.
The circle. The circle. B4, military base out there. All the other teams on the mainland. XQ camping the bridge. This zone is madness.
Okay, so want to head to the coast here, get a boat. If they can insert themselves down on the south edge of the island, they might just have a chance at taking a lot of heavy ground there. So we know they like to make those boat plays. We'll see if they're able to do so.
Yeah, if you're Team Queso, grab all the boats. If you see 1, if you see 2, maybe even 3 boats, make sure you grab them all. Deny the resources. We see Alpha 7 rolling up on into Primorsk. We see Cream rolling on up into Primorsk. Everybody looking to trying to make that rotate, maybe even swim across over there and make it into the next circle. Over here, Tribe, they cannot catch a break, John. Sam, the lone wolf now on the squad.
They might not be able to catch a break, but they're certainly pretty good at catching bullets right now. 3 players in there for them. They're rolling straight up, sends out wide. We'll be able to get one off, but there's the long-range trade. Nicely done. Tribe eliminated 16th place. Now, that's a real good pickup.
Tribe, they had a rough day. Couldn't catch a break over here. Talk about teams trying to catch a break. Looks like the Knights going to be taking up this lighthouse position, this high ground position. We'll be overlooking a lot of teams looking to make that swim, looking to make that rotate. But they are currently being fired upon by XQ, who seem to be sending it on over the bridge.
We thought Team Queso might grab a boat, but no, they're going to go for a long swim over to the military island. And a little bit of a faster crossing for XQ Gaming. They go underneath the barriers as they drop down onto the beach. The Pittsburgh Knights not wanting to go for that trade, instead opting to get the res onto their teammate, but Shifan got knocked on the bridge.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Not exactly sure why XQ moved on out of their hard cover. Maybe the Knights were just applying too much pressure. Maybe they were trying to avoid all the other squads who most likely would be overlooking that same position that we see Loops at right now. But when it comes to the actual bridge, there's not a lot of cover. And, you know, they found out the hard way. It does seem like one of the members, AZ, was able to make it onto those yellows across the bridge, though.
Real estate on the military island right now, incredibly valuable. Team Queso, I have no idea what they're doing, I'll be honest. They are just sat out in the blue.
They're dying.
They tried to swim and then they just stopped. So I'm not sure what's going on there.
They're dying.
They are just dying. Okay, yeah, they actually are just dying. Marco, Mystic as well, going down for Team Queso. They're just dropping like flies.
Maybe they forgot the floaties. You know, some people, they need the floaties. Maybe they didn't recognize that the salt water, you can't really drink it. And might have took too much salt water into the lungs. I mean, it hurts. Axel, the last remaining member. Team Queso, they definitely had the advantage over all those teams in Primorsk when it comes to first dibs on making that swim. Like you said, John, I have no idea what happened. It is just all falling apart right now. Axel looks to be the last remaining member from the squad alive right now.
We'll see how far he can get into the round. See where they can go. Alpha 7, they were the other team who was over by Primos, but they didn't take the boats either, and now they're caught up in the melee here. Loops playing edge guard on this bridge. They're not in the zone themselves, but they've got the overlook. They've got the building there. Grunto maybe looking to try and get the last remaining position under the bridge in this circle for the next rotation, but we'll see what they're able to achieve as Loops have the Harry Potter Tower.
Yeah, Loops just straight chilling right there. Looks like Alpha 7 will be attempting to wrap underneath the bridge, running into one of the members from Grunto Q. Sixless was already bleeding on out as well. All these teams right now on the mainland are going to be piling on top of one another. I mean, there's about 7 to 8 teams right now, all on this northern part of this west side of the bridge. And I see the mini-map. Team Carreta, all in vehicles, looking to make the push now and straight up YOLO send it. We see Smokes out. We see Luz making the push. This is crazy.
Oh my goodness me, they're trying to get into the water, trying to stay alive there, and we'll see if they're able to find success with it. Across the other way, you can see AZ left, and Mitek just trying to land some shots at range. Pittsburgh Knights take a knock, as well as AZ going down. There's XQ eliminated from this round. This crossing, goodness me. Yeah, it's going to be so tricky for a lot of these.
This is a 1v4. Carnage underhanding a grenade right there, taking down 2 from Team Carreta. Can Carnage get the other 2 with his DP, going for that spray down?
We'll be able to get a lot of damage found as well. They will try and get the res, but another nade is cooking, and he's ready to serve up a hot meal. And my goodness me, that might just be the end of one of them. We'll find it. 2 kills now found. They pretty much zoned it away. Oh! Pittsburgh Knights just doing so much. Oh, this is brutal carnage. Oh my goodness me, what a pickup for the Pittsburgh Knights. They're trying to get that res, but at what cost?
Oh my goodness. Like you said, Carnage just applying so much pressure right now for Team Carreta. Underhanding grenade after grenade. Now will be just pre-firing that DP on into the smokes. Can Carnage connect? Can Carnage get these thirsts right now? So far, Knights 3 kills trying to defend this bridge.
Oh, and his teammate comes on in. They get a knock with another nade. They push out wide. And that is disaster for Trem Carreta Furacao. They just cannot get around the edges. And the bridge is theirs, but they have a long way to go to cross as the next circle will come in soon.
The best thing since sliced bread right there. Carnage, those underhand grenades. And that was a duo. That was a duo from the Knights taking out Team Carreta with 4 up. We see the next zone. It is going to be shifting down there onto the military base island. B4, they are just dancing. They are laughing. They are celebrating right now.
I think they might be able to spot Adder out underneath the car there. The Pittsburgh Knights, they have control of so many of these sight lines, and they will have to push across, and actually no one really edge guarding them right now, so a really decent spot for them. They have a chance.
Decent spot. We see on the minimap as well. Seems as if Omen Elite did utilize that east bridge. Then they are wrapping up. They're going to be coming in. They're in the east side of this new zone. They have a nice little buffer between them and B4, and I believe B4 recognizing the push out there in the distance. Maxon gonna be spawning them out with that DP, and Juicy looking to go for that off-angle flank down there in the compounds.
What positions they're able to find, but meanwhile in the melee, the bridge really providing heavy obstacles for absolutely everybody, and if you get spot out, well, that's gonna be pretty much it. The DP finds 1 in the water. The Pittsburgh Knights, they're trying to spot out anyone else trying to make those wet crossings. They're going to be really down on their luck. Adder definitely has to push at this stage.
J7. And oh, look at Becca. Becca's in the boat healing on up right now, like jamming out, making sure nobody sees him with the DP out. Going to be opting to heal on up some more. 1 more first aid, 5 bandages, and 2 boost. If I am Vega, oh, Vega's going to be driving the boat. This is risky. This is risky. We see the blue going to be chunking down Vega, and this noise will be allowing the Knights up there on the bridge to hear him.
Is he going to be able to get in? Is he going to be able to outpush the blue? No. Mazexus. Oh dear. They are going to go down. Alpha 7 take heavy punishment as well. They're going to get eliminated to boot. And really, the Pittsburgh Knights have had the best time of it, and they're going to be able to get across. Omen Elite file the nades, rain down. That's right on top of Nico. A lot of damage, but he gets away the second though. That's going to find it in another nade. That's going close to Telly, but he is going to get in that buggy. Might just run away from this one.
Telly saying, see you later. I mean, Pedro with the nades out here. The golden arm will be connecting onto two of the members from Omen. Smart move from Telly, honestly. I mean, you got to recognize when you're not going to win the fights here. Telly hopping in that buggy, quickly sending it on into the circle right now. 6 teams remaining.
Cloud9 still in the fight. Beowulf, the snake play coming out for him. They will try and get it done. Pittsburgh Knights as well with just one. B4 really the raid boss right now. I'm going to see what more they can do. They don't really have too many kills, but just the sheer fact that they're four players strong is going to be so hard for these teams to overcome.
Yeah, B4, you know, almost winning the chicken last game, right? Almost winning the chicken, but instead getting the chicken nuggets. My fear right now, though, B4, they have the numbers advantage. I want to see them stay together, not go off and do this 2-2 split that we normally see them doing here on Air and Go. Hopefully they can stay together and use their numbers to their advantage.
Not that many medical supplies left for J7. Just going to use one here. Has got the stims to bring him back to full health with that. I'll try and get up further into the zone. Telly, the last player for Omen Elite. I think he's been spotted out here. Yep, there we go. That's them eliminated. 5 teams remain.
You saw Telly's like, hey, don't let go of here. No one's here. No one's here. No. This buggy is the spot. All right, no one's here. But no, Telly was spotted. Next zone does pop on up. B4, they look pretty solid right now. We still got a solo from Loops. We still got a solo from Cloud9. We got a solo from the Knights here. I mean, a lot of solos definitely trying to survive here this game, the last match of the night, John.
And some pretty hefty kill counts as well for a lot of these squads. I mean, 6 kills for Loops, 7 kills for the Pittsburgh Knights. That's a nice turn up. The further up they can go, the stronger they'll be, but now the blue zone will start to tick away. You can't stay here for long, J7. You are going to feel it. I think he knows that Bayo is over there, though, so he's just trying to out-heal. But time is not on his side. And now I fear that he's just going to get pinged on down. Question is, will he be able to actually make it across? I'm not too sure. Beowulf going to have to push in, as well as Lupita from Charme. There's the Pittsburgh Knights getting eliminated. They are going down to 4 teams.
Ooh. Levi checking that tree out there, checking that tree, not seeing Beowulf. Beowulf might be able to continue to survive here. I do believe Paris Boy had J7 on lockdown on that bridge over there. That's why we saw J7 kind of forced out there to heal on up. So looking at this one right now, 4 up for B4. A crate is going to be coming down from the sky right there in the middle. So as if the odds weren't in their favor. Here you go, some level 3 gear.
Bayo, he managed to get a spray down, but he's going to give away his position. Drops the first aid, maybe looking to just stay alive. They've already had a pretty decent game in terms of the point score, so he'll be happy with this nonetheless. You can see he's just dropped everything on the floor. I think that's where he's making his final stand. We'll see what he's able to get done, but for now, Loops still have a player in it, as do B4. Well, in fact, they've got 4 players in it. Teams 4 standing.
Ooh!
Oh dear, and Charme. They're going to take a quick tumble.
Beowulf.
They are going to get eliminated. Oh, quickly down to 2. And it looks like we might be down to our last player, Chowski for Loops.
Here's a grenade. Gonna be tossed out right over there. Still snaking it over here. Mick was tagged in the process. 3 up for B4. We see Pedro just in the Dacia doing donuts right now, jamming out to the music while Maxon is attempting to get this chicken dinner.
How far they can go right now. Both teams have really had a strong performance here, and B4 ending the day in style no matter what. They got gifted this circle, really. They had such great control over the zone, but now it's just a question of how many points can Loops rack up, or do they even just try and deny the point here and just go down to the blue?
Yeah, and on the flip end of this, B4, they got the circle, right? They almost won first place last game. They don't want to get too aggressive right here. They just want to wait it out and really wait to see when this solo makes themselves visible here. There's not really a real reason to risk it right now. As I say that, Pedro in the Dacia taking some blue damage with Mick. Oh, no.
He just misses it, but they jump on out, and they will be able to clean it up. That's Loops eliminated. B4 get their chicken dinner, not to be spoiled from the last round. They will come back, and they will claim it. They have nuggets. They've got thighs now. They've got the chicken breast as well, all nice and crispy. It's a lovely dinner for them.
John, nice and crispy. Nice and crispy. No ketchup needed right there. B4, like you mentioned, second place last game. First place this game. And this is a squad. This is a squad that was struggling big time when it comes to the 80 games they played last month in the PMPL America's Scrims. It was pretty much only Pedro, the hard carry from the team, carrying that gauntlet, and they were only able to kind of manage to finish off in that mid-pack. But when it comes to PMPL Scrims, completely different squad. B4, they are destroying everybody right now.
John, are you hungry, mate? You described a whole roast dinner there. Like, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm actually. I'm gonna have to put something in the oven after this. Honestly, I'm starving. 5 games, it really gives you an appetite.
Yeah, definitely so, and gives me more appetite to see B4 just constantly rocking it out. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Go enjoy the rest of your day as we are done with our commentators, and we're going to bring our analysis guys back on, and we can talk about the utter revival, truly, of B4 when it comes to their first day going into their second day. It's just a complete paradigm shift from what we're seeing here in regards to their performance. Hot Jukes is like looking at something. Is he okay?
No, real quick. Sorry, I was just doing my impression of B4 because they've woken up. They woke up today here in day number 2 and are having one heck of a PMPL. Great to see B4 have such a great performance, and what a way to finish off day number 3.
Bloody Jukes, I was concerned there for a moment. I'm like, is he all right? A little pat. 7, it's been great to see B4 be able to do this. They had a great opportunity though in this game. Of course, they were controlling Military Island. The circle shifts over towards them. Some easy pickings and then some easy positions for them too.
Yeah, easy pickings, and then all they had to do was pretty much just pick people coming off that bridge. And as you mentioned, they were in military pretty much the whole time. But it's good to see them take advantage of this, man. What a day by them. And I think this is good for other teams that might not be doing so well, that they can also have games like this and put themselves towards contention towards the end, especially right now that this event is kind of starting, because once you get halfway done, you might not, even if you have a great day, you might be a little bit too far back to even try to contest the other teams.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, let's take a look at the points coming in from this game here, our final game of the day for day number 3. But we've still got 13 more days to go after this. Great stuff here for the PMPL as B4 up towards the top. Not too many kills coming in. It's one of the lower kill games that we've seen from some of our winners, but it does not matter. What does matter for them is those big, juicy placement points. 27 points in total. Loops, man, like, I may as well just lie down for a moment because they're never going to quit. They are just going to keep this ball rolling with the consistency. 20 points coming in for them for second place. Thankfully, didn't get run over at the end there, 7. But, Loops will continue marching on.
Listen, Jukes and I were watching that, and once I saw them going at it, just going in the car towards him, we're like, oh man, if they missed this, they did, by the way, but they jumped out, and they also jumped out when they were in the zone. If he would have gotten those 2 knocks,
oh my god,
I wouldn't have been surprised if he maybe would have had a chance at winning this game. That's how skilled these players are.
I'm going to tell you, when I watch PUBG matches, I have seen crazy throws which have included getting in cars and searching for the last guy and then driving into the blue and dying. I have seen it before, so it is definitely doable. Here's our 9th through 16th as well. XQ Gaming, an uncharacteristic 1 single point for them. Likewise, Tribe Gaming, 2 points there in 11th place. So it's been an utter revival here for B4. Very well done by them. I'm very keen to see how the overall standings are eventually going to shape up. We'll look at those later on, of course, here. But it's a hard circle to deal with, Jukes. And thankfully for B4, they were on the right side of it. Are you still asleep again? Are you...
No, I'm wide awake, just like B4 is today. Because man, it's just what an amazing last match. Team Queso. It's funny because the heal strat seemed to work for them in the last game, and they seemed to try to utilize it in this one and got caught out. They tried to swim into zone, but that blue zone was just too fast for them little legs to kick by because they all ended up going into the water. So tough break for Team Queso, but a huge dub for B4.
Yeah, it's brutal. If you're going to actually try and swim the channel, I'm going to call it here for a moment, like, you've got to time it right. You really do when a circle is shifting down towards military island, or vice versa, of course. Let's take a look at how things shaped up, of course, for one team in particular, because B4 did very well for themselves, not only in this game, but throughout the day. A pretty low damage total for one of our winners here once again. But again, like I say low, but it doesn't matter because you're getting the win off the back of it, 7. So that's what's most important.
Yeah, and as you can see right there, the damage, not over 1,000, but they were able to get 7 kills. That means, and only 4 knocks, that means they were able to third-party certain things, and that's good when you are at that position. Also, you can tell they didn't have to really engage into that many fights. They only have to heal about 239. So they took full advantage of the situation that was here for them. So it's so great to see that, man. Now, what I want to go ahead and see tomorrow, if they do end up playing tomorrow, is I want to see them maybe not get so lucky in regards to certain zones, not get so lucky in regards to certain rotations, and just see them back against the wall. See how they react to that, because that's when you're able to tell if a team's got it or if maybe they're just taking advantage of the situation.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here from our final game of the day as I open that game fuel up. Perfect stuff. So yeah, coming into this, Jukes, what have you got for me?
As you can see, Loops putting in some big shots as well. You got Omen angry, hitting it with the Uzi up close. But man, Loops, I think this is by far one of the teams that we consider just to be the most consistent squad so far in PMPL. Out of zone, they frag out. When they have it, they still make it happen. So man, it's great to see that. You see Sam able to get the thirst right here, but V2K in the back getting some shots on. I mean, heck, this is the top level of PMPL, PUBG Mobile that we could possibly see here. So many squads, teammates just having each other's back, tight peeps, big shots all around the board.
They called Loops because they've got infinite performances. That's right, they're doing very well for themselves, even getting a few kills here and there. But it's interesting to note that once the circle has actually shifted down towards the military island, it's very difficult to get onto there. You could see a little bit of bridge control from some of the teams here. B4 had a bit of it, but they backed off slightly. And I think sometimes that's the more mature play, right, Seven? Because you can bridge camp, and in pubs, that's great. You'll probably get yourself 1 million kills. But sometimes in these games, you're not going to be able to get all those kills. You want to fall back to a position of safety rather than a position of conflict.
Exactly. At that point, you just want to be able to think about the win, and that's exactly what they were doing. Listen, as you mentioned, they could have gotten a lot more kills if they went up to the bridge. They probably would have ended up over 3,000 damage. I'm not saying they wouldn't have done that, but that's exactly what would have happened. But they wanted to get the win. They wanted to go ahead and continue the momentum that they've been getting, and they were able to do just that. And sometimes that's what it takes, man, and that is good to see from teams like that. That was so close.
That was really close.
Oh my goodness. That car, if that man would have moved a little bit, it would have definitely ran him over.
Super close.
Oh my God.
I actually didn't know it was that close. I was glimpsing at it. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, they missed. But it was so close. Oh, nice stuff. Let's take up the overall total damage as well here from all of the teams, as there is. I think this is going to be quite evenly distributed relative to some of those kind of fights going on near bridge and across the board. Yeah, a bit more even relative. Nobody peeking up into those 2,000 damage numbers here, Jukes, because when you've got a shift like this, the majority of teams are having to play edge, and there's third parties, hell, there's fourth parties going on in those moments.
Yeah, I definitely, I'm a big believer in zone over everything. You know, even when it comes to gatekeeping, if that zone goes off you want to prioritize it above all. And I think that's why we see the damage numbers the way they are right now. Everybody was just trying to get into this zone and only shooting if they had to. Yep. And you can definitely tell the teams that you're just more effective at doing that. And the one that we just see consistently game by game, they've only played 2 out of the 3 days, is Loops. It's crazy how they had a 1v4 against B4. And while Seven and I were watching in the background, we still didn't know who was going to win. That's how crazy this Loops team has been performing. You know, we're like, heck, if B4 makes a mistake, and as we saw, Skowski on the ground practically smelling the brake fluid from that dossier as it drove on by. Close play, but man, what a way to finish off day number 3.
Yeah, definitely.
I think something that I would have personally loved from that, and just going off a little bit of what Jukes is saying here, is I would have loved to see Loops get that final circle with one player and see how B4 would have reacted to it, right? Because B4, they decided to go ahead and push because they had 2 players already on the safe zone. But what if all the players had to push? What kind of strategy would they have used there? Because we have teams choke the finale. Yeah. It's not something that I haven't seen before. I believe it was Luxy or Suxy at some point in Malaysia. He clutched a 1v4 just like that. So it would have been nice to see.
Yeah, I can understand why you get them mixed up, being brothers, sometimes, that makes a lot of sense.
Points.
Makes a lot of sense. Of course, let's take a look at the top players here from this one, because there are some names that I want to check in on. Double from Pittsburgh Knights, damn, and Carnage showing up again. You can see him above the crowd, and he's there as well with 610 damage coming out. What do you think, Jukes?
Man, Carnage, Mr. 1 HP himself, we like to call him here in North America. Man, this guy has been playing since Season 1, just a veteran in the North American PUBG mobile scene. I know for a fact I'm happy to see him back, and he's doing exactly what his name is, putting out Carnage on the battlefield with this squad. And I'm not going to lie, this Pittsburgh Knights team looks like an entirely new team compared to the Scrims, so definitely a great change for the squad.
Yeah, great stuff. It feels like they're, I don't know what it is, reinvigorated almost with the performances that they're putting up, so it's really good to see. Let's take a look at some of the analyst highlights as well here from this game. Again, I don't know what I've got, because actually I didn't speak to you guys throughout this game, so I do apologize. I was a little bit busy. So, Seven, I'm going to leave it with you. What do we have?
Don't worry. I got your back. One thing we're going to be seeing here is Team Queso. Not sure what they were doing, honestly, with that swim. It didn't even seem that they were going for the actual military base. It seemed like they were just swimming parallel, which at that point, man, you're going to get caught by the zone. You're not going to be able to swim that fast, all right? You're not that little kid from the Incredibles, and that's not going to happen. Now, something I do want to go ahead and highlight here is just Carnage. Look at the grenades this man is going to go ahead and throw. First of all, there's 2 players down already because of another nade he threw earlier, and right there, getting the finish. But he's not done. He's going to go ahead and set it up again, and look at that beautiful Kobe right there, baby, being able to get the knock on Wagon. And trust me, seeing Carnage, seeing a veteran in this game perform like this with PK just makes me wonder why they didn't make the move any sooner. Jukes, what do you think?
I mean, numbers don't lie, and if you look at the way Pittsburgh Knights is performing lately, I mean, this is a change that has basically changed the entire squad. So, I mean, yeah, it only makes me wonder, like, if he decided to make this move earlier on and had more synergy, what they would be playing like. But hey, I'm looking forward to see how this squad performs day by day.
I think the impressive thing about these grenades was actually the first one out of all of them, because in the smokes, it bounced back off a car onto the guy. Like, he couldn't even see exactly how the smokes had lined up against the cars, but he just kind of knew. So very, very cool stuff to see. And that's going to be Mr. Carnage standing out, as I say, above the crowd. Very impressive by him. Guys, it's been a great day so far. I mean, I say so far. We've come to the conclusion of it. It has been a great day. It's been awesome to see before step up, of course. It's been great to see the consistency continue from Loops. What else has really stood out to you, Seven?
I think you just said it. B4, just how they were able to go ahead and perform, how they were able to go ahead and pick it up, start the engine, as you've been saying, Kalaris, and that's something that I love to see. And as I mentioned earlier, hopefully other teams that are towards the bottom, maybe Miss X's, maybe other teams that were a little bit quiet, they can go back, see what B4 was able to do, and try to duplicate a performance like that, because that's just going to go ahead and propel you towards the top 6, and that's something I love to see. And as you mentioned, Loops, continuing on the Carnage, continuing on just the aggressive, and not only that, something I actually want to go ahead and mention real quick about Loops that I truly enjoyed watching their gameplay is that they're aggressive when they have to be. If they don't have to be aggressive, they're not going to take any unnecessary risk, and that's something I love seeing from top teams.
Let's look at those overall standings, because this means we get to figure out who's up at the top. Might be XQ still. Let's take a look-see, as they will still be reigning up there with 182 points. Tribe Gaming, 173. Loops after 10 games, and B4 after 10 games, managing to get themselves into the top 5. So phenomenal recovery from B4 with the 2 chicken dinners throughout the day as well. They joined that double chicken dinner club with just 4 teams in that club so far. If you had to pin one, Jukes, who would be the next one to join them?
Man, you know what? One thing I would hope to see them join the top squads is Cloud9. You know, Cloud9, I think that is by far one of the most anticipated teams in North America, without a doubt. And so far here in the PMPL, they've been quiet. They haven't been really having the performances that at least we expect from them. So that's the next squad I'm looking to see. And, you know, Tempo Storm, they sat out today. We had 2 Orangles, and I mean, maybe the second time because of the playing path, but Pachinki was empty in both of them right there. So I want to see what happens coming up tomorrow with whatever teams are sitting out. These teams really need to pay attention to that, as there's some really good areas that may be open to loot.
Yeah, because it's going to be happening once each week of games, so very important to note whilst we do move on. Here's our 11th through 20th as well. It's been a bit of a rough day once again for Mazexis, and again, to rev that engine is going to have to start pretty soon. Teams like Ace1, of course, were sitting out today here as Group C was not playing, but of course we'll be getting them back in tomorrow. So good stuff indeed. And as Duke says, you know, Cloud9 is a very anticipated team here coming into the PMPL 7, and it really does speak volumes, actually, that Jukes himself is saying that, you know, he wants to see them getting the chicken dinners after their performances have been lackluster, but they're still in 10th. They've still broken the triple digits when it comes to points, so that talks to the expectations that we have for this roster, right?
Yeah, and so far today they were able to. Today was definitely the better day for them.
Yeah.
They weren't able to get into the situations where they had the full squad towards the end, which is, I'm pretty sure, once we start seeing that and they start feeling that, it's going to be a mental click. Some of the players, for example, Uneven, not able to get the kills that he's used to getting. Once he can start doing that, it will be like a snowball effect, because I have seen them before from this kind of players, from this kind of team. So hopefully they can start doing that. And by the way, the question that you asked earlier, which team is going to go ahead and get another 2 wins? Just to note, Loop Esports, it is currently top 3, not a single win. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some wins from that team.
If they start winning, they're going to first place. Let's say that. That is
easy.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to everybody else tuning in around the world as well. We are done for day number 3 of the PMPL Americas. And tomorrow we'll be back, same time, same place, to bring you more and more action. Group B will be sitting out tomorrow as ACDE is playing out the next 5 games. We'll see you then for more PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas.